Apocalypse, start with a firearm, build a tank in 10 days. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 76 Rebellion. Seeing the man's appearance, Wang Huan was terrified. A real vampire. Jordan Stuka stepped towards him, a disdainful smile on his face. It's over, Wang Huan thought. He wanted to escape, but the door was too far away, leaving him no chance. Don't kill me, I confess everything. Master Vampire, will you spare me? Li Ziming wanted to kill him outright. The moment he was betrayed, he no longer recognized Wang Huan as a brother. However, just as he was about to strike, Jordan Stuka stopped him. Don't be impatient, let's hear what he has to say first, I said. Will you let me go? Wang Huan said cautiously. You have no right to bargain now. Jordan Stuka sat down gently on the sofa, his hands resting on a wooden cane. The square sapphire ring on his hand shone eerily in the light. He suddenly changed the subject. However, if what you say is useful to us, not only will I not kill you, I'll also make you one of us. That way, even if catastrophe strikes, you won't be destroyed along with the entire city. Wang Huan, already despairing, instantly became excited upon hearing his words. This was a truly tremendous boon for him. The best way to overcome despair is often to become despair itself. I'll tell you, he crawled to Jordan Stuka's feet on his knees like a dog. And I guarantee on my life that this information will be absolutely useful. Wang Huan then laid out Lin Nan's plan in detail, then analyzed from a professional perspective how to exploit it and wipe out the Magic City's elite forces. You're a promising talent. Much better than this loser who doesn't even know when his identity was exposed. Jordan Stuka glared at Li Ziming fiercely, and Li Ziming was actually puzzled too. If it's as you say, they'll ambush us in the river valley first. As long as we're faster than them, we can get there first, Jordan Stuka said calmly. He thought this method was fine. They were in the dark, while Lin Nan was in the light, so they had the initiative. But he also said the plan would be implemented within a week, but we don't know when that will be. Li Ziming suddenly spoke up. That's why we need to be as quick as possible. Wang Huan spoke up first. With the life and death of their ancestors at stake, Jordan Stuka dared not delay. He suddenly approached Wang Huan and said, Come, accept your bloodbath. Although Wang Huan didn't know what this bloodbath was, he assumed it was a method of becoming a vampire. Jordan Stuka's head moved closer to Wang Huan's neck. With a scream, 2 deep bite marks were left on Wang Huan's neck. At the same time, fragments of memories entered Jordan Stuka's mind. This was his special ability. Jordan Stuka could sense the victim's recent memories through their blood. The blood-washing ritual for Wang Huan was also intended to verify his deception. It's true, Jordan Stuka exhaled deeply, his eyes darkening. He knew the time had come to execute his plan to seize power. His excitement was palpable, his eyes aglow, and he couldn't help but let out a hoarse laugh. But Li Ziming still sensed something was amiss. My lord, don't you find it strange that they're transporting the ancestral body at this critical moment? Is that even a question? Wang Huan raised his head, his eyes also crimson. They knew the demon city couldn't be defended, so they had no choice. Seeing the imminent catastrophe, they thought of exploiting our connections. After the blood-washing ritual, Wang Huan felt like a newborn, his confidence growing somewhat inflated. Alright, no more doubts. What we need to do now is to quickly gather the elite of our blood palace and set up an ambush in the river valley. Whoever gets there first will have the advantage. Jordan Stuka looked confident of victory. Li Ziming, your identity has been exposed. Then stay here with Wang Huan and wait. I'm going back to the blood palace to tell my people this shocking news. With that, Jordan Stuka walked into the inner room. Few people knew that this room also contained the entrance to a secret realm, directly connected to the blood palace. Soon, hundreds of night walkers appeared in the shrouded demon city. They transformed into bats in the darkness, sprinting unimpeded towards the river valley closest to the demon city, called Broken River Beach. However, they didn't notice that from the highest floor of the demon city's iconic Oriental Pearl Tower, a man was watching all this with night vision binoculars. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if he had anticipated this event. Haha, great. We're here first, Jordan Stuka laughed, looking at the 100 or so vampires behind him. We just need to lie in ambush here for a few days and wait for them to take the bait. Another male vampire with a somewhat feminine appearance surveyed his surroundings. I hope it's as you say. If this plan succeeds, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Thank you, Lord. Jordan Stuka smiled and bowed. The male vampire in front of him, Nicholas Newward, was a direct descendant of Cain and the first heir of the Blood Temple. Upon learning of Lin Nan's plan, he led his men in an ambush. With a gentle wave of his hand, they sacrificed blood to form a cloaking magic circle. As the circle completed, they vanished from the spot. As the sun rose the next day, Lin Nan arrived early at the Great Wall. Through the soldiers' relentless hunting, Lin Nan had already accumulated nearly 700,000 kill points, and the number was still rising. The sea area where kill points were collected had turned a deep crimson, with tens of thousands of first-level mutants slain in the artillery fire. Despite accumulating hundreds of thousands of kill points, Lin Nan felt unsatisfied. It's still a little low. But I should be able to earn another million by tomorrow morning. Kill point farming and military training should keep pace with the times. Training required weapons. 1 million young men couldn't each have a gun, so Lin Nan spent 300,000 kill points on 300,000 AK rifles. Rifles that once cost 100 points each, after 2 upgrades and discounts, now cost only 1 point. That's right, 1 kill point for 1 rifle. This meant the Magic City had added nearly 300,000 new active troops. Lin Nan gave them a day to practice with their weapons. The unlimited ammunition would greatly help them familiarize themselves with the recoil of the guns. Moreover, Lin Nan didn't need their accuracy, he only needed them to create area of effect attacks. Tanks and heavy weapons like rocket launchers would be the primary focus. Of the remaining 400,000 points, Lin Nan spent 160,000 points to purchase another 4,000 tanks. Each 500 tanks formed a legion, designated the 1st through 8th legions. Of course, Lin Nan didn't upgrade them, they simply had unlimited ammunition. Trusting the system, Lin Nan ignored the mutants in the ocean and focused his defense on air and land defense. Because the mutant birds in the air were more agile and couldn't create area of effect attacks like land attacks, Lin Nan prioritized air defense. For the remaining 240,000 kill points, Lin Nan chose the Patriot missile, which offered the best value, originally costing 1,000 kill points but now costing 10 points. Once locked onto by these missiles, a level 2 mutant would be instantly reduced to shreds. Lin Nan didn't hesitate, purchasing 24,000 Patriot missiles. Almost every tall building had 1 or more Patriot missiles. Looking down at the entire city from the highest tower, the Demon City seemed transformed into a steel fortress, heavily armored with artillery. Watching this magnificent scene, Qin Ming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He actually looked forward to the catastrophe. In fact, it wasn't just him, those who participated in the exodus from the capital felt a sense of shame upon seeing the Demon City's military might, even feeling foolish. If they hadn't caused trouble and interfered with Lin Nan's defenses, the Demon City might have become even stronger. Every time they thought of this, they would curse, "It's all Wang Huan's fault." Report to the commander. A soldier ran to Lin Nan. The soldiers of the Black Horse Volunteer Army have reported victory from the front lines. They say there are no mutants to be seen within a 50-kilometer radius. Even those in the sky high have been shot down. Some mutants instinctively fled at the sight of them, although the mutants were bloodthirsty. Once they were frightened, it would also unleash their deepest fears. After all, seeking profit and avoiding harm is ingrained in their DNA. Okay, continue advancing. Lin Nan nodded and continued giving orders. The Black Horse Volunteer Army was still the same tank corps of 102nd level evolvers. However, there were only 20 of them who could truly be called Black Horse Volunteers, and the captain was a girl named Liu Yai, appointed by Lin Nan himself. The more Lin Nan looked at Liu Yai, the more familiar she looked, but he just couldn't place her. But just then, the soldier came running over again. "Commander, they say if they keep fighting, they'll reach the border with S County." Lin Nan thought for a moment. "If it's easy, help them clear out the mutants around here. Oh, and tell them to come back before sunrise." Lin Nan looked up at the sky. The sun, which had just risen, was gradually disappearing behind thick clouds, and the air was growing increasingly heavy. Lin Nan knew this was a sign of an impending rainstorm. However, He sensed something was amiss. There's still one day left until the real countdown. It should be tomorrow night. Chapter 77. The second overall evolution arrives. System, what's going on? Is the second mass evolution coming early? Host, rest assured, the mass evolution will arrive on time. This is a normal meteorological reaction. Hearing the system's words, Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, but even if the mass evolution is advanced, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just then, another soldier ran over. Commander, we've finished counting the second-level evolution crystals. We've collected 150 in total. Lin Nan nodded and called Chu Mingyao and the others over. Now it was time to upgrade them. How are they? Do you feel like eating them? Several girls were practically drooling. Not only them, but Big Bear, Little Bear, and the little snake were also staring intently at the evolution crystals before them. However, without Lin Nan's order, they didn't dare to grab them. I emphasize again, don't force yourself. Follow your body's urges. I don't want you to die in front of me, the girls nodded emphatically. Although Lin Nan emphasized this every time they used the evolution crystals, they also followed his instructions carefully. Great. I'm going to eat my fill today, Chu Mingyao suddenly declared. Seeing her gluttony, Lin Nan felt somewhat helpless. Chu Mingyao grabbed an evolution crystal and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Before she'd finished absorbing it, she grabbed another. However, the second evolution crystal stopped at the edge of her mouth before it even reached her mouth. Lin Nan asked, puzzled, what's wrong, Yao? Chu Mingyao turned away with a somewhat sorrowful look. Brother Nan. I'm full, huh? Just one, everyone was puzzled. But just then, a spatial fluctuation began to ripple around Chu Mingyao, and circles of ripples could be seen. Chu Mingyao instinctively glanced at her palm, then back at Lin Nan. Brother Nan, advanced, great job, Lin Nan then looked at Xiaos and Su Enran. After consuming 4 and 5 crystals, respectively, they both advanced to the third level. As for Big Bear, Little Bear, and Little Snake, both at the peak of the second level, they all advanced to the third level with just 1 crystal. Lin Nan had over 100 evolution crystals remaining, and he was thinking of giving them to the Black Horse volunteers. But the battle lolly, Awoke, devoured them all. She, too, successfully advanced. But Lin Nan felt a pang of pain watching. Awoke, like Lin Nan, had no aversion to evolution crystals. As long as she had enough, she could advance. The only drawback was that their demand for quantity was too high. It took 100 evolution crystals to advance from level 2 to level 3, and 500 to advance from level 3 to level 4, meaning they had to kill 500 level 3 mutants. Lin Nan rarely encountered level 3 mutants, but with a million-strong army under his command, he wasn't too afraid. After all, with level 2 mutants becoming the mainstream, wouldn't there be a shortage of level 3s? With this, the entire Lin family army had advanced to level 3. There's only one last thing left to do. Build a rain shelter. Although Lin Nan was immune to the zombie virus, he remembered that it was carried by rain. When the battle began, there would be not only artillery fire but also rain. If they were caught in the rain, a million-strong army would quickly become a million zombies. So Lin Nan had to build a rainproof structure on the massive wall. Besides that, every soldier needed a raincoat. So Lin Nan summoned the earth manipulators once again. Furthermore, Lin Nan gathered everyone, young and old, men and women, to the wall to help the skilled builders move bricks and push earth. And Lin Nan wasn't afraid of running out of materials. At worst, he could just tear down one wall to build another. While Magic City might not have much else, it still had plenty of skyscrapers, so naturally, there was plenty of material. Lin Nan ignored their resistance. Anyone who tried to stop them at this point would be treasonous against the entire Magic City. But those who did were still in the minority. Most would tear down their own homes to save their lives. Perhaps it was the unity of the Dragon Nation. Even though nearly 500,000 people fled when the wave of leaving the capital began, that was nothing compared to the tens of millions of people in Magic City. Nearly 10 million people, working overtime in communities and towns, along with the help of evolvers and builders, finally completed this magnificent architectural feat in just 2 days. Soon, the massive wall transformed into a tower with hundreds of stories, providing shelter from the elements and keeping cool in summer and warm in winter. It rivaled the walls in Attack on Titan in every way, and most importantly, while providing defense, the soldiers could also attack from the towers without worrying about being caught in the rain. The elite vampires, ambushed far away in the valley, gazed inquiringly in the direction of the demon city. They saw a massive wall rising from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sense of panic gripped them. Nicholas Newward looked at Jordan Stuka, who was in charge of gathering intelligence on the demon city. "We've been waiting here for 2 days and haven't seen anything. Are you sure this news is true?" If Jordan Stuka had been confident before, now, with the passage of time, he was becoming less certain. However, it still tried to persuade Nicholas to calm down. "The intelligence we received said they would transport the ancestral body within a week. It's only been 2 days, so I think we need to wait." "I hope so," Nicholas said coldly. "You know what failure means." Jordan Stuka knew, of course, that their current operation was based on abandoning the attack on the Magic City. Originally, they intended to take advantage of the siege of mutant creatures to weaken the Magic City from within, but Lin Nan's scheme had changed their plan. Now the situation was awkward. Jordan Stuka seemed to realize they might have fallen for Lin Nan's trick. Lin Nan had first used Wang Huan to tell Li Ziming about their alleged plan, making them believe he was going to ambush the Blood Clan vampires. Then, they had the Blood Clan realize Wang Huan was deceiving them and deliberately ambushed him. It turned out that Lin Nan's real intention was to have the Blood Clan's elite counter-ambush them, thereby tying down their main force. This way, the Magic City would avoid the awkward situation of being attacked from both inside and outside, and could focus on the outside world. However, the key point was that even if Jordan Stuka realized they might have been tricked, they wouldn't dare act rashly. What if Lin Nan's original plan was true? He simply wanted to transport Kane's body to Kyoto. Then, when they returned to harass the Magic City, they would be surprised to see someone leisurely drive Kane to Kyoto in a small car. That would be extremely embarrassing. Furthermore, they couldn't split their elite forces, leaving some here and some back in the Magic City. The intelligence also indicated that the troops Lin Nan had sent were also elite from the Magic City. What if they actually waited for them, were unable to defeat them, and were forced to flee? That would be even more embarrassing. So, even if they knew they had been tricked, they couldn't turn back. This was the brilliance of Lin Nan's plan. "I don't care what level you're on, the key is that you don't know what level I'm on." As Jordan Stuka and the others waited, a drop of rain fell on him. It was almost dusk, and the second collective evolution had quietly arrived. The catastrophe was approaching. Nearly 500,000 soldiers from the Magic City, armed with AKs and clad in raincoats, stood guard on the city walls, intently watching the situation outside. Today, Lin Nan earned another 1,000,000 kill points, exchanging them for hundreds of thousands of weapons. Despite the large number of people inside the city walls, it was remarkably quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing to be heard. Beneath the walls lay nearly 10,000 missile launchers, equipment that had cost Lin Nan over 500,000 kill points. Their purpose was to precisely strike high-level creatures, such as 3rd and even 4th-level mutants. In front of these batteries lay tens of thousands of tanks, with a Black Horse volunteer army interspersed among them, ready to carry out decapitation and support missions when necessary. Everything was ready, awaiting the enemy's attack. Time ticked by, and Lin Nan and his fellow Lin family army soldiers gathered in a rain pavilion, a pavilion Lin Nan had deliberately constructed. Perched atop the 100-story city walls, it felt quite lonely and isolated, if not for the fact that they were evolved. The purpose of its construction was to better observe and direct the battle. Not far from the rain pavilion, connected by a long corridor, was the battle command area. Qin Ming sat there sipping coffee while Qin Ke massaged his father's shoulders. He'd been incredibly busy these past few days, while Lin Nan was solely focused on issuing orders. It was the former commander of the Magic City who was truly busy. Yet, he harbored no resentment, only peace of mind. Lin Nan's orders directly targeted the Magic City's weakest points. Without his meticulous execution, the Magic City wouldn't have seen such a grand display. "Why aren't you fighting yet?" "I'm getting sleepy." Qin Ming took another sip of coffee, hoping to perk up. "Dad, you never used to talk about me." Qin Ke leaned over and whispered in Qin Ming's ear. Qin Ming smiled and looked at Lin Nan, who was also drinking tea in the rain pavilion outside. "It's that brat who's so disrespectful, always calling me I'm the boss in front of me." "Tisk, I'm the commander, you're the deputy commander, who's disrespectful?" Lin Nan had naturally heard Qin Ming's words, and Qin Ming hadn't deliberately lowered his voice. In other words, he was just saying it for Lin Nan to hear. "See, Dad wasn't lying to you," Qin Ming suddenly said with a smile. Lin Nan was puzzled. How come you, old man, are calmer than me? How come you're the opposite? Previously, Lin Nan had always been calm, while Qin Ming, anxious about this and that. But today, the situation was reversed. Now was the time to test the results of the past few days. Lin Nan frowned. Worried about something going wrong, but Qin Ming was not worried at all, even almost falling asleep. Qin Ming laughed again. You don't understand this, do you? Although you have some intelligence and strength, you haven't experienced much real war. Compared to us veterans, you're naturally nervous. Chapter 78 God is coming. Stop it. The Dragon Nation has prospered for hundreds of years. How old are you? Have you ever fought a single battle? Qin Ming wasn't embarrassed by his revelation. Setting aside his previous remarks, he truly had a certain amount of confidence. His previous confidence wasn't enough to handle the catastrophe, which was why he worried and offered the position of commander to Lin Nan, hoping he could lead the soldiers to protect the demon city. But now, his confidence, combined with the fortifications built by Lin Nan, had significantly improved the strength of the entire demon city, making it more than capable of handling any disaster he could imagine. But Lin Nan didn't know all this, which was why he was nervous. Do you think Kyoto will fall to these zombies? Lin Nan suddenly asked. After all, Qin Ming knew more about the strength of the various cities than he did. Don't worry about that, Qin Ming said with absolute certainty. Whoever dies, Kyoto won't. At least not in this catastrophe. What makes you so sure? Lin Nan asked. Qin Ming smiled. Because Kyoto has moved to the Gobi Desert in the northwest. What? Lin Nan was a little shocked. Good boy, they're smart. The northwest has fewer people and fewer mutant creatures. As long as we take measures to prevent zombies from turning into zombies, there's nothing to worry about. Plus, it's vast, so there's no need to worry about zombies attacking, and we can also set up good defensive fortifications. But, supplies are hard to come by, after all, it's the northwest, where you can't grow crops or raise animals. Actually, supplies are easy to get, Qin Ming said calmly. Our country has long been aware of this problem, so we've long stockpiled enough food in the northwest to feed the entire population for a whole year. And with this catastrophe, the population has dropped sharply, so it's enough to feed the people of Kyoto for decades, even hundreds of years. So much, everyone was stunned. Clearly, they underestimated the Dragon Kingdom's ability to prepare for a rainy day. Then how long will our Magic City's food reserves last? Lin Nan suddenly asked. About 2 months, Qin Ming replied. Not bad, 2 months wasn't a short time for Lin Nan. After all, it was uncertain whether they could survive until then. If they continued to evolve en masse every 10 days, they would have to undergo 6 more evolutions in those 2 months. This meant they would eventually have to contend with a level 8 mutant. How could they possibly handle that? Forget it, forget it. Right now, the most important thing is to focus on dealing with these mutants. Lin Nan pulled out his night vision goggles again and peered into the darkness. Still nothing. Lin Nan didn't sense anything amiss. After all the mutants and animals with the potential to become mutants within a 50-kilometer radius had been destroyed by the artillery shells. This meant they had a 50-kilometer strategic buffer zone between them and the mutants. During this time, unless a level 2 mutant could sense the demon city 50 kilometers away, the demon city would be as safe as a secluded world. Lin Nan was boredly observing the situation through his telescope when raindrops pattered against the rain pavilion. However, along with the sound of the rain, a series of very weak, complex sounds grew louder and louder, gradually overshadowing the rain. Everyone could hear the creatures of the Eastern Ocean reveling in a frenzy. A shrill sound, like the calls of whales, was even more shrill and terrifying than their own. Don't worry, the marine creatures won't come onto land for now, Lin Nan reassured the girls. You're quite active. Lin Nan looked back at the sea. The blood-red surface, already battered by the artillery fire, had become an even deeper crimson. Countless giant fish leaped from the surface, like ghosts in the sea, occasionally emitting eerie noises. Suddenly, Lin Nan narrowed his eyes, a sinister and cunning smile playing on his lips. He hurried to the command room and connected the missile core. Soon, tens of thousands of missiles were redirected. We've got nothing to do anyway, so aim at the sea surface and bombard it, a leader on the other side suddenly asked. Commander, how do you want to bomb? Whatever you want, Lin Nan said, then hung up. The officer in charge on the other side was a bit bewildered, but he still followed Lin Nan's orders, relaying them word for word. Though the men on the tower were raptly watching the movements in the distance, such prolonged concentration inevitably tires them. Just as they were slacking off, tens of thousands of missiles were launched, skimming over the magic city and blasting directly into the sea. Are there monsters coming? Someone awoke, startled. The overwhelming noise and the explosions from the tens of thousands of missiles lit up the sky like daylight. And just as it darkened, it brightened again. Lin Nan adjusted the intervals between missile launches, and the sky remained continuously illuminated, as if it were daytime. Don't worry, it's the missile corps bombarding the sea. The commander also said anyone feeling tired can rest where they are. Despite this, however, few took any rest. Primarily due to the excessive noise. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 100 kill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 100 kill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 1000 kill points. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Nan had already preliminarily determined that almost all the mutants in the sea had evolved to the second stage, with even third stage mutants appearing. But that didn't matter. No creature could survive the devastation of 10,000 missiles, so essentially, those 10,000 missiles instantly wiped out all the mutants in that area. With this wave, Lin Nan had earned 1 million kill points. However, Lin Nan was stunned. It wasn't that he had never seen so many kill points before, but that it came so easily. From missile launch to missile explosion, it took only half a minute. In that short time, Lin Nan had eliminated nearly 10,000 mutants. Since killing a second-stage mutant awarded 100 kill points, Lin Nan's 1 million points came with relative ease. Most importantly, the main reason Lin Nan wanted to bombard them wasn't for the kill points, but because he found them noisy. Damn. If this goes on, I'll have to rule the earth. At this moment, no one understood why Lin Nan looked so confused. The explosions continued, and Lin Nan's kill points were still rising, but it was much slower than before, mainly because all the mutant creatures in that sea area had been evaporated. But the sea is so big that it is impossible to kill them all, and Lin Nan doesn't have any saintly heart to protect animals and prevent them from extinction. On the contrary, if he kills more now, he will have to face fewer mutant marine creatures that can come to land in the future. After bombing for almost an hour, Lin Nan's kill points have reached a terrifying 10 million points. The sea is really an inexhaustible treasure trove. Lin Nan remembered that 10 million points was enough to build nuclear weapons. Just as he was incredibly excited, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Congratulations, host, for achieving your initial goal of earning 10 million. A reminder to the host, once your kill points exceed 100 million, the system will automatically activate the Supernatural Arsenal. Supernatural Arsenal. Lin Nan was stunned. The name sounds impressive, but before he could ask the system for more information about the Supernatural Arsenal, the commander's personal phone suddenly rang. S County, bordering Sujiang Province, had sent a distress call to the Magic City. Lin Nan's reply was, "May you be on your own, I can't help. Taking the initiative now would only lead to self-destruction." After all, he was responsible for nearly 10 million people in the Magic City. However, just as Lin Nan had uttered these words, an idea suddenly struck him. It was a rather despicable idea. He suddenly remembered that he could redeem a decoy device capable of attracting mutants within a kilometer. Since they were desperate for a fight, why not lure some of the mutants from S County over here and give them a practice run? The method was actually quite simple. Simply repeatedly throw out 2 decoys, simultaneously retrieving the previous one, to lure these mutants in. Just act on the idea. S County could only contain a few mutants. It was a perfect training ground for these new recruits. Well, I'll be back soon. Lin Nan glanced at Qin Ming. Wait a minute, I might bring some mutant zombies with me. Get ready. This time, before Chu Mingyao could even begin to speak, Lin Nan vanished. Leaving us here again, Chu Mingyao pouted, stamping her feet in anger. Are we really doomed? In S County, an old man gazed despairingly at the nearby scene. In the pitch-black night, a crowd surged. They madly rushed towards a massive fortress. The stone fortifications in front of it were as fragile as paper against the second-level zombies. Behind the old man, within the fortress, lay the 100,000 civilians of S County. The soldiers defending S County have all been turned into zombie rations. If the fortress's final line of defense were breached, the consequences for S County's 100,000 civilians would be unimaginable. God, save us, the old man lamented. He was the longtime head of S County, the previous leader dead, and now he'd been forced to take over again. Looking at the infants, the anxious and fearful eyes of their parents, he felt a pang of pain. Mr. Song, the commander of the Demon City wants to know our location? He's already at the square. A messenger quickly approached Mr. Song. The old man was stunned for a second, then reacted. Quick, let's turn on the lights, all of them, but won't turning on the lights attract the zombies? The messenger demanded. We have no choice. Turn on the lights quickly and tell them where the lights are. That's where we are. The civilians of S County, seeing Mr. Song's excited expression, hurriedly demanded to know what had happened. The old man turned his head away, trembling, and said, It's God has arrived. Chapter 79 Inexplicably guarded. The lights turned on, and everyone saw a figure standing proudly on the square's streetlight. The dim light couldn't illuminate his face, only the mace in his hand, a chilling, intimidating aura. Where's the reinforcements? He can't be the only one. Has the Demon City also fallen? Old Song, is this the God you spoke of? Old Song didn't know how to respond. The hope that had just ignited in everyone's hearts was instantly extinguished. Baby, I'm sorry I brought you into this world. The thought of you being eaten by that monster breaks my heart. Hey, why are you strangling me? Some people saw the woman holding the child trying to strangle her child and rushed to stop her. The woman, who was stopped, burst into tears. I don't want to, but I can't let my child be eaten by a monster. It would be so painful. The woman's words touched everyone's nerves. Seeing her mother cry, the child couldn't help but burst into tears. But at that moment, a bright red light suddenly penetrated a window, illuminating everyone's eyes. Look, a man exclaimed excitedly, leaning against the windowsill. The monsters are running? Really? The crowd, somewhat incredulous, crowded around the windows to peer outside. Sure enough, just as the man had predicted, the zombies chased the red light, and soon the mutants in front of the fortress had all vanished. Everyone was stunned, then burst into tears of joy. Baby, look! God has truly come to save us. Meanwhile, the God they were talking about was taking 10 steps, resting, waiting for the mutants behind them. The level disparity made it easy for Lin Nan to outpace them. Before, I was thinking of throwing and catching them to draw them away, but now it seems there's no need. It's hilarious. They can't even catch me. In order to draw as many mutants as possible from S County, Lin Nan frantically used his speed skills, traversing the entire small town. This tour took nearly 40 minutes. The soldiers of the Magic City were growing tired from waiting. Concentrating for so long was exhausting. But just then, the command center issued a battle order. Through the footage from the reconnaissance drone, they saw a man in a raincoat, holding a device that emitted red light, running towards the Demon City. Behind him, nearly 100,000 mutants. Who is that man? Isn't he afraid? A soldier's voice suddenly rang out. In the silent city walls, the voice was remarkably clear. However, the man also expressed everyone's concerns. Being chased by nearly 100,000 mutants, if he stumbled, death would be the end. After all, they were so close. No, just then, another voice rang out, having noticed something unusual. Look at that man, he's speeding up, then slowing down. It looks to me like he's waiting for the zombies behind him. He's afraid they'll get left behind. Everyone was stunned by the man's words. They watched for a moment, and it was indeed as he had predicted. As they speculated about the man's identity, an order came from the command center. Soldiers, wait until the commander lures the monsters into the combat buffer zone, then you open fire on my command. I repeat. Wait until the commander lures the monsters into the combat buffer zone, then you open fire on my command? The soldiers were stunned by the order. That is the commander. Holy crap. I've heard the commander's awesome, but I didn't expect him to be this awesome. So many monsters. And yet he can't even catch up to them. Look, the soldiers cast their gazes back on the screen. Among the mutant creatures were many mutated insects, capable of spitting venom. They unleashed their venom in unison, forming a vast web that covered a large area, engulfing Lin Nan as well. It's over, the soldiers shuddered. If the venom landed on Lin Nan, he would surely be injured, and even slowed down. If his speed dropped, wouldn't that be the end of him? However, in reality, they saw that Lin Nan, using his teleportation ability, had simply blasted the mutant insects away. Not only that, Lin Nan teleported behind the mutant insects and, with a single blow, crushed several of them to death. The mutants reacted and attempted to gang up on Lin Nan, but with another teleport, he was ahead of them again. Everyone was stunned. How could they possibly do that? So the commander isn't even afraid of being surrounded by them. Hilarious. They can't possibly catch him. Today, Lin Nan had put on a show of strength in front of these millions of soldiers, earning them deep respect as the commander. Attention, all combat units. The commander is about to enter the combat buffer zone. Prepare for battle, Qin Ming's voice rang out again. Just then, they saw Lin Nan vanish in a flash, followed by a Black Hawk fighter jet soaring through the sky, instantly scattering the mutants. Then, the command to fight came from the command center. Open fire. With that, tens of thousands of missile batteries unleashed their missiles, targeting the hundreds of thousands of mutant monsters 50 kilometers away. After a brief period of darkness, the sky suddenly brightened, flames shot up, and explosions resounded through the heavens. The second-level mutants were instantly vaporized upon contact with the missiles. Oh my god, the people of the Magic City witnessed this scene. Beyond shock, they couldn't find the words to describe their feelings. Due to range limitations, the tanks and the millions of soldiers in the towers had no chance to attack. They could only watch as the second wave of missiles launched and exploded. In reality, the first wave had destroyed nearly 60% of the hundreds of thousands of mutants, while the second wave had only destroyed 30%. The few thousand remaining were scattered and difficult to concentrate on. Against heavy weaponry, the more concentrated the force, the more likely it was to be annihilated. Conversely, a dispersed position made it easier for the enemy to choose other weapons due to the cost of attack. However, the cost of attack was non-existent for the soldiers of the Magic City. After all, they had unlimited ammunition. Even if 10,000 missiles were concentrated on a single zombie, Lin Nan wouldn't feel any pain. So, the only cost of launching missiles might be the soreness of the soldiers' hands from pressing the launch button. "You're back." Qin Ming saw the drenched Lin Nan, waited for him to remove his raincoat, and offered him a cappuccino. "Are these monsters lured from S County?" Qin Ming asked, looking at the zombies still frantically attacking the Magic City. "Yes, any questions?" Lin Nan took a sip of coffee, glanced at Chu Mingao, who stood beside him, still furious, and gave a helpless smile. "No problem, I just feel like I'm not getting enough," Qin Ming said with a hint of pride. "Look, it's not even 10 minutes yet, and we're almost done." Hearing this, Lin Nan glanced at the screen. Amidst the raging fire, it was clear that some mutants were still standing. However, as he watched, Lin Nan suddenly noticed something amiss. Amidst the 2 rounds of artillery fire, a creature was still standing. Lin Nan suddenly realized it might be a level 3 mutant. But then he thought, if it were a level 3 creature, it would have been discovered when it was being pursued. After all, level 2 and level 3 have different speeds. This meant that this level 3 creature might have been upgraded later. A temporary evolution. In fact, Lin Nan was more concerned about the level 3's apparent ability to withstand thermal weapons. Just like the one he'd seen, it had surprisingly managed to stand steady even after 2 rounds of artillery fire. Meanwhile, Lin Nan had spent 2 million to upgrade all his weapons ammunition. He switched to armor-piercing rounds with even greater damage and penetration. Sure enough, with the new ammunition, the so-called third-tier mutant was finally destroyed. Thus, the mutants that had nearly destroyed S County were completely annihilated by the Magic City's missiles within 10 minutes. The speed was so fast that someone in the tower went to the restroom, only to be surprised to find the battle over when they returned, having been engaged just moments earlier. Qin Ming gave the order to shut down his weapons. He looked at Lin Nan calmly and said, "Looks like we've secured the Magic City, right? Thanks to the 50-kilometer buffer zone, the other creatures can't detect us. After all, no creature would venture 50 kilometers to the Magic City for no reason." This reminded Lin Nan of the need to expand the strategic buffer zone. Daybreak dawned, the rain gradually subsided, and the Magic City had somehow been held. The reason was that there were no creatures attacking, so the commander had to lure them into fight. Therefore, Demon City became the safest city in the entire Dragon Kingdom, perhaps even the entire world. Compared to here, other regions had long since become a living hell. The number of level 2 mutants had surpassed the current limits of human resistance. Aside from a few key military locations, where heavy weaponry had been deployed to form battle fortresses, the rest of the world had virtually no resistance. Overnight, the world landscape shifted. Nations collapsed, and separatist factions arose. In many places, People seized control of their territory, and human civilization suffered an unprecedented blow. Lin Nan, with his abilities, had become humanity's last hope. Qin Ming's face was incredibly heavy, and it wasn't just him, everyone in the command center looked grim. Just now, a message arrived from Kyoto headquarters. Only 2 regions have survived intact, Kyoto, which has relocated to the northwest, and our Demon City. The rest are few armed separatist factions. These so-called armed separatists are those who declare themselves kings. And it wasn't just Dragon Kingdom, almost everywhere else had become like this. What should we do? Qin Ming asked, looking at Lin Nan. How about we declare ourselves kings? Qin K suddenly said this out of the blue. Qin Ming glared at her, and the little girl immediately shut up. Actually, the most important issue is survival. Feeding and clothing the 10 million people in this magic city is a huge problem, Lin Nan said calmly. However, at this moment, the command center's phone rang, and a trembling voice said, "Report. Report to the commander. A swarm of rats has been spotted 50 miles to the north." Chapter 80 Rat Tide. This was a reconnaissance team assigned by Lin Nan. Their mission was to observe the situation beyond the 50-mile buffer zone. Now that day had dawned and the second full-scale evolution had fully completed, everyone thought the crisis was over, but they discovered it wasn't quite that simple. Rat swarm? Quick, bring the video over, Lin Nan responded quickly. A swarm of rats was unlike other mutants. Not only were they massive and fast, but they were also highly dispersed. Once they passed the strategic buffer zone and entered the basement of the city walls, heavy weapons would be largely useless due to the crowds, forcing them to resort to close combat. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dam collapses because of an anthole. If not handled properly, the magic city could truly be destroyed by these rats. Lin Nan stared at the screen. With a beep, the reconnaissance team's video feed came over. What's going on? Why is the video so black? Qin Ming asked instinctively. Those black things are rats, Lin Nan said calmly. As the view widened, they saw that the situation was indeed as Lin Nan had described. The mere sight of the tidal wave of rats left everyone speechless with shock. In fact, it wasn't just them, everyone saw the mutant rats at that moment. The scene from the movie had manifested in reality. System, can you tell what level those mutant rats are? Lin Nan, who could only obtain a few pieces of information at this moment, turned to the system first. Reporting to the host, this is a swarm of 1 million first-order mutant rats, the products of their second overall evolution, with an average level of 1, the products of their second overall evolution. Fortunately, they're all first order. Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Even though there were 1 million of them, they were still all first-order mutants. He had more than enough ammunition to deal with them. Now, follow my orders. Target the rat swarm, fire. As soon as Lin Nan finished speaking, the missile unit's turrets simultaneously rotated, unleashing 10,000 missiles. 2 minutes later, countless shells exploded among the rat swarm. Like a ripple, the aftermath of the explosion instantly killed nearly 300,000 mutant rats, but at the same time, they also scattered. Lin Nan wasn't worried about the ammunition, he was worried about the mutant rats' speed. He was worried that they would reach the magic city before he could completely eliminate them all. Seeing them increasingly scattered, Lin Nan immediately changed his strategy. All tanks, deploy. Your mission is to indiscriminately destroy the mutant rats. Missile units, continue with your current instructions. Once the tank units are ready, you will conduct precision strikes, targeting the most scattered mutant rats. Even after giving these instructions, Lin Nan, still uneasy, walked to the top of the tower and waved his hand. A massive swarm of mechanical spiders instantly appeared below. They filled the entire area below, even forming several layers. There were a full 100,000 of them. Each one was worth 10 kill points, costing Lin Nan a total of 1 million kill points. Since these mutant spiders were reconnaissance units and had no offensive capabilities, Lin Nan spent 100 points each, for a total of 10 million points, to upgrade them all into combat-capable units. Their power was one level higher. To prevent accidental damage from artillery shells, Lin Nan placed them on standby for the time being. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken to lose 10 million kill points, but it was worth the expense. After all, tens of millions of lives were at his disposal. If they were infected by the mutant rats virus, they would be impossible to control. Lin Nan and his men would then be forced to flee for their lives. But Lin Nan was truly reluctant to leave. After all, he had built this fortress like Demon City, and he couldn't bear to leave. His gaze darted back and forth across several screens until he saw the tank corps approaching the mutant rat swarm, ready to effectively strike. At that moment, Lin Nan quickly issued the order to fire. The missile corps also changed its target to target the scattered rats with precision strikes. Sensing the time was right, Lin Nan deployed the mechanical spiders to the front lines, surrounding and blocking all the mutant rats' paths. Qin Ming, Qin Kai, and Chu Mingyao looked at the man before them with heartfelt admiration. For now, Lin Nan had become a true commander, one that even the veteran commander, Qin Ming, felt a little ashamed of himself. As the commander-in-chief, he needed a clear understanding of the battlefield situation and the rational allocation of all available resources. Take, for example, the mechanical spiders. Lin Nan suddenly remembered that, in terms of physical reflexes and overall combat capabilities, the mechanical spiders were perfectly suited to dealing with the mutant rats. They're about to enter the buffer zone. But their numbers are dwindling. After the combined force of tanks and missiles, the mutant rats had dwindled to over 100,000. But these rats were becoming increasingly scattered. They were about to enter the buffer zone and encounter the tanks. If the mutant rats reached the tanks would be unable to fight back. Even more serious, the tanks would be reduced to a pile of metal filings under the mutant rats' teeth. Not to mention the soldiers inside. Seeing this, Lin Nan issued another order, commanding the tanks to retreat 20 kilometers. But the mutant rats were not slow. Aside from the modified Dark Horse Yukon tank corps, which could outrun them, the other thousands of tanks couldn't gain a speed advantage. In other words, the tanks couldn't keep pace with the mutant rats. System, upgrade the speed of these tanks. Lin Nan had no choice but to spend another 1,000,000 points. Now he only had about 10 million points left. Sigh. So sad, only so little left. Fortunately, the upgraded tanks flew past the approaching swarm of mutant rats. As the distance widened, the mutant rats had completely entered the strategic buffer zone. They were less than 50 kilometers from the Magic City's city walls. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to hold it. Qin Ming glanced at the scene on the screen, thinking of the mechanical spider troops Lin Nan had later deployed. These combat units combined could easily deal with the remaining swarm of rats. However, as he finished speaking, another call came from the frontline reconnaissance unit. Report. Commander, there are a lot of mutant birds flying towards the Magic City in the distance. What? Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then the video call came back. Lin Nan looked up at the sky and saw a black mass of mutant birds rushing towards them. They would occasionally descend, snatching dozens of mutant rats in their mouths. Lin Nan suddenly realized that the mutant birds might have been attracted here by the rats. There was no choice but to prepare the air defense forces. Compared to the mutant rats below, the winged birds were clearly faster. Furthermore, as they were second-level mutants, they quickly entered the strategic buffer zone. The birds' eyesight was incredibly sharp. They spotted the Demon City 50 miles away and screamed with excitement, as if they had spotted prey. However, they didn't realize the danger was quietly approaching. The moment they entered the buffer zone, tens of thousands of Patriot missiles within the Demon City launched simultaneously. Each of these anti-aircraft units could fire over a dozen rounds. In a split second, hundreds of thousands of missiles were hurled at them. These birds, feeling the immense power of evolution, paid no heed to the incoming barrage of missiles. But the moment the shells made contact, they suddenly realized something was amiss. However, it was too late. Bang, 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 hundreds of thousands of missiles exploded one after another. Thick clouds of smoke rose. With just this one round of missile fire, the dark sky suddenly cleared. The shrill cries of the mutant birds turned into waves of wailing. They fled in all directions, trying to get away from this place. Since we're here, let's play a little longer. Lin Nan ordered the anti-aircraft forces to continue their attack. Soon, Lin Nan had accumulated nearly 1,000,000 kill points. Meanwhile, the mutant rats below were approaching the tanks again, but there were now fewer than 50,000 of them left. Lin Nan gave the order, forcing the tanks to retreat and the missile forces to halt their attack, leaving the battle to the mechanical spiders behind. The mechanical spiders were on full alert, unable to wait any longer. Following Lin Nan's command, they surrounded them. As they approached the mutant rats, the mechanical spiders quickly released their webs, capable of restraining even level 2 mutants. The mechanical spiders were comparable in size to the mutant rats, but after upgrades, their combat methods were more diverse. For example, they could unleash lasers with incredible destructive power and small armor-piercing rounds with extremely strong penetrating power. The mutant rats were instantly subdued by the mechanical spiders, followed by a multi-pronged attack of missiles and lasers. Combined with their overwhelming numbers, the mutant rats' offensive was completely halted. Unable to fight, unable to escape, the mutant rats found themselves in a precarious position. Although their numbers were slowly decreasing, the mechanical spiders' siege barely spared any. "Hold on," Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. However, he remained vigilant. The missile unit continued its precise strikes against any mutant rats that might have been missed. Finally, after nearly 3 hours of fighting, the mechanical spiders perfectly completed their mission. Nearly 50,000 mutant rats had been annihilated. The southward surge of mutant rats subsided, and cheers erupted from the city walls. "I didn't expect you to have a talent for commanding battles." Kinming looked at Lin Nan and praised him generously. "Have you studied military law before?" Lin Nan smiled. "No, I used to play Red Alert frequently, so I've studied it a bit." As a commander, Kinming had some experience with strategy games, including Red Alert. But war is far more complex and brutal than Red Alert. Applying elements from Red Alert to real-world combat was Lin Nan's true talent. "You guys go and rest first. I'll keep watch here," Lin Nan said calmly. "Let the soldiers take their turns to rest. Just make sure the combat units are functioning normally." Chapter 81 Blood Clan Elite, Dead. 7 days had passed since the second general evolution. During this time, the Demon City had witnessed 2 more insignificant battles. Though weak, they had made the mutant creatures outside the Demon City realize that there was a place they absolutely could not approach, not even close. The 50-mile buffer zone surrounding the Demon City had become a barrier. Even the passing second-level mutant birds had learned to avoid it. Broken River Beach. The elite vampires had been lying in ambush here for 7 full days. Now, at dawn on the 8th day, they realized they had truly been tricked by Lin Nan. "Damn human," Nicholas's mouth twitched in anger, his massive black wings trembling. The vampires lowered their heads, afraid to speak, fearing Nicholas's wrath would be directed at them. Especially Jordan Stuka. As the direct organizer of this operation, he bore an unshirkable responsibility. "My lord," it considered, believing it was necessary to admit its fault. It knelt on one knee, its head bowed. Nicholas saw his expression and unceremoniously kicked him far away. "Get lost. I'm not in the mood to punish you. We'll discuss this once we get back to the Blood Palace." With that, gigantic wings suddenly spread out from behind him, stretching several meters wide. But Jordan Stuka stopped him. "But the fortress in the Demon City has already been built. Can we go back? They have a lot of heavy weaponry." "Jordan Stuka, when did your temper become so weak? Has it been from interacting with humans for so long that you've been infected by them? I guess I need to send someone else to the Demon City. You should return to the Blood Palace and take charge of your personal guards." With that, Nicholas instantly took flight. As a 4th-level mutant, he was not afraid of human artillery. The most important reason was that he was leaving, not confronting the Demon City guards. So, he believed that if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Seeing their master take flight, the remaining vampires flapped their wings and followed, leaving Jordan Stuka alone. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. "It's because I've spent so much time with humans that I understand the terrifying power of their weapons. Why are you so proud? Wasn't it out of fear of the humans that our ancestors retreated into seclusion?" With a sigh, the viciousness in Jordan Stuka's eyes gradually faded, returning to his former calm. Meanwhile, Lin Nan was directing his Earth-type operators to reinforce the city walls. Due to the tight deadline for the second all-out attack, the city walls of the Demon City hadn't been reinforced to his satisfaction. Many areas weren't fully resilient against the level II mutants. Report: a young man, about 17 or 18, wearing a baggy, ill-fitting military uniform, ran up to Lin Nan. His expression was a little flustered, suggesting something was amiss. "Don't worry, take your time," Lin Nan said with a faint smile. This man was the reconnaissance team's contact person in the Demon City, responsible for relaying intelligence. Although his expression control wasn't perfect, as a level II evolver, he was incredibly fast and always found Lin Nan in a timely manner. Once, Lin Nan was playing with Xios when he suddenly burst in, nearly frightening her off the bed. But that was also when Lin Nan got to know the informant named Chen Xiong. Okay, Commander, it's them. The Blood Clan are here, Blood Clan. Lin Nan smiled faintly. Good boy, I finally got to see you. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished instantly. After several special shifts, Lin Nan soon arrived at the command center, where Qin Ming and Qin Kai were already waiting. Watching the screen show the Blood Clan elite approaching the Magic City, Lin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. His gesture startled Qin Kai, who was standing behind him. She had seen this expression on Lin Nan's face before. Whenever it did, she knew he was about to go on a killing spree, but also, every time, a sudden thrill would ripple through her heart. It was as if Lin Nan had plucked a string from her heart, primarily because he was so charming at that moment. And she wasn't the only one who felt that way. In the Magic City social group, Lin Nan had gained a significant following with this expression. There was even a saying circulating, if you want to have a son, you want to be like Sun's Hong Mao, if you want to marry, you want to marry Commander Lin. This not only failed to rouse jealousy among male compatriots, but many boys even hated themselves for not being women. In short, just the sight of a mischievous boy like Lin Nan made them feel safe. Are you stunned? Just then, Qin Ming nudged his daughter, who was still infatuated with him. Commander Lin has left. Upon hearing her father's words, Qin Kai turned sharply and saw Lin Nan walking towards the outside of the command center, which was also the top of the massive city wall. Unashamed that her father had seen through her thoughts, Qin Kai snorted and followed him out. Seeing his daughter like this, Qin Ming sighed. Alice. Girls can't stay at home when they grow up. Why am I not a woman? Haha. Now, missile troops, tank troops, and air defense troops, listen to my orders. Target the vampire army 60 kilometers away and fire. As Lin Nan finished speaking, the various combat units swung their guns in unison. The sound of mechanical twisting evoked a unique and pleasing sensation. But then came the roar of artillery fire. Hundreds of thousands of missiles erupted instantly, like a massive meteor shower, instantly illuminating the dim sky. Lin Nan, Qin Kai, and Qin Ming pulled out sunglasses from their backs and marveled at the dazzling display of artillery fire. Seeing that the tank shells were fired at a height comparable to that of missiles, Lin Nan smiled and said, I never thought that a tank with enhanced range could fire a shell that could rival a missile. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, the elite vampires were stunned by the sudden appearance of countless black dots before their eyes. They wondered if these humans had reverted to the age of cold weapons, resorting to bows and arrows for defense. However, in a split second, they realized these weren't bows and arrows, but rather flaming arrows. Run. Those aren't arrows, they're cannonballs. Jordan Stuka was the first to realize what was happening. He immediately tried to grab Nicholas and run away, but Nicholas rudely shook his hand off. Let me go. Those are just rockets. How could they possibly hurt us? Have you forgotten we're noble vampires? That's right, Jordan Stuka. Show some courage as a vampire, haha. That's right. Don't let us look down on you. Jordan Stuka was stunned. He wasn't stunned by Lin Nan's cannonballs, but by the fact that these self-proclaimed noble vampire compatriots were on the verge of death and had no idea they were doing it. Yet they still had time to laugh at him. He couldn't take it anymore. If you don't leave, I'll leave. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that the fire a few days ago wasn't a sign of the Great Purge at all, but, he raised his head and looked at the black spot that was gradually growing larger in the sky. It's these firearms created by humans that you can't even imagine. With that, Jordan Stuka quickly fled. HMPH. Coward, Nicholas said disdainfully, then he cast his gaze upwards again. How could humans possibly create such powerful weapons? And even if they did, there couldn't possibly be so many, right? His voice gradually lost its strength. Because at that moment, they saw the true form of those black spots. Illuminated by the firelight, those metal shells, reflecting the flames, were like bloodthirsty sharks, ready to devour them completely. Can't escape. The confidence and pride of the elite vampires crumbled in an instant. My lord, we will use the blood sacrifice formation to sacrifice our lives to get you out of here, suddenly one of the elites shouted. Nicholas, realizing what was happening, quickly gathered all the elite vampires together. Yes, sacrifice your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 100 vampires fell to the ground and gathered together. They bit their wrists and, with their dark red blood, drew a pentagram-shaped formation on the muddy ground. Nicholas stood in the center of the formation. He stared anxiously at the sky, the shells drawing ever closer. Nicholas believed that if he couldn't escape within 10 seconds, he would be blasted to pieces. It's over. One of us is missing from the formation. Suddenly, another vampire's voice rang out. They remembered that the teleportation array required the sacrifice of 101 vampires, and Jordan Stuka was missing. Their eyes were filled with despair. No, Nicholas wailed in agony. His heart was filled with despair as well. I'm the master of the Blood Temple. How can I die here in such a senseless way? You worthless bastards couldn't even protect me. It's all Jordan's fault, that guy Jordan. I curse him, filled with remorse. Nicholas's body was engulfed in the artillery fire. The wails of the elite vampires, oh, no wails. They were instantly reduced to ash. This wasn't an area attack, but a concentrated bombardment aimed at them. Over the past few days, Lin Nan has used the over 30 million kill points he's earned from killing mutants in the sea to upgrade all of his units' ammunition to tracking rounds, including the soldiers' AK rifles. These rounds are not only 100% headlock, but also have a penetrating effect. So even though these elite vampires are generally level 4, with some even level 5, once they are hit by these hundreds of thousands of upgraded rounds, they have no chance of escape. Despite this, Lin Nan still unleashed a second, and even a third, round, fearing they wouldn't be killed. When the bombardment subsided, a massive gully appeared in the ground. Deep within this gully, a faint red light flickered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Battle Mecha. Nicholas wasn't dead. He was shrunken into a bloody ball of flesh, and it was this blood that formed a membrane that completely enveloped him. After a long time, the membrane suddenly moved, and then a small hand pierced through it. He struggled to get out, and at this moment, a small knife with a faint glow stabbed at him. With a swish, the membrane was completely cut, and then a small child bit his little hand and looked at the man in front of him with a craniotomy stick in one hand and a knife in the other. Dad, hug me. He reached out, wanting Lin Nan to hug him. Damn it, don't claim a random dad. I'm not married yet. And although I don't know who your dad is, I know your ancestor is lying in our research institute. Lin Nan curled his lips in confusion. At this moment, Baron Kassan, who was controlled by him, came over. He knelt on one knee and said quietly, Master, this is my former master, Nicholas Newward, the heir of the Blood Palace. He has the blood of his ancestor Cain in his body, and it is because of the protection of this blood that he was able to survive. However, because this layer of blood drained the original essence of his ancestors, he lost all his abilities and returned to his original state. From now on, he is an ordinary vampire. Become an ordinary vampire. Boy, I didn't expect it to be fun like this. Lin Nan smiled slightly. He saw that this little guy actually had two small, furry wings on his back, which was quite cute. Sure enough, all babies are so cute, except birds. Wow, so cute. Is this your son? At this moment, Kin K also followed. When he saw Lin Nan holding the child, he couldn't help but reach out and wanted to hug him too. Tisk, this is not my son, you can hold him if you want. As he said that, Lin Nan was about to hand the young Nicholas to Kin K, but at this moment, little Nicholas was not happy. He struggled not to leave Lin Nan's arms. Daddy, daddy. Woo woo woo. Oh, crying, damn it, Lin Nan was stunned and a little at a loss. He subconsciously hugged little Nicholas in his arms and even wrapped him in his coat for a fear that he would catch a cold. Humph. Stingy guy, if you don't want to hold me, then don't hold me. I don't care about holding you. Kin K was a little angry and turned her head away. Seeing Kin K's anger, little Nicholas quickly reached out his arms, yelling, Mommy, hold me, Mommy, hold me. Now it was Kin K and Lin Nan's turn to be stunned. Bad boy, what are you yelling for? Kin K's face flushed slightly, and he shyly left the spot, running to clean up the mess somewhere else. Looking at Kin K's graceful figure, Lin Nan suddenly let out a wicked smirk. Good boy, if you continue to play like this, I'll adopt you as my adopted son. Lin Nan had found a child. Word spread quickly throughout the Magic City. Not only was the child bright and clever, he'd call daddy the moment he opened his mouth, and even called beautiful women mommy. This is your eldest mommy, this is your second mommy, but I'm different, I'm mommy. Chu Mingyao smiled as she held little Nicholas, recognizing him as a relative in front of Xios and Suenran. From now on, you only have the three of us as your mommy. You can't call any other woman mommy, understand? Little Nicholas's brows knitted together, looking deeply aggrieved. But he nodded, looking incredibly adorable. Mommy, some milk. He reached out to lift Chu Mingayo's shirt, startling the little girl. Lin Nan, who was drinking water nearby, nearly choked when he heard him. He grabbed little Nicholas and scooped him up. What the hell? I haven't even had any. His voice was a bit loud, and the three girls blushed. Lin Nan suddenly realized he'd accidentally said what he was thinking. No, he'd said the wrong thing. His face flushed too. Fortunately, Lin Nan's grandmother came in and intervened. Oh, what a cute little boy. I just heard he wanted some milk. Are you hungry? Seeing his grandmother's unusually cheerful appearance, Lin Nan was delighted. He nodded and said quickly, I'll leave it to you, Grandma. I'm going to run off now. If he needs milk, the quartermaster's office has powdered milk. With that, Lin Nan tossed little Nicholas to the elderly woman, both bowing their heads as they passed the three girls. As soon as he left his office, Chen Shang chased after him. Commander, words in from the Military Equipment Supply Department. Here's a list of the evolution crystals we've collected these days, by category. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Nan took the list and examined it carefully. Over the past few days of fighting, they'd collected a total of 1 million first-level evolution crystals, primarily from the previous rat swarm. Then there were nearly 500,000 second-level evolution crystals and 200 third-level evolution crystals, primarily from mutants Lin Nan had attracted or that had accidentally entered the buffer zone and died. But what excited Lin Nan most were the 95 4th-level and 5 5th-level evolution crystals. These had all been dropped from elite vampires. While they couldn't be used now, they would be useful in the future. With the unknown future, stockpiling evolution crystals was always beneficial. Okay, I got it. I'm going to the Research Institute later. Find me there if you need anything. Okay, Commander. With that, Lin Nan headed towards the Institute alone. Along the way, people kept greeting Lin Nan, and he smiled back. Suddenly, he recognized the man who had greeted him. I know you. You were the one who led the charge to leave, and you dare say hello to me? Lin Nan made a sour face. The man shuddered, then said a little aggrievedly, how can you blame me? It's all that Wang Huan's fault. My heart has always been with the commander. Get lost, you sissy. Hey, those cigarettes are good. I'll take them. Lin Nan snatched the last remaining Huazi cigarette from his hand, and before leaving, he threw him a box of slightly inferior, but still full, cigarettes. Thank you, Commander. The man's face was full of smiles. I'll have to brag to the guys later about how the commander actually gave me cigarettes, and a whole box at that. Lin Nan put the cigarette between his ears and waved without turning back. Oh, you're finally here. Come sit down. Qin Ming had been waiting at the entrance for a while. Seeing Lin Nan approach, he quickly dragged him inside the institute. What's up? Sergeant. Lin Nan felt a little uncomfortable being dragged along. Haha, a secret. Qin Ming's smug look left Lin Nan a bit bewildered. But Lin Nan had a vague suspicion that it was good news. Sure enough, when the metal door opened, Lin Nan was shocked. In the center of the institute's plaza, he saw 103-meter-tall combat mechas. The mechas were modeled after Gundams, their shells radiating a unique metallic texture. This mecha, Lin Nan teleported in a flash. Appearing in the center of the plaza, a beautiful researcher, who was recording data, was so startled by Lin Nan's sudden arrival that she dropped her pen. As he picked up his pen, Lin Nan caught a glimpse of the beautiful researcher's impressive figure. It's huge, Lin Nan couldn't help but exclaim, but quickly realized his mistake and quickly looked at the battle mech, correcting himself. It's so tall, you little brat. Even such a perfect masterpiece can't stop your dirty thoughts. Just then, Qin Ming arrived in a helicopter. Tisk, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Nan feigned ignorance, examining a mech until he saw a button. Hey, what's that? He instinctively pressed it. The beautiful researcher noticed his action and quickly dissuaded him. Don't press that button, but it was too late. Lin Nan pressed it anyway. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from within the mech. Rampage mode activated. Battle number 66, prepare to initiate indiscriminate attack mode. As soon as mech number 66 finished speaking, it lowered its head and locked onto Lin Nan, who was still pressing the button at his feet. The target is a level 3 combat mech, equal in rank, With a 70% chance of victory, run. This is a high-level Level 3 AI mech. An ordinary Level 3 mech can't defeat it, the beautiful researcher quickly warned. However, no matter how much she warned, Mech 66 couldn't react as quickly. He aimed a punch at Lin Nan. The strength of a high-level Level 3 combat mech was evident. Its punches rippled with the wind, and the force of this punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary Level 3 evolver. Miss, you said that an ordinary Level 3 mech can't fight this, but, do you look like an ordinary person? Lin Nan smiled, a red glow enveloping her body. The veins on her wrist bulged, and she managed to hold the opponent's fist steady. The two fists collided, sending a huge wave of shockwaves that impacted Qin Ming and the beautiful researcher nearby. In a flash, Lin Nan teleported and scooped the beautiful researcher into his arms. She lay obediently in Lin Nan's arms like a frightened kitten, silent and speechless. You brat. You forget your friends when you see a beautiful woman. Qin Ming was rushed to the side. At this time, he was holding his waist and slowly climbing out of the mud. Lin Nan felt a little guilty after hearing what he said. He immediately put down the beautiful researcher and went to support him. I can't just leave a little girl alone and let her fall. That commander, you don't have to worry about me. I'm an evolver, huh? Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. He wanted to ask what level he was and what kind of superpower he had, but the battle mech was already charging at him. Lin Nan had no choice but to let go of Qin Ming and rushed forward again. This time, Lin Nan let go completely. The craniotomy stick in his hand was cold and powerful. With a stick, the battle mech would surely turn into a pool of iron filings. But at this moment, Lin Nan suddenly had an idea. He retracted the craniotomy stick and instantly used the space movement skill. With a beep, before the battle mech could react, Lin Nan directly shut it down. Lin Nan pressed the same button again, somewhat surprised. What a user-friendly design. Just one more press and it really turns it off. But just then, the beautiful researcher said in shock and horror, "No, Commander. That's the self-destruct program." Chapter 83 Vibranium. Self-destruct program, how long does it take to detonate? Can it be turned off? Lin Nan asked hurriedly. The beautiful researcher shook her head, a look of fear and sadness in her eyes. It can't be turned off, and it'll explode soon. It's too late to call the emergency team now. How long will it take? The woman said absent-mindedly. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, Lin Nan exclaimed in shock. Seeing Lin Nan's shocked expression, the beautiful researcher suddenly said, "So, even the commander is shocked? There's nothing we can do now. We can only transport these mechas in the square to another location to minimize losses." As she spoke, the beautiful researcher named Su Linlin was about to call the emergency team, but Lin Nan stopped her. He grabbed the battle mecha waiting to self-destruct with one hand and looked at the two bewildered men. What's the rush? About 10 minutes. I could circle the magic city twice in that time. With that, Lin Nan instantly vanished, along with the battle mecha. The two exchanged bewilderment, especially the beautiful researcher. Busy with her research, she knew little about Lin Nan's abilities. She'd only just heard he'd saved tens of millions of people in Shanghai, which had given her a glimmer of an impression. Uncle Qin, do you think he's telling the truth? I think so. I've always known he could be a capable guy, Qin Ming said with a smile. Ever since we were little. Kier and I grew up together. How could I not know such a formidable figure existed? Oh, I see. You're afraid I'll find out and steal your rich son-in-law from Kier? Right. Su Linlin feigned anger. Ha ha ha. You little brat, Qin Ming laughed. I was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously, Su Linlin smiled, but her expression gradually dimmed. What's wrong? Qin Ming noticed something was amiss and asked quickly. Is it because a mecha exploded? You feel a bit bad, right? Yes, Uncle Qin, you know, building these mechas takes years. The most important thing is the resources to build them. There aren't many left. Once they're all used up, our research should stop? What am I talking about? If the resources are gone, can't we just mine them again? I remember there's still a lot out there, Qin Ming said nonchalantly. Yes, but, the people who were able to mine before are now. At this point, the little girl's eyes began to moisten. Qin Ming slapped his forehead. Oh, how could I forget about this? Not long ago, the mining team was mining an ore called God's Gold when something unexpected happened. In the end, only less than 3 of the 20 members returned. One of them was frightened and insane, and the other 2 were seriously injured. When asked what they saw in the mausoleum, they stammered and couldn't explain clearly. In the end, All of them perished, their dying cries of the inexplicable, "The gods have come to take me." From that point on, no one dared to mine the mineral source, not even the evolvers. After all, to protect the researchers involved in the mining, the Institute had dispatched 10 Level 2 Special Forces members armed with thunder weapons to guard them throughout the entire process. Yet, none of them ever returned. Don't worry, no one went before, but now someone has. Lin Nan broke one of your mechas, so he has to compensate you. Su Linlin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what Qin Ming meant. She asked nervously, "Ah, you mean, yes. My son-in-law, Lin Nan, has the potential to be a great general. He will definitely return from the mausoleum and bring us the divine gold." The mausoleum, they said, because the divine gold is located within the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Lin Nan, clutching his battle mecha and teleporting continuously, suddenly sneezed. He didn't realize at that moment that he had been clearly orchestrated by a certain old man named Qin. Almost there, Lin Nan had arrived at a small city 100 kilometers away. Only a few days had passed since the second general evolution, but he was shocked to find that the small city before him had completely changed from what it once was. Overgrown with vegetation. The city had been completely covered in greenery. But that made sense, considering the Magic City now had a dedicated department dedicated to clearing vegetation. The main issue is that, amidst the general evolution, these plants were growing at breakneck speed. Even the Magic City was frantically clearing them to prevent them from encroaching on the city, let alone these cities where no one was doing the cleaning. It would be surprising if they weren't completely covered in vegetation. However, there was a positive side to this. Magic City's agriculture had become completely self-sufficient. Duly certified by the Magic City Research Institute and the system, the crops grown were not only virus-free but also richer in nutrients. The downside, however, was that without sufficient meat, many livestock had mutated. But this was the apocalypse. After all, being alive was a blessing. Lin Nan had left battle match number 66 here. This place was nearly 100 kilometers from Magic City, so it didn't seem to have much of an impact on the city. Time was running out, so Lin Nan turned and hurried away. On the way, Lin Nan suddenly remembered something very important. Now that Demon City had been defended, why hadn't he received any system rewards? Lin Nan recalled that the system had stated that successfully defending Demon City would reward a shelter module, but a closer look at his inventory revealed no such module. Well, it didn't matter. After all, as long as this mission wasn't completed, the entire Demon City would be on the same side as him. This meant that not only could he continue to share weapons with his soldiers, but more importantly, as they killed monsters, Lin Nan would continuously earn kill points. Lin Nan had already assigned a group of troops to continuously bombard the sea, so he could continuously earn kill points. He was now accumulating an average of 7 to 8 million kill points per day. Previously, he could only manage 10 million per day, but with a constant bombardment, the number of mutant creatures in that area had decreased significantly. But Lin Nan was also very satisfied. Huh? What is this? Lin Nan suddenly spotted a blueprint in his inventory. He summoned it and took a look, stunned. Looking at the massive metal object shaped like a human skeleton, Lin Nan instantly recognized it as the blueprint for a battle mech. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the first time he touched a thunder weapon. He vaguely remembered that he'd been able to obtain the blueprints for the thunder weapon by touching its prototype. In other words, simply touching some high-tech product would instantly grant him access to its blueprints. Is this a hidden feature of the system? Oh. I remember the system saying I could instantly create a finished product by gathering the necessary materials. Thinking of this, Lin Nan quickly glanced at the battle mech's materials. Oh my god, vibranium, what kind of gold is this? Only 500 grams is needed to build a battle mech like this. Besides that, metals like gold, silver, and copper are much more common on Earth. As he teleported, Lin Nan daydreamed, if I could get a ton of this vibranium, I could build 2,000 of these battle mechas. Oh my god, Lin Nan was shocked. He was stunned. He couldn't wait to find out where the vibranium was. It wasn't his fault, though, that he hadn't seen the world. The main thing is 2,000 battle mechas. That's equivalent to 2,000 highly maneuverable Tier 3 warriors, high-level Tier 3 warriors at that. The Magic City now possesses powerful long-range bombing capabilities. Within 100 miles, if a mutant creature is detected 1 second, it will be locked onto the next, and then the bombardment will begin. However, Even with such a powerful magic city, Lin Nan still felt a tinge of worry. What if the enemy enters the buffer zone? The tens of millions of people in the magic city will be doomed. He can't just bomb himself to death. Therefore, at this time, combat units with mobility, flexibility, and high combat capabilities are needed. In the magic city, where Tier 3 evolvers are rare, battle mechas are undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Nan was thinking, when suddenly, a bang sound came from behind. Lin Nan turned his head and saw that the battle mecha had exploded. The heat from the explosion impacted every building and creature within a 2-kilometer radius. In an instant, thick smoke billowed. At that moment, Lin Nan suddenly realized that since vibranium is a resilient, memory-rich, and exceptionally strong metal, he wondered if such a precious metal would survive the explosion. However, looking at the massive shockwave, Lin Nan curled his lips and decided to give up. In such a large area, there's no equipment to help me find the so-called vibranium. Unless it was affected by the shockwave and rushed right in front of me. What are you thinking? How could such a coincidence happen? Lin Nan shook his head self-deprecatingly, thinking it would be best to leave quickly. He turned to use his teleportation skill to leave, but at that moment, something suddenly hid him from behind. Lin Nan's danger perception skill activated, and he quickly turned around to see a spherical object coming towards him. He instinctively reached out to grab it, and then firmly grasped it. What is this? Lin Nan looked at the metal sphere in his hand, a little confused. Reporting to the host, this is TISC, the memory core of battle mech number 66. It's made of vibranium, huh? Lin Nan was stunned. So there's vibranium in it. How many grams? Reporting to the host, 500 grams, Lin Nan weighed it lightly. Hey, it's really quite heavy. So, even though battle mech number 66 is scrapped, as long as he gathers enough other materials like gold, silver, and iron, he can completely rebuild a battle mech. Chapter 84 Invisible Man Su Quan. Thinking of this, Lin Nan returned to the vegetation-covered city he'd been in before. He wanted to build another battle mech number 66 here and bring it back intact. Ultimately, the mech's destruction was all due to his own impulsiveness, triggering its self-destruct sequence. To say he didn't blame himself would be a lie, because he could tell this mech must have been the product of decades, even generations, of hard work by researchers. Just like that, his own impulsiveness had ruined it. However, Lin Nan felt his impulsiveness was a good move, primarily due to flaws in the blueprints. How could the berserk mode and self-destruct sequence be placed out in the open? Such crucial buttons should be hidden somewhere. For example, they could have imitated the vital point of the golden power cover iron cloth shank and placed the self-destruct sequence in the pictographic position. Otherwise, Lin Nan thought, what if someone else was as impulsive as him next time? No, how could he say he was impulsive? Lin Nan also thought, what if someone else with such a strong curiosity about technology accidentally triggered something in the pursuit of truth? Would that be harmful to both themselves and others? That shouldn't be the case, Lin Nan thought. Qin Ming had previously mentioned, when introducing the thunder weapon, that the blueprints for this thing were left behind by a so-called god. If that were true, then this god wasn't that great. To think he'd make such a mistake. Lin Nan hurried to the abandoned city, examining the blueprints for the battle mech along the way. He was shocked to discover that many details differed significantly from the previous battle mech number 66. For example, the actual mech should be much taller, perhaps 7 or 8 meters tall, twice as tall as the previous one. Furthermore, the battle mech would have 2 forms, one for close combat and one for ranged attack. The blueprints depicted 2 slots on the back of the battle mech, housing weapons. There was also a slot on the waist, apparently for a pistol. The prototype mech's blueprints had a gun next to each slot. Lin Nan felt a sense of familiarity. When he picked up the blueprints for the thunder weapon, he was equally astonished to discover that the so-called thunder weapon was actually designed for a mech. Those grooves were meant to hold the massive thunder weapons. However, the thunder weapons the Institute had manufactured were clearly not for mechas, but rather tailored for humans. Whether this was intentional or simply because they couldn't build something that large, it was unclear. In another melee combat mode, Lin Nan clearly saw a lightsaber-like weapon beside the battle mecha. A long, cylindrical handle emanated a beam of iridescent light, but the light wasn't cylindrical, but flat. Strangely, Lin Nan had never seen such a sword before. He looked away from the lightsaber. Ouch! What did I find? Lin Nan continued to look down, and to his surprise, He discovered that the buttons for Berserk Mode and Self-Destruct were indeed located in the end position. The god had the same idea as him. That's scientific. Look at what you've turned this perfectly normal mecha into. Once I've gathered enough materials, I'll show you what a true battle mecha is. With this thought, Lin Nan put everything into his inventory. The abandoned city appeared before him, but unlike before, the lush green land had been charred black by the mecha explosion. The aroma of roasted meat drifted in the air. Lin Nan, who hadn't tasted barbecue in a while, even pulled out his cumin powder. Following the aroma, he approached and saw something. Disgusted, he couldn't help but vomit. Just then, Lin Nan heard a voice, "Damn you! You actually killed my second brother." Strangely, he could only hear the voice, not see the person. But then, his telepathic perception kicked in. He sensed someone approaching him, attempting a dangerous act. He immediately stepped back, creating distance, and closed his eyes. HMPH, how arrogant. You're closing your eyes in front of me, the invisible man. Hearing this, Lin Nan immediately understood that the person's ability was invisibility. The system also transmitted information about this so-called invisible man. My name is Su Quan, a level 2 evolver with a supernatural power of invisibility, a mere level 2. What's the point of invisibility? Lin Nan's danger perception skills increased dramatically with each system level increase, making it easy for him to detect an invisible person. Closing his eyes was simply to prevent irrelevant scenery from clouding his judgment. As Su Quan uttered these harsh words, Lin Nan knew he was coming. Despite his invisibility, he was extremely cautious, employing a sly, nimble attack. Lin Nan couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth curling up. While expressing disdain, he knew that even a fierce lion fighting a rabbit would use all its might. At this moment of attack and defense, Lin Nan activated his divine armor, and a red light instantly enveloped his entire body, instantly boosting his defense. Simultaneously, Lin Nan activated his war god possession, doubling his strength again. This instantaneous burst of power could crush a battle mecha, imagining its sheer power. This increase in strength and defense completely transformed Lin Nan's demeanor. Just a moment ago, he looked like a rather sturdy human, but in a split second, he seemed like a killing god. Su Quan was still maneuvering when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. A cautious person wouldn't miss Lin Nan's difference. He felt Lin Nan's terrifying power clearly. He believed that if he took even half a step forward, even if he couldn't see him, he would be doomed. So he stopped and, imitating Lin Nan's example, quickly retreated behind a 2-meter-high rock. He turned his back, his whole body trembling with nervousness. After a long moment, realizing Lin Nan hadn't caught up, he cautiously poked his head out. "Are you looking for me?" The moment he poked his head out, Lin Nan's face met his own. In an instant, Su Quan was met with a wicked grin. "Oh my god. How can you see me?" Su Quan was so frightened that he wet his pants. Because he was so nervous and had been using a supernatural power for so long, Su Quan hadn't realized that his invisibility had already worn off. "Big boss, spare me. I'm just an ordinary psychic with no intention of offending you. If I hadn't seen my brother die at your hands, I wouldn't have sought revenge on you," Su Quan kowtowed frantically. Seeing this, Lin Nan instantly lost interest in his salvation. "Maybe this is my weakness. I can never bring myself to kill someone who begs for mercy." Of course, there are exceptions. For example, those who truly hurt Lin Nan, even if he summoned his entire ancestry and had them all kneel down and beg for mercy, it would be useless. Not only would it be useless, Lin Nan would even save them all along. He was the light, and everyone he saw was intimidating. "Alright, stop crying. I came here just to find something, not to kill or burn anything." Lin Nan kicked him, getting him to his feet. Plundering supplies, Su Quan panicked again. "Boss, I only have a few supplies. I have parents and children to support. It's hard for me to survive." Lin Nan was stunned by his words. "It's hard for you to survive, and you even have parents and children to support, really?" Su Quan led Lin Nan to a place on the edge of the city, where no mutants were seen. Their shelter was even more secluded. They had dug a hole in a complex of buildings and blasted the rest of the structure to keep the zombies and mutants out. They used leaves and plants as cover. They also used barbed wire and various homemade traps as traps. They were more like alarm devices than traps, as Lin Nan saw bells hanging from the front. Lin Nan also saw a taller brick building with 4 specially designed glass windows that prevented anyone from seeing inside. They were probably used for sentry duty. "Be careful," Boss, with Su Quan's guidance, he finally entered his shelter. Your invisibility skills are amazing. They must be very handy for getting supplies. It's handy, sure, but I've already cleared out all the supplies around here. I don't dare go in there anymore, Su Quan said with a hint of shame. Why? Is there anything in there? Su Quan suddenly stopped, looking at Lin Nan with some fear. Listen, Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then heard a faint, dense noise coming from the city. Upon closer inspection, Lin Nan suddenly realized that the noise was the cries of zombies. No, to be more precise, the cries of a whole swarm of zombies. You can't get in there, Su Quan paused, his eyes vacant. They're everywhere. You can't get in there. I heard it happened because a zombie got into a shelter with tens of thousands of people and infected them all. Who told you that? Lin Nan was stunned. Su Quan turned around, his laughter a bit pathetic. The one you blew up. Perhaps he felt a little offended by this, so he added, actually, he deserved to die. He's a rapist, he deserved it, Lin Nan scoffed. Then why are you avenging him? Su Quan's expression faltered. After all, we're sworn brothers. I'm a man of loyalty. And he's an evolver. In the apocalypse, two people should be better off than one, right? Lin Nan fell silent. Perhaps Su Quan's last words were the truth. Finally, Lin Nan followed him into a hollowed-out building, about 10 meters high. A wooden plank hung on the roof. Su Quan picked up some rubble from the ground and, swinging his arms, flung small stones at the plank. After a few tosses, the person behind the plank must have heard the sound of stones hitting the wood. Then, the plank opened, and a rope ladder descended. Chapter 85 Lin's Awoke. The moment the rope ladder was thrown down, Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, because he saw that the person throwing the rope ladder was actually a woman. Just with his quick glance, Lin Nan unexpectedly found that the woman was quite good-looking, with a kind of skinny beauty. However, that was all, because Lin Nan still had important things to do. He didn't want to go up to see what the woman looked like. You go up, I won't go, I still need to find some materials. Lin Nan's gaze turned to the depths of this small county town. He wondered where there would be more gold, silver, copper and iron. Materials. I have them, Su Quan said excitedly. He waved his hand, motioning Lin Nan to follow. Lin Nan looked at him in confusion. Do you have it? Do you know what I need? Just say you have it. Su Quan was stunned by Lin Nan's words. His eyes flickered, as if a plan had come to mind. Well, actually, no one has been here for a long time. I just wanted to entertain you. And, Su Quan continued, I've collected a lot of things to survive. Maybe I have the ingredients you're looking for. Lin Nan thought about it. Since he was already here, and seeing the discarded items scattered around, maybe he could find some. Okay. You go up first. Seeing Lin Nan agreed, Su Quan smiled and continued to climb. The rope ladder couldn't bear the weight of two people, so when Su Quan reached the house, Lin Nan was still on the ground. Although it was more than 10 meters high, Lin Nan used a few leaps to gain the upper hand and made it inside. Su Quan hadn't expected Lin Nan to be so fast. He was talking anxiously to the woman. Seeing Lin Nan coming up, he suddenly looked a little nervous, but Lin Nan's eyes were drawn to the woman in the room, so he didn't notice his unusual behavior. This is my wife, Lin's Awoke. Su Quan quickly gathered himself together, then smiled and introduced the woman next to him. Hello. Lin's Awoke nodded to Lin Nan, then slowly put the lid on the simmering pot. I didn't expect this guy, who's not very good looking, to have such a beautiful wife. Upon seeing the woman, Lin Nan discovered she wasn't skinny at all, but rather quite curvaceous. She was wearing a tight, translucent dress, her pink underwear barely visible underneath. If Lin Nan had to describe her in 4 words, it would be pure and voluptuous. Lin Nan averted his gaze from the woman. It wasn't good to constantly focus on her. Just then, Lin's Awoke glanced under the wooden planks again, then looked at Su Quan with some confusion. Why isn't he coming up? She was referring to the man who had been killed by the battle mech. Su Quan glanced at Lin Nan, saw him turn his back to examine the structure of the house, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck. The woman immediately understood what he meant, and a faint smile of satisfaction crossed her lips, a smile of genuine joy. However, at this moment, Lin's Awoke looked at Su Quan again, then glanced at Lin Nan, tilting her head as if to ask for his opinion. At the same time, Su Quan once again made a gesture of wiping his neck, but he quickly withdrew his hand because Lin Nan had turned away. The girl in the photo is beautiful. Is she your daughter? Lin Nan asked, looking at a girl in a photo. Su Quan smiled quickly. Yes, she's our little daughter, Nan. She's sleeping. How about I go wake her up? He walked towards a small room, but was stopped by Lin Nan halfway. Why wake her up? No need. Where are all your materials? Let me see if there's anything I need. Oh, okay, I'll go find it for you. But you'll have to wait. The storage area is a bit far and hard to get to. Lin Nan nodded and found a place to sit down. As he spoke, Su Quan opened an iron door leading to the outside, which was at the top between the buildings. Soon he disappeared from Lin Nan's sight. Lin Nan turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoke. She was cooking, and a faint aroma of meat wafted from the pot. Lin Nan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It wasn't because of the aroma of meat, but because of Lin Xiaoke's graceful and soft body. Shaking his head, Lin Nan ordered himself to be more sober, but in addition to the aroma of meat in the air, there seemed to be a faint fragrance that made people feel a little hot. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoke turned around and bent down apologetically, and the two little white rabbits jumped along with her. I forgot to entertain you. Are you thirsty? Let me pour you some water. As she spoke, she stood up and poured a cup of hot tea from a kettle, and even put a few tea leaves in it. This is my husband's favorite tea. I can't even name it. Lin Xiaoke bent down and offered the tea to Lin Nan. Lin Nan's gaze was momentarily drawn to the faintly visible white rabbit before him, but common sense persuaded him to take the tea. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoke's hand trembled, and the tea immediately spilled all over Lin Nan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Startled, Lin Xiaoke quickly reached out to wipe the tea away. The problem was, that spot was a bit sensitive. Lin Nan pushed her away. It's okay, I'll do it myself, but Lin Xiaoke seemed determined to help Lin Nan. After several attempts to resist, their bodies kept touching, and the aroma gave Lin Nan a strange reaction. This reaction only occurred when he was with Xiao's, and only when they were alone. Half-heartedly, Lin Xiaoke suddenly grabbed Lin Nan's hand. It seemed she didn't want to act anymore. Little brother, a tender voice rang out from her lips. Just give in to me. With that, she pulled Lin Nan's hand and began to rub it against her. However, Lin Nan refused. He shoved Lin Xiaoke away. Bewildered, he stared at the incredibly charming woman before him and shouted, You're a married woman. How can you be so unruly? He expected her to be frightened, but she actually tried to take off her clothes. Little brother, you're so funny. Oh, I see. You must be afraid of my damn husband, right? Don't worry, he's out getting something and won't be back until late. As Lin Xiaoke spoke, she slowly approached him. Her light steps, lithe figure, and the sweltering air mingled with a strange fragrance made him lose his mind. But just then, a message suddenly arrived from the system, concerning Lin Xiaoke. Name, Lin Xiaoke, 2nd level advanced evolver, possesses the supernatural power of fox charm. Just as Lin Nan finished reading the message, Lin Xiaoke leaned forward. In that instant, he kicked her, sending her flying. With a snarl of anger, she fell to the ground. Tell me, what's your purpose? Lin Nan had calculated everything, but he hadn't anticipated this woman being an evolver, even more powerful than his husband, actually a high-level 2nd level one. No wonder he was affected. Although Lin Xiaoke fell to the ground, she didn't seem hurt. As she stood up, the straps of her shirt slipped, revealing her two small white pussy lips. Then she looked at Lin Nan and said in the same delicate voice, Little brother, we're in the end times, we have no choice but to seek pleasure and take advantage of opportunities to sneak in. Enjoy yourself for a while. With these words, the woman continued to walk towards Lin Nan, stripping off her clothes as she walked. Seeing that Lin Nan showed no resistance, she grew bolder. But just as she was about to reach him, he kicked her again. This time, with great force, a sealed wooden door in the distance banged open. Then, Lin Nan's eyes followed a woman's body, taking in the scene inside the room. It was a cold storage room. A chilling breeze blew out. Through the frost-covered air, Lin Nan saw thick strips of fresh meat. A thought struck him, a full stomach brings lust. If she hadn't been so full, this woman wouldn't have been so wanton. But for a moment, Lin Nan dismissed the thought. He was puzzled. Why, in the apocalypse, when so many creatures were mutating, did she still have so much meat? A closer look gave him a shudder. It wasn't livestock meat, but dismembered human flesh. Just then, The meat in the iron pot behind Lin Nan began to cook, its aroma sizzling. But Lin Nan didn't dare smell it again. He felt like vomiting again. Ho ha ho ha! Lin Xiaoke laughed shrilly and stood up, her expression utterly ferocious. We've been discovered. Since we've been discovered, I'll just kill you. What a shame to waste such a beautiful body. Lin Xiaoke pulled out a dagger from somewhere, its surface still stained with blood. Looking at the dagger, Lin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the veins in his fist bulged. He looked back into Lin Xiaoke's eyes and asked coldly, "Are you sure you want to kill me? What else? But if you want to have some fun before you die, I don't mind." Ha ha ha! Or, Lin Xiaoke, who was laughing heartily, suddenly froze. She stared at the man in front of her in horror. At this moment, Lin Nan grabbed her throat with one hand and forcibly lifted her up. "You're only a second-level advanced cultivator, and you think you're so great." Lin Nan looked at him with disdain. "If I use any force, you'll definitely die. Now, give me a reason not to kill you." Lin Xiaoke, nearly suffocating from being held captive, stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. "Damn Su Quan, why didn't you tell me he was so strong? You were deliberately trying to trick me," Lin Xiaoke thought desperately. Just then, Lin Nan suddenly shouted towards a certain location, "Stand there!" He had spotted the invisible Su Quan. He was back. Lin Nan didn't say anything like, "If you take another step forward, I'll kill your wife." In his mind, these people were all going to die. It was just a matter of sooner or later. At that moment, Lin Nan looked like a demon from hell. He smirked at the woman before him. "Go to hell." He slowly exerted force on his hands. At that moment, a door suddenly opened. Chapter 86 Mutated Wild Duck. A crisp voice rang out, and a petite girl emerged from the room, clutching a doll. "Mom, I'm hungry." She had just woken up and was rubbing her sleepy eyes. Clearly, she hadn't seen her mother, who was about to be killed by Lin Nan. However, she eventually raised her head, and at that moment, her eyes widened. She met Lin Nan's gaze, his gaze fixed on her. His eyes were pure yet slightly melancholy, like small yellow flowers dripping with glistening dewdrops beneath birch trees on a cloudy day. At that moment, Lin Nan's heart was suddenly moved. She didn't want this girl to lose her mother. She turned and looked at the struggling Lin Xiaoke. This woman was so filthy, a stark contrast to her appearance. Yet, she had perfectly passed on her beauty to the little girl before her. Seeing her mother dying, the little girl's pupils dilated in fear. She didn't cry or scream, but almost instinctively walked towards Lin Nan. As she reached Lin Nan, the little girl gently tugged at the edge of his clothes. "Big brother, please let my mother go. I can play games with you." As she spoke, she pointed to a small bed in her bedroom with a hand holding her doll, its legs gently swaying. "There were many uncles who loved to play with me, but I never saw them again." The little girl's eyes were pure, but to Lin Nan, they revealed the desolation of winter, as if heralding the withering of yellow flowers. "Do you want to leave here? I'll take you to a quiet place where no one will force you to play games. There are also many friends your own age." Lin Nan suppressed his grief and anger, trying to appear amiable. Su Nanan shook her head absent-mindedly. "Nanan, don't go anywhere. Nanan wants to stay with mom and dad." "Huh?" Lin Nan exhaled heavily, then loosened his grip, and Lin Xiaoke instantly fell to the ground. Turning around, Lin Nan opened the wooden plank. Just before jumping, he said calmly, "Take good care of this child. She saved you." With that, Lin Nan jumped. All the way to the county center, Lin Nan's heart was heavy with sorrow. Su Quan's family had shown him the true nature of humanity in the apocalypse. They were definitely not alone. To survive, people will do anything. But knowing all this, what could he do? He could prevent the ruthless torture of a lovely girl, but only if he encountered it. In this era, there were too many things he wouldn't encounter, and tragedy was happening all the time. Lin Nan knew he couldn't eliminate all the evil in the world, but when he did, it was truly heartbreaking. Such a lovely girl. Huh. But she's just so silly. Unconsciously, Lin Nan arrived at the town square. This was the bustling area, but also the hive of zombies. Looking at the sea of zombies before him, he suddenly laughed. Just in time for a killing spree, Lin Nan raised his hand, a craniotomy club materializing in his hand. He instantly charged into the zombie horde. As Lin Nan spotted them, the zombies naturally noticed him as well. Nearly 1,000 zombies in the square surrounded him. Lin Nan didn't move. Soon, the zombies used their bodies to form a mound around him. The zombies closest to him stretched out their jaws to bite him. Lin Nan, clad in divine armor, was impenetrable. These second-level zombies couldn't break his defenses. Meanwhile, Lin Nan lowered his head, a low growl gradually emanating from his lips. Earthshake. Strike. As soon as Lin Nan finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted, sending the swamp zombies flying back in an instant. The zombies closest to Lin Nan exploded completely. The deafening roar attracted more and more zombies. Haha. Come on, the more the better. Lin Nan swung his craniotomy rod relentlessly, a red and white liquid coating the square like a film that grew thicker and thicker. Not satisfied yet? More. Lin Nan channeled his resentment into strength. He berated the wicked heavens, asking why they would do this to girl, why they would treat humans this way. He unleashed a continuous stream of abilities, explosion after explosion. After an unseen amount of time, Lin Nan's clothes were stained red with the blood of the zombies. Looking at the deserted square, he breathed a sigh of relief. Great, this is fucking great. His frustrations finally dissipated, and Lin Nan, dragging his somewhat exhausted body, looted the various shopping malls one by one, focusing on hardware and jewelry stores. After half a day of looting, Lin Nan finally gathered all the necessary materials. Just then, he opened the system and stored all the materials in his inventory. Materials collected for the Thunder Battle Mech. Would you like to synthesize it? The system's voice rang out. Synthesize. As Lin Nan's voice echoed, he suddenly saw, on the blood-stained square before him, a ball of light, seemingly composed of particles, slowly building the battle mech from bottom to top. The ball of light gradually rose. Judging from the shape of the completed mech, the real one would be over 7 meters tall, just as depicted in the blueprints. Furthermore, its shell was smooth and translucent, as if meticulously polished by a molecular-level machine. It was a stark contrast to the rougher-looking battle mech from before. Almost done, the ball of light was almost finished with the mech's head. Lin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, a dazzling light enveloping the mech. My lord, as the light faded, a voice emanated from the mech's mouth. The deep, rich voice, combined with its unique mechanical sound, sent a shudder through Lin Nan's body. Mechas are a man's romance. Unfortunately, this mech was AI-controlled, and he couldn't control it himself. My lord, there's danger nearby. A super high-energy group is approaching. I suggest coordinating operations. Do you agree? Lin Nan paused. Could this be? Without further hesitation, he decisively agreed. At the same moment, a mechanical sound rang out, and Battle Mech number 66 knelt before Lin Nan. With a bang, the hatch on its chest swung open. To his astonishment, he discovered a combat pod. Oh my god. No wonder it's so big. It turns out there's a combat pod inside. Lin Nan leaped into the cockpit. There were no cumbersome buttons here, simply donning a helmet allowed him to synchronize his movements with the mech while maintaining vision. Commands like firing a cannonball were simply mentally controlled. This is truly divine technology. This is incredible. Just then, the super high-energy group mech number 66 had mentioned appeared before them. They were actually two giant, third-level mutant birds. However, their faces resembled ducks. Lin Nan's first thought was the wild duck. Never mind, whatever it was, just destroy it. But they could fly, that was a bit tricky. My lord, shall we activate the flight function? Holy crap, Lin Nan couldn't believe it. This mecha could actually fly. After all, a flying mecha would completely outmatch existing aerial weapons in terms of agility and combat effectiveness. Fearing the agility and attack power of the mutant birds in the air, Lin Nan had never developed an air force. After all, no matter how powerful your fighter jets were, a single peck from a mutant bird would cripple them. Their defenses were simply too poor. So, they could only continuously build anti-aircraft weapons to prevent them from attacking the Magic City. This meant that the Magic City would lose air superiority from the start. These mechas, with their powerful defenses, could fly, meaning they could use them to fight the mutant birds. Their impressive combat capabilities, combined with their immense maneuverability and defense, meant that from now on, the Magic City would have a chance to dominate the skies. The thought of it was quite exciting. But let's deal with the two mutant ducks in front of us first. This is my first time facing two level 3 mutants. Without hesitation, Lin Nan took the lead. The mutant ducks were nearly 10 meters long, their evolved web feet transformed into sharp claws. To Lin Nan's astonishment, their stomachs could split, exuding dozens of incredibly sharp blood vines. What the hell is this? A combination of mutants and vines. Lin Nan tried to dodge, but the two mutant ducks simultaneously split, splitting into over 20 branches, each nearly 100 meters long. Soon, the sky was almost completely covered by the blood-red vines, leaving Lin Nan and his companions with nowhere to escape. Lin Nan, a level 3 evolver, could have fought one alone, but there were two. As expected, Mech 66 was entangled in the vines, and a tremendous force threatened to tear it apart. At that moment, Lin Nan subconsciously shouted, "Teleport!" Instantly, Lin Nan and his mech disappeared from the entanglement of the vines. It can actually sync with my skills. Then, divine armor. Possessed by the god of war, as soon as the words left his mouth, the metro was enveloped in a red glow. Through shared vision, Lin Nan saw that the divine armor skills were imbued with the mecha. Lin Nan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration again, "It's actually possible to fuse the evolver's abilities with a mecha. This is simply incredible." He even tried to summon the craniotomy rod, and it did, albeit a bit too small. It seems that derivatives of superpowers can't be fused with a mecha. Lin Nan thought about it and realized that he was too greedy. However, Lin Nan knew that this was enough to deal with these two third-level mutants. Lin Nan clenched his fists, and the mecha followed suit. Under the watchful eyes of the mutant ducks, they instantly vanished. Chapter 87 Determined not to go. The mutant duck was startled when the battle mech disappeared. In that moment, the air behind it vibrated. The battle mech appeared. The mutant duck noticed something strange behind it, realizing it was too late to attack. Without hesitation, it dodged. But it was too late. The battle mech swung its fist. Bang! The blow slammed into its head. Blood spurted, and one of the mutant duck's eyes was knocked out. The power of a punch from a Tier 3 advanced battle mech was unimaginable. Finally, the mutant duck was sent flying. But it wasn't over yet. Watching its body being knocked back, Lin Nan vanished again. Seeing its companion disappear, another mutant duck tried to help, but Lin Nan was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a sense of déjà vu struck it. Behind it. It realized something. It quickly twisted its body, but Lin Nan's movements were incredibly fast. The moment it turned, Lin Nan used his teleportation skill again, reappearing behind it. This time, Lin Nan didn't give it another chance. He launched another punch, also to the head. However, Lin Nan, mastering the mecha, delivered 3 consecutive blows. Furthermore, as the mutant duck was sent flying by the punch, Lin Nan used his teleportation ability and unleashed 3 more punches in quick succession. While the other mutant duck was stunned, Lin Nan pummeled the one in front of him, delivering hundreds of blows in a row, leaving it no chance of resistance. Finally, the other mutant duck reacted. With a grim gaze, it watched Lin Nan deliver his final punch. With a loud bang, a cloud of blood suddenly exploded, followed by hundreds of blood-red vines scattering randomly across the ground. Mutant duck dead. The mutant duck, which had been glaring at Lin Nan, was stunned. It was dumbfounded. The 2 mutant ducks were actually a male and a female, and the one Lin Nan had crushed was the strongest male. The female mutant duck hadn't expected Lin Nan, piloting a battle mecha, to be so powerful. Quack! Quack! The mutant duck couldn't help but wail. The gene etched into its genes to seek advantage and avoid harm was activated, and it cried out in fear, turning to flee. With a level 3 evolution crystal so close before its eyes, how could Lin Nan let it leave? In an instant, Lin Nan appeared directly before it. Quack! The mutant duck was startled. Then it saw a massive fist charging towards it. So full of murderous intent, it even forgot to resist. It subconsciously covered its eyes, deceiving itself, thinking that if it couldn't see Lin Nan's fist, he couldn't hit it. Lin Nan sneered disdainfully, and at that moment, he sheathed his fist. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and the enslaver upgrade module appeared in Lin Nan's hand. Lin Nan changed his mind, suddenly realizing that level 2 mutants were the norm these days, with level 3 creatures being rare. The level 3 mutant duck before him was a valuable fighting force. It would be better to keep it for now. It wouldn't be too late to kill it when the evolution crystal was truly needed. While the mutant duck wasn't seriously injured and didn't meet the requirements for enslavement, it was undoubtedly at the end of its strength, having lost its ability to react. Lin Nan subdued it without difficulty. "Let's go, little duck." Lin Nan patted the mutant duck's head. It had already regained its original duck form. If he hadn't known that its stomach could split, exuding hundreds of disgusting vines, Lin Nan would have actually wanted to roast it and eat it. "System, what on earth is going on?" Lin Nan expressed his suspicion at this strange phenomenon, seemingly a fusion of animal and plant. Report to the host, the system's mechanical voice chimed. This is the companion organism of the second mass evolution, the demonic plant. Just as the host expected, it's a fusion of a mutant animal and a mutant plant. Given the same level, this creature's combined combat capabilities will be even greater. I see, Lin Nan nodded, his brow furrowing. It seems this mass evolution will not only increase the level of the mutants, but will also produce some bizarre creatures. Lin Nan recalled the previous rat tide, when millions of first-level mutant rats migrated south. If it weren't for Lin Nan, who was in charge of the Magic City and had transformed it into a fortress of weapons, the tens of millions of people within would have been devoured by these rats. Remember, this was only a first-order rat influx. Thinking about it now, Lin Nan still felt a little scared. Building the Magic City was a long and arduous task. Looks like I need to accumulate some kill points to unlock the extraordinary arsenal, Lin Nan thought to himself as he walked back. According to the system description, the extraordinary arsenal requires 100 million kill points to unlock. At this rate, it would be unlocked in less than 2 weeks. To say he wasn't curious would be a lie. Lin Nan was eager to see what this so-called extraordinary arsenal would truly look like. After all, the word extraordinary was incredibly alluring. As he was thinking, Lin Nan had already approached the Magic City. To prevent accidental injury, he sheathed his battle mech and mounted the mutant duck. Commander, hold your fire, the reconnaissance soldier spotted Lin Nan immediately. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Nan holding the mutant duck between his legs, then froze. That is a duck. How could there be such a huge duck? Wow, make it into roast duck. It'll feed us for days. Our commander is truly incredible, able to pull off such a massive monster. Meanwhile, the soldiers without missions all ran to the top of the massive wall to watch Lin Nan and his duck. Seeing Lin Nan's return, an old chef, spoon in hand, stepped forward and asked, Commander, how would you like to eat such a large wild duck? The duck, no fool, saw the creature in the chef's hand and the look in his eyes that threatened to devour him, and flew into a rage. With a startled cry, the mutant duck quickly opened its belly, and hundreds of blood-red vines burst forth. Everyone was horrified, their legs and feet trembling with fear. Paw, Lin Nan slapped his duck hard. Put it away. Who allowed you to go crazy? Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, the mutant duck obediently retracted its blood-red vines, though a flicker of sadness flickered in its eyes. Oh, you're still feeling wronged, Lin Nan curled his lips in disdain. He glanced at the chef named Liu holding the spoon and shook his head helplessly. Uncle Liu, this is my subjugated battle pet. From now on, its mission is to protect our Magic City. Don't stew it secretly. If it were just now, Chef Liu might have dared to use it to show off his culinary skills. But now, he wouldn't dare. Seeing that they were speechless with fear, Lin Nan waved his hand. Disperse, disperse. There's nothing to see. With that, Lin Nan climbed onto the mutant wild duck and flew back towards the research institute without looking back. Only after Lin Nan was out of the way did the stunned crowd finally react and breathe a sigh of relief. The mutant wild duck was terrifying, but it only highlighted Lin Nan's extraordinariness. The commander is truly amazing. He can even subdue such a terrifying monster, isn't it? Look at that slap. I think the duck is about to cry. Inside the research institute, Kinming and Su Linlin hadn't left yet. He was assisting the researchers in inspecting the mechas. Oh, you're back, brat? I believe you can do it. Despite his words, Kinming looked Lin Nan up and down. Seeing that he was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, his expression calm and composed again. Kinming's expression naturally caught Lin Nan's attention. He knew it wasn't that Kinming didn't trust him, but rather that he was worried about him getting hurt. The beautiful researcher didn't even glance at Lin Nan upon seeing him return. Presumably, it was because she'd accidentally damaged the battle mecha. Lin Nan looked at Kinming, thinking to herself, you still have a conscience. You're worried about me, but the next second, Kinming's tone changed. Kid, you broke their mecha, aren't you going to compensate them with one? Lin Nan was stunned. How did Kinming know he had built a real mecha and was planning to compensate the institute? Of course, Kinming didn't know about Lin Nan's mecha building. Seeing Lin Nan's daze, he continued, but I know you don't have the ability to build one. It's just perfect. They're going out to get some crucial resources for mecha manufacturing, so I signed you up. Huh? Lin Nan was even more confused. He felt like he'd been assigned this task for no apparent reason. Stop it, You're sending me to get the resources. I don't feel guilty, I'm not going. Lin Nan turned his back, ignoring him. Just then, Su Linlin also gave him a strange look, somewhat annoyed by Lin Nan's irresponsible attitude despite making a mistake. However, she also knew the dangers of the place, so she didn't say anything. Qin Ming, seeing Lin Nan's decisive refusal, became anxious and timid. Kid, this place can't go without you. If you weren't so capable, I wouldn't let you go. Well, I won't cheat you. I'll go with you. We'll share food and lodging, and we'll go through thick and thin together, okay? Lin Nan was stunned by his words. This old man had no special abilities, just an ordinary person. He was willing to risk his life to go. Perhaps the so-called metro-building resources were important. His heart softened. He glanced at Qin Ming, then feigned indifference and asked, "Where is that place you're talking about?" Qin Ming felt a sense of urgency when he heard the question. He approached Lin Nan and excitedly said, "Not far, right at the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor." What? Lin Nan shuddered. Sichuan Province. I'm not going, this time. Lin Nan refused completely. The distance from the Magic City to the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor in Sichuan Province was over 1,000 miles. It was so far, there was no telling if it would be safe to reach. If the Magic City encountered a major crisis, Lin Nan would have to rush back. But it was so far away that by the time Lin Nan returned, all that was left of the Magic City was ruins and corpses everywhere. So Lin Nan made up his mind not to go there. Chapter 88. I made it. If you're not going, then compensate them for the mecha. You know, this is the product of decades of hard work by these researchers. Each mecha is embodied in their blood and sweat, Qin Ming said calmly. Lin Nan raised his head and glanced at the researchers. He saw no condemnation in their eyes, only regret. Okay, Lin Nan said calmly. Qin Ming was stunned for a moment, then excitedly asked, "Are you planning to go to the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor?" Lin Nan shook his head. "Did you ask me to compensate them with a mecha? I'll do it." What? Everyone was stunned. But at this moment, Su Linlin's face darkened even further. In her opinion, Lin Nan was not only a man who didn't know how to take responsibility for his mistakes, but also a big talker. She hated people who boasted the most. She even began to doubt the truth of Lin Nan's ability to save the Magic City. Her previously accumulated good impression of Lin Nan was completely gone. "Commander, we're just a little sorry about the mecha's destruction, not that we blame you." Just then, a white-haired old man stepped out of the crowd. Lin Nan didn't know who he was, but Qin Ming knew him. Not only did he know him, but he knew him intimately. He was Wang Zuzan, the head of the Magic City Research Institute, a leading figure in weapons technology, known as the Human Arsenal. "Hey, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, what are you doing here?" Qin Ming rushed to support Wang Zuzan, but was pushed away. The old man was over 90 years old, yet in great shape. "I heard you wanted the commander to go to such a dangerous place, so I quickly left the institute." "You're being reckless. If something happened to the commander there, who would protect us in Magic City?" Qin Ming nodded with a touch of shame, feeling somewhat impulsive. Seeing Qin Ming's defeat, Lin Nan couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected someone in the Magic City to be so intimidating. "Commander, this Qin Ming is the son of one of my disciples. We have quite a connection, actually. I'd like him to apologize to you. I hope you don't mind. The lives of all of us in the Magic City are on your hands." Everyone was stunned as they saw Elder Wang Zuzan actually about to bow and apologize to Lin Nan. Just then, Lin Nan hurried forward to support him. "You're embarrassing me, old man. Commander Qin and I have a good relationship. This is just a minor incident. There's no need to be so rude." Qin Ming also tried to persuade him. "That's right, Elder Wang. I just wanted to give this kid a hard time. It's not as serious as you think." At this point, Wang Zuzan raised his head. "Don't be angry, young man." Yes, I'm not angry," Lin Nan nodded repeatedly. Wang Zuzan smiled at Lin Nan, a kind and warm smile. Lin Nan sincerely admired this elder who had dedicated his life to national defense. While Lin Nan supported the Magic City, these people supported the entire country. Although the Dragon Nation is now perilous, their spirit is forever etched upon every blade of grass, every mountain, and every river within its borders. "Since you're all right, young man, I'll be returning. I still have some unfinished business, and these mechas need the final stages of debugging." The old man turned, but just then, Lin Nan called out to him. "Old Wang, I don't think these mechas need debugging, huh? Wang Zuzan turned and looked at Lin Nan again. Everyone's eyes were on him. Qin Ming, growing anxious, stood beside him and whispered, "Alright, brat, stop pretending, okay? These are the elites of the Dragon Nation. You, an outsider, are saying things like that? Aren't you just showing off your skills in front of an expert?" At that moment, Su Linlin also gave him a strange look. It wasn't disdain, but her favorability towards Lin Nan was steadily declining. Lin Nan ignored them and walked out to the square, finding a relatively wide area. What on earth is this kid up to? Qin Ming was puzzled by Lin Nan's serious demeanor. He didn't think Lin Nan was the type to boast. The researchers below were also discussing the situation in low voices. These people were highly qualified and wouldn't look down on Lin Nan. Moreover, many held him in deep gratitude and admiration for his role in defending the Magic City. But, like Qin Ming, they couldn't understand what Lin Nan was up to. This place is fine. Lin Nan noticed the area was relatively spacious and free of clutter, perfect for housing a massive mecha. "Young man, what are you doing?" Wang Zuzan tried to step forward to investigate, but Lin Nan stopped him. "Old man, don't come over here. You might get hurt." Lin Nan worried a mecha might suddenly appear and hit Wang Zuzan. With the venue prepared and everything in place, Lin Nan stepped back and stood with the others. He looked at Qin Ming and said with a faint smile, "Didn't you ask me to compensate for the mecha? Look over there." Lin Nan pointed to the area. Qin Ming felt a little deflated after hearing Lin Nan's words. He hadn't expected Lin Nan to still dwell on this matter. He was about to say something when he heard the crowd's uncontrollable screams. He turned his head in shock, looking at the crowd trembling with shock, their eyes fixed on the center of the square. Just then, Qin Ming also turned his head. "Huh?" Qin Ming gasped, his mouth hanging open. His expression was even more exaggerated than the researchers. Lin Nan glanced at the motionless researchers nearby and asked in confusion, "Don't you want to see it up close?" Lin Nan's voice was soft, but it was like a bell, waking everyone up. Their indifference was due to their shock. They exchanged glances, then rushed forward. "Quick, someone give me a hand. I want to see it up close too." Wang Zuzan was equally excited. This defiant leader in national defense technology couldn't help but ask for help, just for the massive mecha before him. "Come here, old man, let me help you." Lin Nan hurried forward, and just then, he noticed Su Linlin, still dazed behind him. "Don't you want to take a look? This is my compensation." With that, he supported the old man and walked over. Su Linlin's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. So he's not some irresponsible person. Not some big talker. Come to think of it, how could such a person protect the Magic City so impenetrably in the apocalypse, with mutant creatures roaming rampant? Looks like I misunderstood him. In an instant, Su Linlin's favorable impression of Lin Nan, which had reached its freezing point, soared like crazy. With a pop, it felt like a bottleneck had been broken. Su Linlin's stiff body moved, clutching the data sheet, stepping towards the mech. "It's so beautiful." Arriving at the mech, Su Linlin looked up at the 7 to 8 meter tall, gleaming Thunder Battle mech. Compared to it, the mecha they'd painstakingly developed was like a crew gun or tank, nothing to behold. "This is true divine technology." Elder Wang Zuzan couldn't help but burst into tears. He'd dedicated his entire life to bringing a true mecha to life, but due to the lack of advanced technology and the demands of the current situation, they'd consistently lowered their standards. "Can this mecha carry people?" Wang Zuzan asked excitedly, looking at Lin Nan. Lin Nan saw his anticipation in his hopeful gaze and nodded. At the same moment, the battle mecha's cabin slowly opened, and everyone's exclamations of surprise rang out again. "It can actually carry people. We couldn't break through the barrier of integrating the human brain with mechanical AI, so we had to cut the manned feature. Amazing. I never thought I'd see a true Thunder Battle mech in my lifetime," a researcher exclaimed excitedly. But just then, Lin Nan corrected himself. "This isn't a real Thunder Battle mech." Everyone's eyes fell on him again, and at this moment, no one treated him like an outsider. Facing the eager gazes, Lin Nan felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was a poor student, and showing off in front of so many top students felt a bit excessive. However, since the words had already been spoken, Lin Nan steeled himself and expressed his thoughts. "I think, if it's a battle mech, how can it really be called a battle mech without weapons? This mech is powerful, not only with powerful punches but also flight, but it has one flaw: it lacks a suitable weapon." A dragon in a painting needs a touch of the finishing touch to ascend. A mech without weapons, don't you find it strange? Everyone was stunned by his words. Lin Nan was also stunned. Why didn't he react? Did what I said make sense? I feel so cool. Pa, pa, pa. Suddenly, applause erupted from behind the crowd, and everyone followed suit. That's brilliant. Excellent. I'm determined to overcome all obstacles and create the perfect weapon for this mecha. Wang Zuzhen's voice rang out. The words of this leading figure in national defense science and technology ignited a wave of discussion, with the other researchers responding in droves. Count me in. I'll definitely cooperate with Professor Wang, and me, I'll do my best, too. The excitement was overwhelming. Just then, Qin Ming suddenly punched Lin Nan in the chest, his expression becoming even more agitated. You brat, why didn't you tell me you had such a powerful mecha earlier? You were deliberately keeping it a secret to trick me, weren't you? Lin Nan smiled faintly. Pretentiousness takes time to develop, right, but he didn't say it out loud, fearing Qin Ming would hide him. At this moment, Qin Ming spoke again, but you have to tell us the truth. Where did you get this mecha? It's obviously the prototype of that mecha. What a great opportunity. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Nan again. They were obviously eager to know the origins of the mecha. After Lin Nan looked around at everyone, he said calmly, I built it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Thunder Combat Mecha Legion. You built it? Qin Ming suddenly felt like laughing. Naturally, he didn't believe it. While he knew Lin Nan could conjure countless heavy weapons, those were just commonplace items. But this thunder mech was no ordinary item. You know, it was divine technology. Dragon Country scientists had been researching for decades and couldn't replicate it completely. How could a young, fledgling scientist like you possibly could have built it? In fact, it wasn't just him, all the scientists present were skeptical. But then, Lin Nan spoke again. Actually, I know you won't believe it. I'm going to upgrade all of these mechas and create a true thunder battle mech army. You can come and see it then. Lin Nan's words were met with an uproar. Is this true? All of these battle mechas can be upgraded into this thunder mech. They were incredulous. Just then, someone raised another question. But, we're running low on core resources. How are we going to upgrade this? Don't worry, all we have to do is dismantle these mechas. To be honest, this mecha is a successful upgrade of the previous battle mecha number 66, Lin Nan said calmly, touching the thunder battle mecha in front of him. Su Linlin, who was still observing the thunder battle mecha, suddenly turned and looked at Lin Nan, puzzled. No, wasn't that mecha destroyed? Lin Nan nodded. It was, but the core wasn't. I used local materials, raided some hardware stores and jewelry shops, and used those metals to build this mecha. What? You're saying you built this mecha out of metal from hardware stores and gold and silver jewelry from jewelry stores? A researcher in the crowd asked excitedly. Lin Nan smiled slightly. Yes, do you have any questions? After hearing Lin Nan's affirmative answer, the man's eyes were filled with disbelief. I know you don't really believe me, so let me teach you a lesson. Lin Nan walked over to the mechas. What are you doing? Su Linlin blocked his path. I'm dismantling the mechas. How can we upgrade them without dismantling them? Lin Nan argued confidently. I can't. These are the fruits of our labor. How can you just tear them apart? Su Linlin exclaimed. These mechas are the product of decades of research and the dedication of countless people. That's why the young woman wouldn't let Lin Nan mess around. Lin Nan was a bit amused, but from their perspective, it was understandable. He then turned his gaze to Wang Zuzhen behind him. Mr. Wang, please believe me. I'm really dismantling them to upgrade them. And I'm dismantling them one by one, reassembling each one. If the first one doesn't work, it's not too late for you to stop me. Most importantly, I'm sure you're all looking forward to the day Thunderbolt Steel Legion is formed. Wang Zuzhen met Lin Nan's eyes for 2 seconds, sensing that he wasn't lying. The old man turned his head to look at the mecha again, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he finally nodded. Seeing Wang Zuzhen nod, Su Linlin didn't dare to stop him. As she passed by Lin Nan, she whispered, just because you're the commander doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If you mess up, I'll see what you'll do. Lin Nan smiled slightly, but then asked, if I mess up, I'll leave the Magic City and never set foot there again. How is that? No, Su Linlin decisively rejected Lin Nan's offer. The Magic City can't do without you, you know you can't do without me, Lin Nan retorted directly. Then snorted coldly and turned his head away. Seeing Lin Nan's arrogant look, Su Linlin stomped her feet in anger. Let's see how you end up if you mess up. Huh? No one dares to say anything to me. Everyone watched as Lin Nan walked towards the square where the battle metro was located. At this time, another researcher came to meet him. Excuse me, how do you plan to dismantle it? Do you want us to help you? The male researcher suddenly asked as Lin Nan approached a mech. Lin Nan shook his head, declining the offer. Then everyone saw a craniotomy rod in Lin Nan's hand. The next second, his entire body bathed in red light, he swung it with a powerful blow at the battle mech. With a bang, the shell of the Tier 3 battle mech shattered. Lin Nan reached inside through the cracks and extracted the core. Prepare the materials as I instructed. The researchers nodded and quickly arrived with a cartload of materials. These were common metals, plentiful in the lab, so searching them took little time. All the materials were ready, all that was left was for Lin Nan to demonstrate his incredible manufacturing talent. He was brimming with confidence, but Qin Ming, standing beside him, seemed a bit timid. If Lin Nan had just smashed the mech to pieces over a disagreement, it would have been embarrassing if he hadn't finished building it. He had brought Lin Nan with him, and he was afraid he'd be embarrassed too. Wang Zuzan, meanwhile, stared at Lin Nan with a burning gaze. Do we need to leave? This involves some cutting-edge technology. Although Lin Nan was from Dragon Country, he might not want to be seen by others. However, Lin Nan paid no attention to the old man's question. There are no outsiders here, so go ahead and watch. In reality, he was thinking, you won't be able to see anything. Everything was assembled by a system, and aside from a blinding flash of light, the crowd couldn't see anything. And just as Lin Nan expected, he solemnly asked everyone to make room, then spread his arms as if welcoming a shrine. HMPH, just trying to be mysterious, Su Linlin, standing nearby, said with disdain. The next second, a blinding white light struck her. She quickly closed her eyes. Everyone else's reaction was the same. The blinding white light blinded them, making it impossible for them to open their eyes, let alone observe. Stinky boy, why is there a flash of white light every time you use your ability? Qin Ming couldn't help but ask, covering his eyes. Lin Nan was speechless. He thought gloomily, you can't ask me this, you have to ask the system. Even he kept his eyes closed. The white light lasted for about 10 seconds. As the light gradually faded, everyone blinked softly, and in the blur, they vaguely saw a huge figure appear before them. When they saw the giant's true appearance, they were shocked. This is actually a prototype of a combat mecha, someone said excitedly, and the next moment he looked at the researchers behind him. The commander really built a prototype. In fact, it wasn't just him, everyone present was shaking with excitement. At this moment, they were completely subdued by Lin Nan's ability. In their eyes, Lin Nan was no longer human, but a man close to godhood. Just imagine, as long as you can gather the materials, someone can build a real object for you. What else could this ability be but godhood? From then on, no one dared to question Lin Nan's abilities. Even if Lin Nan claimed he could ascend to the heavens, they would have believed him. In fact, Su Linlin was the most shocked. Lin Nan had exploited his abilities to repeatedly thwart her, leaving her feeling like she was on a roller coaster. It was an experience she had never experienced before. She glanced at Lin Nan, who glanced back, curling his lips in disdain. This arrogant expression made Su Linlin's heart tighten, her face flushing slightly as she froze in place, lost in thought. Compared to him, Qin Ming felt that this young man before him was a rare talent, no, a genius. However, Qin Ming thought for a moment, and it seemed that genius wasn't enough to describe Lin Nan's extraordinary abilities. Finally, he came up with a word that perfectly suited the current apocalyptic environment, savior. After all, not just anyone can be called a savior. Only those born in troubled times, pacifying the turmoil, saving the world from dire straits, truly deserve the title of savior. It's an indisputable fact that Lin Nan can create weapons, but think about it, what's needed to quell unrest in all directions? Isn't it weapons? Speaking of saving people from disaster, Lin Nan's actions have saved tens of millions of people in the Magic City. Isn't that saving people from disaster? In this sense, isn't Lin Nan the savior? As for who can save the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Ming thinks it's not the Dragon Kingdom headquarters far away in the northwest, nor the secret weapon warriors like the 12 Zodiac War Chiefs and the 24 Solar Terms warriors, but this boy right in front of him, sometimes stern and sometimes a little immature. Boy, you're really something. Qin Ming patted Lin Nan's shoulder and said with a smile. Lin Nan smiled, and at that moment, old Wang came over. He excitedly shook Lin Nan's hand and asked kindly, "Thank you for your hard work, young man. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you." Lin Nan waved his hand and replied with a smile, "It's normal for you to doubt me. After all, this is the product of your hard work. But since you believe in my ability, please let me upgrade all these mechas." The old man's eyes reddened slightly, perhaps out of joy. He nodded repeatedly and then looked at the researchers behind him. "Go help Commander Lin prepare the materials. We'll try to upgrade all these mechas into true Thunder Battle mechas today, okay?" A burst of passionate and powerful voices echoed, and it was clear that they were happy to help Lin Nan. While they went about preparing the materials, Lin Nan wandered among the mechas, carrying a craniotomy rod. Like a ghost, he approached the mecha. There was a loud bang, and then a pair of hands reached into its shattered body and extracted its core. Chapter 95,000. These former top researchers from Dragon Nation were now transporting materials for Lin Nan. Far from being impatient, they were filled with anticipation. They looked forward to the completion of the Thunder Battle Mech Core. The sight of 107 to 8 meter tall battle mechas standing in the center of the square was awe-inspiring. And Lin Nan didn't disappoint. After nearly an hour, the upgrade was successfully completed. Wang Zuzan, a leading figure in national defense science and technology, was in tears. In his 80s, he had assumed he would only see emasculated versions of battle mechas in his lifetime. But today, Lin Nan had shown him the true Thunder Battle mechas. And not only that, but a Thunder Battle mech core comprised of 100 mechas. Thank you, Wang Zuzan shook Lin Nan's hand, his gratitude pouring out. Lin Nan vaguely sensed the old man's obsession. In fact, he wasn't alone. The researchers present shared this desire, to restore the divine relic to the world. Now that the Thunder Battle mech has been built, we can focus on developing the Thunder weapon, Wang Zuzan declared confidently. Everyone nodded, enthusiastically responding to Wang Zuzan's call. While these individuals lacked significant offensive power and couldn't fight on the battlefield, they shared a sincere desire to restore Dragon Nation to its former glory. Actively developing weapons for the soldiers was what they were doing their utmost. Seeing their excited expressions, Lin Nan's expression became somewhat complicated. Wang Zuzan noticed his anomaly, but without dwelling on it, he casually asked, "Commander Lin, do you have anything to say? Feel free to say it." Seeing Wang Zuzan's earnest, affirmative gaze, Lin Nan's hesitation faded. He scanned the crowd, then turned back to Wang Zuzan and whispered, "You just said to focus all your efforts on developing the Thunder weapon. Actually, what I'm trying to say is, no need, huh?" Everyone's gaze is fixed on Lin Nan, each a bit puzzled. But just then, as if a sudden thought struck Qin Ming, he glanced at Lin Nan and tentatively asked, "You can't possibly build a Thunder weapon, can you?" Qin Ming's words stung everyone's gazes. They looked at Lin Nan again, their hearts racing with excitement. They felt Qin Ming had a point. Otherwise, why did Lin Nan say "I don't need it anymore"? Wasn't that what he meant by "I can build it"? Wang Zuzan was even more moved. He tried to contain his excitement, but it was impossible. "Young man, I think you should know that the Thunder weapons manufactured by our institute and distributed to various provinces and cities are actually castrated versions. Their true attack power is even greater." "But, you mean it's just too big to be used by humans, right?" Lin Nan asked, taking advantage of Wang Zuzan's pause. His words bewildered the researchers, including Wang Zuzan. "Huh? You've seen the original blueprints?" Wang Zuzan reacted, a bit incredulous. "You know, the blueprints for the Thunderbolt weapon are a state secret, off-limits to outsiders." Lin Nan wanted to say, "I haven't actually seen them, but if it's a divine relic, I can touch it and obtain the most fundamental manufacturing blueprints." He didn't want to reveal this secret, and no one would inquire. Lin Nan simply said, "Whether you've seen it or not, I know not only that the Thunderbolt weapon itself is unusually large, but I also know." He raised his head and pointed at the back and waist of the Thunderbolt battle mech. "Don't you think those areas look a bit awkward?" Lin Nan didn't continue, clearly wanting to keep the conversation a secret. However, the audience were all top weapons majors, And considering Lin Nan's words and the similar weapon slots on the mech, they immediately realized what was happening. Su Lin spoke up first. You mean, the thunder weapon was originally designed for combat mechas, right? I didn't expect you to be so smart, did you? Lin Nan subconsciously complimented Su Lin. As Dragon Country's youngest and top weapons technology researcher, she'd naturally received countless compliments, her ears already calloused with them. But for some reason, Lin Nan's praise filled her with a long-lost sense of pride. It felt like getting a perfect score on a test and being praised by her father, intimate and nostalgic. Then can you do it? The researchers couldn't help but use the honorific you. Remember, Lin Nan was so much younger than they were, even younger than their children. Lin Nan ignored them, saying calmly, of course. Everyone thought he was going to say something like, of course not. After all, building a Thunder combat metro was already a feat, almost unbelievable. If you could also build a Thunder weapon, then there would be nothing for researchers like them to do. However, Lin Nan ultimately surprised them once again. He paused for a second and continued, of course there is no problem. What? No way. You can also make Thunder weapons. If you can really replicate this Thunder weapon, it would be really awesome. It is said that it is a terrifying existence that can cause damage to fourth-order mutant creatures, the researchers were discussing excitedly. At this moment, Wang Zuzan shook Lin Nan's hand again. Young man, tell me what is needed to make a Thunder weapon. Tell Grandpa Wang and I will ask someone to help you. By the way, I have a great-granddaughter who is about the same age as you. Why don't you find some time to get to know her? Hey, Mr. Wang, let's talk about business now. Why are we talking about your granddaughter? Qin Ming suddenly asked anxiously. In fact, what he was thinking was, my daughter is still not settled, and you still want your granddaughter to jump the queue. It's impossible. That's right, Grandpa Wang, we should hurry up and help Commander Lin prepare the materials now, Su Lin also persuaded. Wang Zuzan, unbeknownst to their hidden agenda, regained his usual serious demeanor after their persuasion. However, before he did so, the old man glanced at Qin Ming and Su Lin with a rather mournful air, sending a shiver down their spines, feeling that he was being missed. Lin Nan was also surprised. He hadn't expected the old man, even in his 80s, to still possess the heart of a youth, even while discussing serious matters, not forgetting to find a husband for his great-granddaughter. Ahem, Lin Nan coughed softly, masking his slight embarrassment. Mr. Wang, the materials needed for this Thunder weapon aren't simple. Making a few is fine, but if you want to make more, I'm afraid it won't be possible. As far as I know, there aren't many mutant dragons left in the research institute. Lin Nan suddenly realized that the materials used to make this Thunder weapon weren't ordinary, the flesh, blood, and bones of a mutant dragon. But with only one mutant dragon left in the lab, they couldn't possibly make many. Do we really need that many? A few hundred won't be enough? What should we do? Everyone sighed after hearing Lin Nan's words. Unconsciously, they had completely trusted Lin Nan's judgment. But then, it was Lin Nan's turn to be confused. Hundreds? Did I hear that right? Hey, Mr. Wang, didn't you just say there were hundreds of mutant dragons in the lab, just to be safe? Lin Nan asked. Turns out he had misheard. Mr. Wang said, somewhat ashamedly, hundreds? Did I say hundreds? Seeing everyone nod, he finally admitted his age. I'm old, my memory's failing. I meant to say there were thousands more. Lin Nan was even more confused. Not hundreds, but thousands? That's even more outrageous. This time, Elder Wang nodded with absolute certainty. That's right, young man. Thousands. If I remember correctly, it should be. Wang Zuzan paused, having forgotten. Just then, a middle-aged man volunteered. 5,788. He glanced at Lin Nan and smiled. Old Wang's memory isn't always so good, so I'm responsible for recording the key data. Commander Lin, what's wrong with you? Everyone looked at Lin Nan, only to find him repeating with a bewildered expression, over 5,000, over 5,000, over 5,000. Lin Nan's words bewildered them all again. 5,000, is that a lot or a little? Everyone was puzzled. Of course it's a lot. I thought the only mutant subspecies left was the one in your institute, Lin Nan quickly replied. Hearing his words, everyone realized Commander Lin had misunderstood. That's our old man Wang's pet, called Zaya Long. Lin Nan, knowing the truth, was left in a state of confusion. Zaya Long, what a terrible name. Of course, Lin Nan didn't dare say this out loud. Then, Commander Lin, how many thunder weapons can we mutant dragons actually make? After hearing Lin Nan's words, Lin Nan countered, how many thunder weapons can you normally make? The average is too bad. At best, we'd have a sniper rifle, and a pistol, someone replied. That's all? How could that be? From what Lin Nan remembered, while the blueprints called for a lot of materials, the demand for each wasn't high. Logically, a single mutant dragon should be able to produce over 100. But this 1-to-1 ratio was a bit exaggerated. At that moment, Lin Nan suddenly remembered. No wonder these thunder weapons were so scarce. Even a metropolis like City Z only had 9. Alice, you don't know. The manufacturing process for this thunder weapon is extremely complicated. This is our best case scenario. Under normal circumstances, I'm afraid that a mutant dragon can only make one pistol. Chapter 91. A newborn calf dares to confront a group of tigers. 1 pistol. A mutant dragon only produced 1 pistol, a truly impressive production rate. So, until we've mastered a mature manufacturing method, we dare not mass produce. The production volume is extremely low, a researcher said helplessly. If our scientific research capabilities were a little stronger, we wouldn't have a mountain of gold sitting on our hands, and we'd be able to resist the catastrophe. Of the billions of people in Dragon Nation, only tens of millions ultimately survived. Though they were powerless, they felt a pang of guilt. If the thunder weapon had been produced more quickly, if more could have been made and distributed to the cities below, perhaps the results would have been better. But there were no maybes. Lin Nan looked at the researchers, feeling dejected, and pursed his lips. You've worked really hard, really. Perhaps this catastrophe is designed to wipe us out. Lin Nan saw their puzzled looks, perhaps unable to grasp the true meaning of extinction. You may not know that what I am going to say next may make you despair. But, it may also cheer you up. It's about this catastrophe. Lin Nan paused, and seeing that no one stopped him, he began to speak. When I was communicating with you, including when I was communicating with Qin Ming, I called the disaster of the past few days a catastrophe. In fact, to be precise, this should be the second overall evolution. The second overall evolution. Some researchers softly repeated the new concept of catastrophe in Lin Nan's words. Just like the first downpour, everyone who got caught in the rain turned into level 0 zombies, though some of the mutants became level 1. The subsequent downpour marked the first collective evolution, essentially turning all level 0 zombies into level 1 zombies. The same thing happened a few days ago, when all level 1 zombies evolved into level 2 zombies. That was the second collective evolution. Lin Nan's words suddenly dawned on everyone. Someone raised their hand and said, does that mean these mutants can evolve at any time? They'll advance to level 3, level 4, level 5, level 8. Or even higher. At this point, their faces were filled with shock. Honestly, they were a little scared. They stared at Lin Nan, hoping for an answer. Unexpectedly, Lin Nan said, I've already told you this before, the truth will make you despair. Hearing Lin Nan's words, these people were stunned. Although Lin Nan didn't directly state the so-called answer, their faces were already filled with sorrow. They thought that if they survived this catastrophe, they could fight a tug-of-war with the zombies, perhaps even launch a counterattack and continue Dragon Nation civilization. But they hadn't expected this so-called catastrophe to be called the second universal evolution, which also meant that the mutants would undergo a third and fourth evolution. Now they were in a fierce battle with the mutants. In a few days, when they became stronger, only death would await humanity. Everyone seemed to have seen the end. As Lin Nan had said before, humanity might really be wiped out. What should we do? We are all going to die anyway, why should we continue our research? We might as well spend a few days relaxing with our families. That's right. A conservative estimate is that there are hundreds of millions of zombies on the Dragon Kingdom continent. How can we defeat them with only 10 million of us? Oh my god, what did we humans do wrong? They allowed us to develop for thousands of years, but in the end, they want to wipe us out. Why is that? Lin Nan looked at the people in front of him who were almost collapsed. Compared to them, Lin Nan was very calm. His pair of black eyes seemed to penetrate these people's hearts. He was like a god, indifferent to all living things. Suddenly, his lips twitched slightly, and he asked with disdain, I say, what exactly is your self-identification? Lin Nan's question stunned the others. They didn't understand what Lin Nan meant, and he only smiled with even more disdain. If I were building this institute, I would definitely kick all of you out. Even if I wanted researchers with lower research skills than you, I wouldn't want you pathetic people who don't even understand your own identity." Lin Nan's words were harsh, directed at the entire institute. In a sense, they were a slap in Wang Zuzan's face. At this moment, Qin Ming, standing nearby, began to feel a little apprehensive. They say a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but Lin Nan, this calf, is actually going head-on with the tigers. So he leaned over and whispered in Lin Nan's ear, "Lin Nan, these people are from the only 2 research institutes in the entire Dragon Nation. If you offend them all, who will research high-tech weapons?" Qin Ming had tried to persuade them kindly, but Lin Nan pointed at them and said bluntly, "Let them research high-tech weapons? Are you kidding me? Look at them, there's not a shred of fighting spirit in them. I wouldn't let my soldiers use weapons made by cowards, and you're still thinking about going home to have some fun. You weapons are just going to have some fun, leaving my soldiers to fight zombies with their fists? Let them risk their lives to buy you a few days of leisure? Don't dream." Lin Nan wanted to say that if these people insisted on going home to retire, he would use them as cannon fodder. He didn't need cowards in his camp. But he finally stopped himself. He knew that fear was human nature, and their reaction was perfectly normal. He was doing this to stoke their fighting spirit. Lin Nan could see that these people were constantly blaming themselves. They always felt that they hadn't worked hard enough, leaving the country unable to cope with the mutants. They took it upon themselves to shoulder half the responsibility for the nation's destruction and the loss of its people, a situation that had nothing to do with them. Lin Nan scolded them, feeling bad himself. His methods were radical, provoking them. While not necessarily the best, they were effective nonetheless. Wang Zuzan, the octogenarian, silently observed Lin Nan like an outsider, a lot on his mind at that moment. As an old man, everything he saw was filled with memories. Everything he thought about was the past. He recalled a teacher of his. Back then, as a researcher, he hadn't asked them what they considered themselves to be, but he had repeatedly emphasized that they were the Dragon Nation's true weapons, as important as the soldiers fighting on the battlefield. It was as if he had given them the answer to Lin Nan's question. At that time, their ears were calloused, yet they hadn't grasped the true meaning of his words. After all, they made weapons. How could they be the weapons themselves? It's like I make tanks, but you can't call me a tank? They wanted to ask, but the teacher always smiled and said nothing. When he did occasionally speak, he simply said, "I hope you never understand." Thinking of this, old Wen couldn't help but smile, for he desperately wanted to see his teacher again and tell him he understood. It was ironic that the true meaning of these words had been conveyed to him by a young child in his early 20s. The so-called true weapon lies in those who can sustain civilization in times of life and death for a nation. These researchers at the Institute, inheritors of divine artifacts, warriors of the strong Dragon Nation, and the flames of civilization. If they were to falter, this country, this nation, would truly be doomed. Fortunately, Wang Zuzan chuckled. Fortunately, he had inherited his teacher's legacy. Although he didn't understand this phrase himself, he kept repeating it to the researchers. After hearing Lin Nan's words, the researchers, like Wang Zuzan now, also came to understand. Although Lin Nan had scolded them like a scoundrel, calling them worthless and even furious, they understood his good intentions and realized that he was trying to motivate them. Yes, we are the weapons of the Dragon Nation. If we back down, wouldn't this country, this millennia-old civilization, be destroyed in our hands? Even if we know tomorrow is a dead end, if we don't fight, we'll truly perish. At that moment, they realized the burden they shouldered. At the very least, it was simply to do their jobs well. At the highest, it was the future of humanity. At this thought, these people couldn't help but breathe a deep sigh of relief. They felt foolish before, thinking Lin Nan's call of them cowards was even a slight. When a nation is about to fall, even sons of noble families join the army to serve their country, only traitors retreat. Lin Nan's gaze suddenly changed as he looked at them. They dared to meet his gaze, even looking at him with a hint of determination. This showed that their consciences were clear, their spirits returning. Fortunately, these people are perceptive and didn't waste all my words, Lin Nan thought. Little did they know, it was his own inspiration, combined with the teachings of Master Wang Zuzan, passed down through Wang Zuzan, that resonated with his researchers. Otherwise, Lin Nan didn't know how much more spit he would have wasted. This was a joint effort spanning a century. Sensing the time was right, Lin Nan suddenly changed his tone, softening it considerably. Actually, the future isn't necessarily a dead end. While these mutants are constantly evolving, we're not without the strength to deal with them. Everyone looked at Lin Nan, his words hinting at a chance. Impossible? Wasn't this a dead end? Seeing a glimmer of hope in their eyes, Lin Nan continued, although these mutants will continue to evolve, one thing is that we can predict their timing. Just like the second mass evolution, while some were still doubting the catastrophe's authenticity, we had already deployed the entire magic city like a fortress, preventing even the most ordinary zombie hordes from reaching our buffer zone. Perhaps you've heard that, to train these new recruits, I even personally lured the monsters in. But the effect wasn't significant, as they never got a chance to fire their weapons before being annihilated by the artillery fire. Chapter 92, Fairy of Time. At this point, Lin Nan paused, as if about to make a major announcement. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him as he continued, we still have 3 months to prepare before the next general evolution. The second general evolution took 10 days to complete, while the third would be 90 days later. Lin Nan observed the solemn expressions on their faces and added, this also means we have over 90 days to prepare. 90 days later, we'll face millions of level 3 mutants. You should be satisfied. Our situation is like an exam. I tell you when to submit your paper, which is much better than not knowing when the exam will end. During the exam, you can cheat and plagiarize. Anyway, we can't contact headquarters now, but as the commander of the Magic City, I will grant you as many privileges as possible. My only condition is that you pass the exam. Lin Nan looked at them. They had clearly returned to their previous state, even more excited, because knowing the timing of the third general evolution was truly crucial. And after this conversation, the shackles in their hearts seemed to have been loosened. They would no longer wallow in self-blame for the past. Instead, they would, with a determination to die, exhaust all their resources to preserve the Dragon Nation's civilization as much as possible. From now on, they would no longer see themselves as researchers, they were the Dragon Nation's last hope. Without them, the soldiers would have to fight the mutant creatures with their fists. With this thought, one researcher rolled up his sleeves and spoke excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Commander, don't you need a mutant subspecies dragon? We'll get it for you right away. As soon as he spoke, everyone responded, yes, Commander, whatever you need, we'll help. Well, Commander, thank you so much. You've woken us up, a younger researcher said a little sheepishly. In reality, this kind of thing was fine as long as everyone knew it. There was no need to speak it out loud, as it would inevitably be embarrassing. But this young man felt a hurdle in his heart if he didn't say it, so he bit the bullet and thanked Lin Nan. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Nan, eager to see how he would react to their awakening. Unexpectedly, Lin Nan didn't say anything, but just smiled. Seeing his smile, everyone laughed. Su Linlin couldn't help laughing. Old Wang smiled kindly, but when he smiled, his dentures almost fell out of his mouth. The most baffled one was Qin Ming. He didn't know why these people said that to Lin Nan, and how did they reconcile? He was not Wang's student and had not received his teachings. In addition, he was not a researcher and could not reach a resonance with Lin Nan. So among these people, he was the only one who didn't know what had happened. Why did Lin Nan scold them, and they even thanked him? Strange. It was really strange. Shaking his head, Qin Ming didn't think about it anymore. In short, everyone was happy. So these people went to work, helping Lin Nan prepare the materials for making thunder weapons. Seeing everyone heading in the same direction, he quickly glanced at Elder Wang, nodded, and then asked, you said the Institute has over 5,000 mutant dragons, but the Institute isn't that big. How could they possibly keep so many? Wang Zuzan smiled faintly. Because these mutant dragons aren't at the Institute, they're in Sichuan Province, at the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. The mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. Lin Nan was stunned. So far? When will they be delivered? And they're going there like this. Aren't they afraid of danger? After all, it's 1,000 miles away. Qin Ming froze at his words. He suddenly said, I was wondering why you didn't want to go to the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor when I asked you to. It seems you don't know. Lin Nan tilted her head and looked at Qin Ming, her eyes full of confusion. What do you know? What else don't I know? The Institute has a direct link to the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. As he spoke, Qin Ming led Lin Nan into a secret area of the Institute. From there, Mutant dragons, drugged into unconsciousness by researchers, were constantly being dragged out on carts. Lin Nan was convinced. The secret realm truly led to the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. What do you think? Do you want to reconsider? We can't do this mission without you, Qin Ming wanted to persist. After all, without the divine gold, the mecha army couldn't expand, and the amount of divine gold in the research institute was running low. Lin Nan wasn't expecting him to be so insistent, but he still asked, "Why can't I be left alone?" "Of course, it's too dangerous there." Qin Ming recounted the experiences of the team members who had gone to dig for the divine gold. He added, "If this battle mech wasn't powerful enough, and the divine gold wasn't running low, I wouldn't have let you take this risk. But don't worry, I'll go with you when the time comes." Lin Nan was most concerned about the so-called divine gold. What exactly was that thing? Qin Ming had no idea. The concept of divine gold had been introduced to him by Su Linlin. Just then, Su Linlin approached. "Commander Lin, we've prepared over 20 mutant dragons. Why don't you go take a look?" Su Linlin's tone was remarkably gentle, a stark contrast to her previous arrogant demeanor. Lin Nan, momentarily overwhelmed, looked at Su Linlin and asked, bewildered, "What's wrong? Do you have a fever? Why are you speaking so gently? Didn't you just tell me to wait and see?" Su Linlin's face flushed instantly. She knew Lin Nan was deliberately trying to embarrass her, but then her usual arrogant demeanor returned. With a snort, she was about to leave. Just then, Qin Ming stopped her. "Linlin, can you explain to Commander Lin what divine gold is?" Su Linlin was stunned. It was a bit odd that Lin Nan could build battle mechas but didn't know what divine gold was. After a moment's thought, she said, "After the mecha was smashed, the object you reached into its body and pulled out was made of divine gold, the mecha core," Lin Nan exclaimed excitedly. "That thing is divine gold." Lin Nan had a vague suspicion. This was the only material in the entire mecha that was considered unique. Perhaps the vibranium the system was referring to was the divine gold they were talking about. As she spoke, Su Linlin brought the only piece of divine gold in their research facility. Sure enough, the purple glow of divine gold was identical to the vibranium Lin Nan had seen before. Truly a case of searching for something without effort. Unexpectedly, the divine gold Qin Ming had asked Lin Nan to find was the very vibranium he had been craving. Qin Ming saw the undisguised excitement in Lin Nan's eyes and knew he was tempted. "What do you think, little brat? Do you want to give it a try?" Lin Nan shifted his gaze from the divine gold to Qin Ming's face. Instead of a direct response, he asked, "I remember you said the Institute would send another exploration team and signed me up. So how many people are going?" His question was insignificant. He simply wanted to reconsider the idea of digging for vibranium at the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. After all, such matters require careful consideration. Lin Nan's casual questioning left Qin Ming hesitant and speechless. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Lin Nan asked, "It's not just me, is it?" "How could that be?" Qin Ming waved his hand. "Actually, two, including me, Lin Nan. This is a real trick on me." Lin Nan felt a little frustrated. Just then, Su Linlin, standing nearby, glanced at him and pursed her lips in a serious expression. Confused, Lin Nan wanted to ask her if she had any questions. Su Linlin simply said, "Well, count me in. I want to go too." Lin Nan shook his head decisively at his suggestion. "It's too dangerous there." "Aren't you afraid, a girl?" Su Linlin shook her head firmly. "I'm not afraid of the monsters in there, no, I mean," Lin Nan leaned closer to her. Su Linlin crossed her arms and instinctively stepped back. She saw something strange on Lin Nan's face, but he continued with a smirk, "I mean, aren't you afraid of me? I can eat people." Su Linlin was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "I didn't expect Commander Lin to be so funny." Lin Nan looked frustrated. "I'm just teasing you, can you take it seriously?" He shook his head, feeling immediately bored. Let's go see those mutant dragons." Seeing Lin Nan about to leave, Su Linlin quickly reached out to stop him. Lin Nan turned and swung his hand, but Su Linlin grabbed it. Instantly, she felt an electric shock. Su Linlin quickly let go of her hand, her pretty face flushing to her ears. She quickly explained, "I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to go with you." Lin Nan turned his back and said calmly, "I don't support useless people. You're an unarmed little girl. Going there will only hold me back. Do you understand?" Qin Ming heard his words and punched him without hesitation. "You little brat, are you implying something?" Su Linlin knew he was talking to her, but he suddenly raised his head with a haughty expression. I'm not a loser. Lin Nan turned his head and looked at her with disdain. Are you strong? Lin Nan had barely finished speaking when Qin Ming, standing beside him, punched him again. Finally, he said, are you implying something? Lin Nan glanced at him. Stop it. Then Lin Nan looked at Su Linlin again, only to see her twirling her index finger in a circle before launching another, painless punch at him. It was Qin Ming again. Are you implying something? This scene seemed to repeat itself 3 times. Lin Nan was stunned. He finally sensed something strange. He looked at Su Linlin again, only to see her twirling her index finger in another circle. Something strange was happening again. That old man, Qin Ming, threw another punch, repeating, are you implying something about us? Holy crap. Lin Nan was stunned. He looked at Su Linlin in shock. Before he could ask if she was responsible, Su Linlin took the initiative to say, my ability is the Fairy of Time. Chapter 93. No, it's 5,000 sets. The so-called Time Fairy possesses a magical ability to reverse time. Furthermore, the evolved can create an energy field. Those within it can sense the passage of time, just as Lin Nan noticed Qin Ming repeating his previous actions. Those outside the field, such as Qin Ming, can only become waves in time, at the mercy of Su Linlin. Of course, due to Su Linlin's abilities, she can only reverse time to any time within 1 minute, and can only use it 3 times a day. However, as she advances in level, this time can be extended, and the number of times she can use it can be increased. Despite these limitations, Lin Nan knew this was a truly powerful weapon. Why? On the one hand, this ability allows teammates to anticipate powerful enemies and, after setbacks, rewind time to fight back. With their previous experience, they know the enemy's intended moves and can then devise countermeasures. On the other hand, in a duel between masters, every move is fatal. Mishandling this move could result in instant death. With this ability, there's a high margin of error. Who wouldn't want such a power? Hey, this little girl looks pretty to me. Lin Nan was already thinking about how he'd tricked her into joining the Lin family army. Huh? The little girl tilted her head, looking at Lin Nan in confusion. Seeing Lin Nan smirk, she felt a little frightened, then glanced at Qin Ming beside her. That bread is just like that. Don't be afraid. Qin Ming patted Lin Nan's shoulder. Don't be silly. The little girl is waiting for your reply. Lin Nan was suddenly awakened by the pat. Oh, well, sure, if you want to go ahead. You had such a powerful ability, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Nan curled his lips, but his eyes turned serious again. But let me be frank. Don't make me think you're useless. Otherwise, even if your ability is powerful, I won't let you follow me again. Su Linlin nodded seriously. As for why she was so determined to get in, Lin Nan didn't ask. Su Linlin remained silent. After a brief discussion, the group realized that quite a few mutant dragons had been transported to the square, so they hurried over. Seeing Lin Nan approach, Wang Zuzan hurried over and grasped his hand. Young man, look at these subspecies dragons. We've carefully selected them. Each one is plump and strong, the finest of the finest. We used a ton of anesthetic to get them. Lin Nan glanced at the anesthetized mutant dragons and nodded slightly. They were indeed, as Wang Zuzan had said, top-notch. Normally, one mutant dragon could produce over 100 sets of thunder weapons, but these, Lin Nan was certain, could produce nearly double that, or 200 sets. Seeing the researchers still tirelessly transporting the mutant dragons, Lin Nan quickly stopped them. Young man, our original intention was to equip all these mecha armies with complete weapon systems. But there are only 25 of them. How can we make 100? Lin Nan shook his head. No, that's right, Wang Zuzan explained. Once, one of our mutant subspecies dragons barely managed to produce a thunder weapon, and that was for the soldiers. We couldn't even produce one compatible with the mechas. Now you're asking us to make 100, how can these even be enough? Old Wang is right. We're not afraid of the effort. We can even ship more, that's right, Commander Lin. Don't feel bad for us, or for these subspecies dragons. At this, everyone laughed. Lin Nan followed suit. No, you misunderstood. I'm not feeling bad for these subspecies dragons. I'm saying that we can't make 100 weapons, because these 25 mutant subspecies dragons can produce at least 5,000. 5,000, everyone was shocked. What does 5,000 mean? The research institute could barely produce one set, so these 25 meant 25 sets, but Lin Nan said he could make 5,000. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. But just then, Lin Nan smiled, and that smile looked a little ashamed? Wrong? Sure enough. Lin Nan said, somewhat embarrassed, I was wrong. It wasn't 5,000, not 5,000. As soon as Lin Nan said this, everyone was visibly stunned, and then they thought about it. I knew it. How could they make that many? 5,000? I can't even imagine it. I didn't expect the commander to be so cute. I guess he miscalculated. Commander, don't be embarrassed. We don't believe they can make 5,000 either. After all, that's too shocking. These people spoke at once, all trying to persuade Lin Nan not to feel embarrassed, saying it was normal to miscalculate. But as everyone was talking, it was as if struck by a bolt from the blue. A moment later, they fell silent as they heard Lin Nan say, not 5,000, but 5,000 sets. Every researcher in the room knew that a weapon set contained 3 guns, perfectly sized for the 3 weapon slots on a battle mech. However, due to the extremely low production rate, these researchers typically measured units by gun, not sets. Production was already low, only a few hundred guns, so if they were talking about sets, there wouldn't even be 100. So, when Lin Nan said 5,000 guns, they took it literally, meaning 5,000 guns. However, Lin Nan's real meaning was 5,000 sets. Oh my god. Is this true? How many guns make 5,000 sets? I can't figure it out. Can you help me calculate? I'm confused too. Someone next to you, please help. Come on, I didn't even graduate from elementary school. I don't know. These senior researchers from various advanced research institutes around the world were stunned. They were so shocked that they couldn't even solve basic arithmetic. At that moment, Lin Nan approached a section of the dissected mutant dragon. Wang Zuzan, standing nearby, trembling, approached Lin Nan, equally astonished. At his advanced age, he had seen many spectacular scenes, but what he witnessed in just one day was far more shocking than anything he had seen before. Young man, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is truly incredible. Are you sure? The researchers all turned to Lin Nan, eager for his answer. Lin Nan glanced at the old man and smiled faintly. The materials in his hand vanished in an instant, followed by a blinding flash of light. When the light faded, 3 massive thunder weapons lay neatly laid out on the dissection table before them. The gleaming, polished luster of the weapons made everyone's heart leap. Lin Nan remained silent, his achievements convincing everyone. 3 weapons created in an instant, crucially using minimal materials. At this rate, he could truly produce 200 sets. And that's a conservative estimate. Elder Wang Zuzan was the first to react. He first stopped the researchers who were still transporting the subspecies dragon, stunned, and ordered them to stop. He then called on all the researchers to help Lin Nan dissect the mutant subspecies dragon and sort the materials into sets, so that Lin Nan could manufacture them more easily. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wang. Lin Nan expressed gratitude at the elder's thoughtfulness. However, the elder shook his head in response to Lin Nan's gratitude. You're thanking me, but I'm the one who should be thanking you. Without you, we might never see the true form of a thunder weapon. The elder's gaze shifted to the 3 thunder weapons. Once this is completed, I'll lead my students in studying the real thunder weapons. Maybe we can even replicate them. If that doesn't work, I'm confident we can mass-produce small thunder weapons suitable for warriors. At this point, Lin Nan suddenly had an idea. By the way, Elder Wang, there's something I need to tell you. While I can build mecha-compatible thunder weapons, I can't make miniaturized ones. So, before the era of universal mechas arrives, I'd like to ask you to work harder and produce more thunder weapons suitable for soldiers. Okay, Elder Wang nodded repeatedly. He had been a little worried earlier. Since Lin Nan had taken on almost everything, they would have to reselect their research topics, inevitably falling into a research lull. Since Lin Nan couldn't build a miniaturized thunder weapon, it was a good opportunity to mobilize all researchers to overcome the hurdle of mass production. With a prototype, Elder Wang was confident he could achieve this goal. As for Lin Nan's inability to build a miniaturized thunder weapon, the reason was simple: no blueprints. The system was too powerful. They were giving you high-end blueprints while you were touching a low-spec thunder weapon. Lin Nan didn't understand technology, so naturally, he couldn't build a low-spec weapon suitable for soldiers. Fortunately, he had the researchers at the Research Institute to help him. Wang Zuzan's eyes lit up. He felt his motivation had returned, and he felt like he could still work for over a decade. Especially the new concept Lin Nan had just conveyed to him, the era of universal mechas. For this leading figure in national defense technology, this was not only exciting, but also energizing. Lin Nan's ambition made him wish he had been born a few decades later, so he could have created a legend with him. What a shame, Wang Zuzan said with a self-deprecating laugh. Su Linlin and Qin Ming also went to help. Facing the bloody mutant dragon, the young girl didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, standing beside Lin Nan and helping him made her feel both excited and nervous. As for the nervousness, it was simply because she was a little unfamiliar with organizing the materials, which inevitably made Lin Nan wait a while. But Lin Nan waited, his eyes fixed on her, even glancing up and down from time to time. "Don't look," Su Linlin whispered coquettishly. But Lin Nan didn't argue. No, not only didn't he explain, he whispered back, "You have a great figure, I couldn't help but take a few glances." "Huh? Are you sure you only took a few glances?" The girl glanced at him proudly, but she was actually feeling happy inside. Just because Lin Nan praised her figure. Chapter 94, insert it quickly. Finally done, Su Linlin collapsed on the ground, exhausted, her hands stained with blood. The scent of mutant dragon flesh filled the entire square, transforming it into a giant slaughterhouse. 5,500 sets in total, nearly 500 more than previously estimated. A researcher approached with a spreadsheet, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Lin Nan with admiration. Not just him, but everyone else treated him like a savior. It was as if his presence could always make the impossible possible. But that wasn't the most astonishing thing. Lin Nan approached, piloting battle mech number 66. It bent down and equipped itself with all its weapons. Just as Lin Nan had said, the weaponized battle mech truly was like a dragon with its eyes fixed on it, as if it had come to life. So majestic, so domineering, so awesome. "This is truly divine technology," the researchers exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. "I really want my own mech," another programmer's eyes gleamed with hope. "What are you thinking? This is for the soldiers, what does it have to do with us?" "That's true," the researcher's eyes dimmed, and it wasn't just him, the other researchers behind him were also feeling downcast. After all, mechas are a man's passion, who wouldn't want one of their own? Don't be discouraged. If you work hard, I'll ask Commander Lin for one for each of you. Just then, Wang Zuzan approached. Seeing the hesitation, despite his advanced age, he understood. A man's youth is the root of his death, and how could a young man not love mechas? "Really, Mr. Wang? We've taken note of this. Don't break your promise when the time comes," the old man tapped the man on the head affectionately. "What are you talking about? When have I ever broken a promise?" The man chuckled at the old man's words. At that moment, another voice rang out from the side. "I certify for you that if we can successfully mass-produce the Thunderbolt weapons suitable for our warriors, I will personally build one for each of you. This is a promise from the Demon City Commander, officially guaranteed." Everyone turned to look at the speaker, still wondering who possessed such power, only to discover that it was Lin Nan dismounting from his mecha. The crowd was filled with excitement. With Lin Nan's affirmation, these people were as happy as children, including some men in their 40s and 50s. "Mr. Wang, please make arrangements quickly. We must overcome this difficulty now." "That's right, Mr. Wang. Hurry, hurry." Wang Zuzan, moved by their enthusiasm, quickly nodded in agreement. Watching them gradually disappear, Qin Ming suddenly asked, "How's it going, Brad?" Lin Nan was stunned. "You mean the mecha? Not bad. It's already a high-level tier 3, and with the added power of the thunder weapon, it can hold its own against a tier 4. That thunder weapon is powerful enough to take on a tier 4 warrior. Of course, that's only with a mecha. Smaller thunder weapons for warriors can't hold their own against tier 4. When Qin Ming heard Lin Nan say that a battle mecha could hold its own against tier 4, he gasped. This meant they'd be able to fight even the next wave of evolution. After all, tier 3 would be the mainstream next time. Once they had a full mecha army, a counterattack wasn't impossible. However, the divine gold needed to build the mechas was currently running low, so mining for the metal at the first Emperor's mausoleum might be necessary. Lin Nan also realized this, and this time he took the initiative and suggested, "We can't wait any longer. I'll go take a look inside the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. As for Grandma and my woman, please keep it a secret for now. I'm afraid they'll be worried if they find out." Kinming wanted to say something, but seeing the determined look in his eyes, Kinming didn't say anything. He changed the subject and said, "Didn't we agree before? I'll go with you." Lin Nan shook his head decisively. "If you go, there will really be no leader. The Magic City needs someone to keep it afloat. That way, I feel at ease, and everyone else will too." Kinming thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. So he said, "Or Ake can accompany you." "That little girl is quite clever," Lin Nan chuckled. "Old man, don't think I don't know you want to be my father-in-law. Things like this depend on the girl's wishes." Kinming, exposed, didn't feel embarrassed at all. In his opinion, Lin Nan was excellent, but his own daughter wasn't bad either. They were a match made in heaven, and he was happy to bring them together. So, upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Kinming quickly said, "Don't you understand Ake's wishes? That little girl is very willing." Lin Nan paused, then added, "Then, father-in-law, I'll be leaving first. As for this matter, we'll discuss it when I come back. After all, I can't come back, and I can't let Ake be a widow." With that, Lin Nan turned away. Watching Lin Nan's back, Kinming kept spitting, "You bastard, what depressing words are you talking about?" Though he cursed him, Kinming was actually delighted. Not only was his daughter finally settled, but Lin Nan's father-in-law call was truly heartening. Lin Nan turned and headed towards the secret realm, followed by 20 battle mechas. Of course, Lin Nan was no fool. That place looked incredibly dangerous, and with 24th-tier mecha AIS protecting him, he certainly wasn't afraid. Of course, besides the mechas, there was another person following closely behind her, Lin Nan. Although she was helping out at the research institute, the young woman kept her eyes on Lin Nan, fearing he'd leave her behind and go inside alone. So, upon seeing Lin Nan heading toward the secret realm entrance, she quickly asked Elder Wang for leave. Upon learning she was following Lin Nan to mine for the divine gold, they all advised her to be careful, but didn't stop her. They also understood the divine gold's importance. On the way, the two of them each got into mecha. Lin Nan was still a little unhappy. "Tell me, are you planning to leave me and go in alone?" Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, "How is that possible? Did I ask you to come with me?" Lin Nan didn't believe him. "If I weren't so fast, you would have gotten in." Lin Nan smiled faintly, but a plan had already occurred to him. "What do you mean? I've never been there before, so I have to find a guide, right? So, I have to ask you to come with me, right? And you have special abilities. If I ask someone else to come, I can't be sure. If I hurt them, it would be more trouble than it's worth. Don't you agree?" Lin Nan was stunned by his long speech, but she also felt something was wrong. After thinking about it, she finally realized what was wrong and shouted, "No, how do you know I know the way?" "Someone told me," Lin Nan said confidently. Although he looked confident, he was also a little panicked inside. After all, he was the commander of the Magic City, and it would be embarrassing to be exposed for breaking his promise. But the more panicked she became, the more cunning Lin Nan became. She pitifully said, "But I don't know." Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then yelled, "What? You don't know the way?" Lin Nan was stunned by his somewhat exaggerated reaction and quickly said, I know, don't yell, I'm scared." Lin Nan was startled, but he also knew that his reaction had clearly exposed him. Lin Nan knew he was lying, he hadn't even meant to call her. However, Lin Nan stopped short of exposing him. After all, her previous words were just a joke, and she wasn't angry about such a small matter. Seeing Lin Nan silent, Lin Nan thought he was angry and wanted to curry favor with her lovely Commander Lin. "Commander, aren't you curious why I insisted on coming with you? After all, I'm just a weak little girl." Lin Nan was also puzzled by her words. "Aren't you secretly in love with me?" "Humph," Lin Nan snorted. "What are you talking about? I don't have a secret crush on you." Lin Nan shook his head indifferently. "Then why is that? You don't have a secret crush on me, you just simply like my body? Okay, you scumbag, I see right through you." Lin Nan was completely upset by Lin Nan. He had never expected that Lin Nan, who appeared to be so domineering and majestic on the surface, was actually a little drama queen behind the scenes. Ahem. Seeing Lin Nan stop talking, Lin Nan coughed awkwardly. "Well, I was just kidding. This secret realm is pretty depressing, isn't it? Anyway, what's the reason?" After a 2-second silence, Lin Nan spoke in a low voice. "Because of one person, a girl." Lin Nan was stunned. Could it be the group that didn't come back? Lin Nan speculated. Exactly. She's my best friend. Before she left, she joked that if she didn't come back, she'd help take care of her mother. And then, so she really didn't come back, huh? Lin Nan's voice grew calmer. Su Linlin remained silent, but through the mech, Lin Nan could hear the faint sound of sobbing. It must be Su Linlin secretly wiping away tears. Do you need my shoulder to lean on? Lin Nan's voice suddenly rang out, resonant in the somewhat silent secret realm. Can I? Su Linlin wiped the tears from her eyes with one hand, her eyes fixed on Lin Nan's mech. As soon as the voice fell, the cabins of the two mechas opened at the same time, and Lin Nan jumped directly into Su Linlin's mecha. Fortunately, the cabin was large enough to accommodate both of them at the same time. The mecha moved forward steadily on the bumpy land. The two people in the cabin snuggled up to each other, feeling each other's body temperature. Are you feeling better? Lin Nan looked at the road ahead and turned his eyes to Su Linlin beside him. He stretched out his hand, wanting to wipe her tears, but his hand stopped in midair. The two of them were friends at most, and wiping her tears was indeed a bit ambiguous. Su Linlin found that he was a little shy, and suddenly wanted to laugh. She raised her head and said with some anger, "Hurry up and insert it." "No," I said, "wipe it quickly." "Commander Lin, I was wrong, stop it." Chapter 95. I was shocked. "Oh. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding." Lin Nan reacted and quickly stood up. Su Linlin was startled by his strange behavior. He had agreed to comfort her, but why did he resort to violence? Seeing that she didn't want to pay attention to him, Lin Nan turned to look outside. A secret entrance appeared not far ahead. Through that secret realm, we can enter the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor, Su Linlin suddenly said, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Lin Nan nodded, but to prevent Su Linlin from getting angry, Lin Nan followed up her words and asked, "It feels strange. Why haven't we seen any mutants along the way? Logically, it should be very dangerous inside the secret realm." This method was indeed effective. Su Linlin thought for a moment and continued, "This path was specially opened by the Research Institute, naturally avoiding the main mutant activity areas. Even so, danger still occurs from time to time. It's just that we happen to avoid them, so that's it." Lin Nan nodded silently. The mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor is located within the Sichuan province. Entering through a secret realm, it's easy to find by heading south. While easy to find, it's also a forbidden area. For example, the entrance is a laboratory gate with the words "No Trespassing" inscribed on it. Normally, outsiders are completely inaccessible. Furthermore, the area itself is extremely remote, and with the many cliffs and sheer cliffs in Sichuan province, it's inaccessible to anyone but a most adventurous explorer. "How did you get in such a remote place without a secret realm?" Lin Nan asked instinctively. "Haven't you seen a heavy helicopter?" Su Linlin's words suddenly enlightened him. The laboratory here wasn't suitable for vehicles, surrounded by dense forest. However, for aircraft, a landing pad would easily solve this problem. From the outside, the laboratory looked solemn and impressive, imbued with a sense of technology and modernity. But who could have imagined that once inside, the atmosphere would suddenly change, revealing pavilions and towers. Illuminated by solar-powered lights, the place resembled the grandeur and majesty of the Imperial Palace in Kyoto. "Is this place so huge?" Lin Nan couldn't help but gasp in shock. As expected of the first emperor, he built such a magnificent underground palace. Did he really think he'd enjoy it after his death? But Lin Nan also sensed a hint of eeriness. After all, a place as vast as the Imperial City, yet deserted, would be a lie to say it wasn't unsettling. Living in a 3-story building, one would worry at night about whether someone was living in the upstairs rooms. While there was light, it was the most energy efficient and incandescent. The dim light barely illuminated the entire area, but the buildings and alleyways remained pitch black. Lin Nan sensed Su Linlin beside him, constantly glancing back, a little suspicious. Her little hand unconsciously clasped around Lin Nan's arm, clearly genuinely frightened. "I say, you're a researcher after all. Isn't upholding science your principle and bottom line? Why are you scared?" Su Linlin, still quite stubborn, quickly let go of Lin Nan's arm and turned away, still saying confidently, "Who said I was scared? I'm not. If you're not afraid, then I'm leaving." Lin Nan was about to get up, and he was quite surprised that Su Linlin didn't stop him. "Oh, you're really tough." Lin Nan couldn't help but look at her with admiration. But the look wasn't enough. The girl's expression truly bewildered him. Her eyes were as if she had seen something unbelievable, full of horror and disbelief. It was as if she had seen something behind her. "Are you okay?" Lin Nan gently nudged her shoulder. The girl looked up, her eyes dazed. "Commander Lin, I think I saw a ghost." At his words, Lin Nan's head buzzed, and then a chill ran down his back, as if someone was breathing on his shoulder. Lin Nan immediately shook his shoulder. "Don't talk nonsense, are you? Did you see something?" Lin Nan and his companions, along with over 20 mechas, had already reached the heart of the first emperor's mausoleum. The deeper they went, the darker it grew. Furthermore, according to Su Linlan, the mutated dragon population wasn't in the same location as the digging site for the divine gold. One was even to the east, the other to the west. Therefore, after the apocalypse, aside from the previous team that had been killed, no one had come here again. Through the windows of the mecha, Lin Nan even spotted a few scattered items, like the sophisticated equipment used to mine the divine gold, the now empty minecart that once held the divine gold, and what looked like a woman's shoe. If Lin Nan's guess was correct, this was also where the miners had crashed, or perhaps it was here that they had encountered the so-called god. Lin Nan stopped dwelling on it. His priority was to soothe Su Linlan and clarify what he had just seen. At this thought, Lin Nan suddenly realized that Su Linlan's ability referred to a spirit. "You can rewind time to a few minutes ago, right? Try it now, and I'll show you what the thing is." Su Linlan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The more panicked she became, the more confused she became. She felt ashamed that she had forgotten her ability. "I'll use my ability later. Keep an eye on the corner of that alleyway," Su Linlan pointed. The corner of the alleyway. Lin Nan was puzzled. "You mean the ghost came out of that corner?" Su Linlan shook her head, but she didn't want to recall it. The scene was too terrifying for her. "Just watch." With that, Su Linlan quickly activated her ability. "Did you use it?" In this silent, ancient environment, there was nothing to refer to time, so Lin Nan couldn't tell for a moment whether she had used her ability or not. Su Linlan nodded at Lin Nan and then closed her eyes. Seeing Su Linlan's reaction, Lin Nan knew she might have truly witnessed something, and not only didn't want to experience it again, she didn't even want to think about it. She couldn't care less now. Commander Lin, with whom she had a slight flirtation, offered her the greatest sense of security. They seemed to be quite compatible, so Su Linlan slipped into his arms without hesitation, burying her head in his chest. "Hey, you can't take advantage of me." Inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from the girl's body, Lin Nan took advantage and acted docilely. But he was also a little nervous at the moment. The dim lights outside swayed back and forth in the unknown wind, making a creaking sound. Perhaps due to a short circuit or something else, the lights flickered on and off, adding an eerie atmosphere to the already dim road. Not to mention the already dark alleyway. That creepy feeling returned. Lin Nan, a hot-blooded killer, wasn't afraid of ghosts, but his nervousness was pure fear of the unknown. This kind of uncertainty can bring out a person's deepest fears, because in this kind of environment, you can always imagine what scares you. The longer you wait, the more fear you feel, and the more fear you feel, the slower time seems to pass. How long has it been, and I don't seem to have seen anything. Maybe this little girl is really hallucinating. Or maybe she's just trying to take advantage of me. At this moment, Lin Nan stretched his delicate body. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body from being held tightly. A smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. He was now certain that this girl had coveted his body and had caused all this trouble. Humph. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Lin Nan's gaze shifted from the alley entrance to Su Linlan. Just at this moment, Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head again, and just a moment later, he saw, at the alley entrance, an old man with a small, thin mustache and a pointed, triangular face, grinning at them with a grin. The key was that he was just poking his head out there, in the dim, dark light, giving people a chilling feeling. It was as if he was spying on them. The main thing was, "You're just looking, what are you laughing at?" Lin Nan was startled, instantly furious. "Today, no matter if you're human or ghost, I'm going to give you a good beating." Lin Nan was trembling with fear. This was the first time in his life that he had been frightened so badly. Some people are naturally brave and unfazed by such supernatural events. Some are naturally timid and would faint at the slightest hazard. And then there's another type who appears timid but isn't actually very brave either. But when frightened, these people don't run away, they'll fight back against whatever frightened them. "If I don't kill you today, I'll take your last name. All mechas, listen, follow me." Today, it's the ghosts who are going to liberate him, and it's the humans who are going to make him see ghosts. Lin Nan gave the order, and all 20 mechas obeyed. They took to the air, scanning the ground beneath them. If I didn't want my son and grandson to see the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, I would have blown this place upside down. Lin Nan was furious, but Su Linlin in his arms was affected by him and inexplicably didn't feel afraid anymore. She wanted to sit up, but heard Lin Nan shouting, "Wait a moment, I'll catch that ghost for you." Lin Nan's words were so domineering that Su Linlin felt the feeling of being a little woman for the first time. So sweet. Which woman doesn't want to be a little woman, snuggling in the arms of the one she loves, watching him charge into battle? Mech number 66, a suspicious energy body has been detected. At this time, the mech that Lin Nan had been driving suddenly spoke. Through vision sharing, Lin Nan also found him, but he had already run far away. Damn, is he running so fast? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Winner. But what puzzled him even more was the strange escape route. There was a clear path, but he chose to run straight in one direction, until he entered a small, unassuming cave. He assumed it was where he was hiding. Lin Nan and his mechas rushed over, only to hear a loud bang as the cave suddenly shattered. A cavern suddenly appeared. Then, Lin Nan saw the man emerge, carrying a massive coffin. "God, I've waited for you here for over 2,000 years, the man said as he walked. His words, as if addressed to Lin Nan and the others, were filled with unwavering reverence. It suddenly dawned on Lin Nan that this man wasn't a ghost, he had a presence. He'd probably run away from them to bring him the coffin-like box. Just as Lin Nan suspected, he saw the man carefully place the box in front of Lin Nan's mechas and then kneel down. "God, this is our offering. I wonder if you've come here to fulfill a promise made 1,000 years ago?" Lin Nan was stunned. What promise? And why does he keep calling himself a god? Lin Nan quickly figured out the answer. It had to be something to do with the mecha he was writing. According to the Research Institute, this mecha was divine technology. If you didn't look at the person inside, you'd definitely mistake it for a god. So, it was understandable that the guy was so wrong. With that in mind, Lin Nan decided to go with the flow and try to get some information out. After all, there were still many things he didn't know, like what happened to the team earlier. Lin Nan pondered for 2 seconds. Seeing how devout this guy was, he must be a very noble god. "So, it's understandable that I don't answer your question directly, but let you answer mine first." So Lin Nan said directly, "Let's not talk about the promise for now. I want to ask you, not long ago, a dozen or 20 people came here. Do you know what happened to them?" The guy thought for a moment and said casually, "Of course, they died tragically at my hands, but 2 or 3 escaped. 4 years, they entered my imperial mausoleum, disturbing my master's rest. Due to their strength, I have been able to tolerate them again and again. When I finally encountered them in groups of 3 or 4, I would kill them immediately. However, there were a couple of women, very beautiful, who were hairy." At this point, the guy smiled wickedly, as if he was very proud. Su Linlin, who was in his arms, sat up suddenly after hearing this. Her friend might not escape this fate. Lin Nan could see she was about to rush in and attack him, but he stopped her. He looked at Su Linlin and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. I'll avenge your friend, but before that, I need to learn as much as I can." Lin Nan's face was serious, and Su Linlin realized that impulsiveness now would ruin his plan. She suppressed her anger and calmed herself. But the little girl continued to cry silently, not daring to make a sound. Although furious, Lin Nan tried to keep his tone as indifferent as possible. After all, every lackey has his master. His disregard for human life, coupled with his wicked grin, suggested the god he worshipped wasn't a good person either. Lin Nan was actually reversing the god's character. "The god who promised you is no longer here, huh?" The man's expression froze, and he looked at them in shock. Then, doesn't that mean there's no way our emperor can be resurrected?" The man's expression grew increasingly sinister. Hearing his words, Lin Nan suddenly realized that the promise he made was to resurrect the person in the coffin. He kept saying it was the emperor. Could it be? Lin Nan had a vague feeling. Could it be that the coffin contained the first emperor? Just then, Su Linlin, standing nearby, suddenly said, although the first emperor's coffin was found, subsequent technical comparisons revealed it might not be the original. Clearly, she had realized this as well. Her words further solidified Lin Nan's conviction that the coffin contained the first emperor himself. He paused, then added, "Don't get excited. I only said the god is gone, not that I won't fulfill your promise. However, I need your information. After all, I don't know you." This guy was gullible. Perhaps, in his subconscious, no one would dare impersonate a god in a mecha. That's why he was so certain Lin Nan was the true god, answering every question he asked. Upon learning that the god was willing to fulfill his promise, he burst into tears, hugging the coffin and crying frantically, "My emperor, do you hear? You can be resurrected. When you are, I will continue to assist you in unifying this rebellious world, a foolish minister." This was Lin Nan's first impression. However, people's emotions are not universal. Your sincerity is admirable, but you shouldn't rape an ordinary woman. Perhaps he would discuss the right and wrong of breaking into the mausoleum of the first emperor and disturbing your master, but such matters no longer mattered to Lin Nan. If Lin Nan decided to kill him, he would spare no effort to kill him, unless he knelt and begged for mercy like a grandson, or killed Lin Nan in return. "I'm asking you a question," Lin Nan suddenly said in a cold voice. The man was also shocked, then knelt on the ground and nodded frantically. Yes, I was actually made into an undead corpse by the gods 2,000 years ago to protect the late emperor. The gods promised at the time that as long as a huge rooftop was built, they would help the late emperor and make him immortal. Unfortunately, the late emperor died halfway through. In the end, the gods promised again that if the rooftop was completed, the deceased emperor would be resurrected. Now the rooftop has been built long ago, but the gods ascended to the upper world on the rooftop, as if forgetting our promise. I, made into an undead corpse, accompanied the late emperor to his burial, waiting for the day when the gods changed their minds. The more Lin Nan listened, the more outrageous it seemed. How could a god make a human into an undead corpse? And what the hell was ascension? Could this be a world of cultivating immortals? Thinking of this, Lin Nan asked again, "Do you know why that god built the rooftop, or what that rooftop looked like? Did you see how he ascended, just like that?" The guy was silent for a moment, as if reminiscing. "After all, this happened over 2,000 years ago. I remember that rooftop was round, with a metal pillar on each side, towering to the sky. He sat on a disc, and waves of light shimmered beneath it. And just like that, he ascended into the clouds, sitting on a disc." Lin Nan was stunned. This god, could it be a UFO or an alien? Damn, this seems like a world of immortal cultivation, but a science fiction world. "Then do you remember what that god looked like?" Lin Nan asked again. "Blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, big nose, tall." Lin Nan was stunned again. From his description, he seemed like a foreigner. But just then, the guy sensed something was wrong. Because Lin Nan was a little excited, he had forgotten to pay attention to the loopholes in his words. Seeing him keep talking about that god, he became suspicious. Because Lin Nan's words made it seem as if he and the gods were two different species. "Let's see how you resurrect the late emperor, or I'll completely annihilate all of you vile creatures." He wanted to wait, but Lin Nan no longer had any questions. "Alright, I've asked enough questions. I see it's not easy for you to guard here, so go to hell." Lin Nan's words were absolutely decisive, not giving him a chance to react. The man was shocked. It was exactly as he'd imagined, but he refused to accept the answer. He wanted to ask again. "You aren't gods?" Lin Nan narrowed his eyes and sneered. "We're here to avenge our compatriots you've slain." After learning the truth, the man couldn't believe it. "No, you're lying, aren't you? How could you have a god's mount? Only gods have that." As expected, Lin Nan realized he had identified them based on the mecha. Lin Nan ignored him and pulled out the thunderbolt pistol from his waist, pointing it directly at his brow. "You're all liars." The man trembled with anger, ready to tear Lin Nan apart. But in a split second, he vanished from his spot, then soared into the air. He literally soared. This was a bit strange. How could a perfectly normal person fly? Just then, a series of messages came through the system. Ding. Opponent Ying Chen, attributes, undead corpse, level 4 peak mutant. Power 1, flying power 2, hallucination power 3. Teleportation. Lin Nan was stunned by Ying Chen's attribute information panel. He had 3 powers. And he was a level 4 peak mutant. But Lin Nan remained calm. After all, He had brought with him 20 fully armed combat mechas, whose combined combat capabilities rivaled those of level 4s. That meant 20 level 4s against 1 peak level 4. Lin Nan knew he wouldn't be outmatched. Ying Chen seemed to realize this, but his expression remained calm. He said calmly, "Do you think you're the only one with help? Let me show you the power of our great kin." He raised his neck and thrust his thin hand into his mouth. A moment later, a staff appeared in his hand, having been pulled out bit by bit from his stomach. The man seemed to be completely devoid of anything inside, likely a dried corpse, as the staff wasn't stained with any mucus or anything else. He pulled it out and chanted a spell. Then, a strong wind swept up, sweeping away the dust from the underground palace. The pavilions and towers were buried in a blanket of yellow sand. Amidst the hazy dust, countless terracotta warriors seemed to appear from all directions, advancing step by step toward them. In their hands were swords, spears, axes, and halberds. In that moment, Lin Nan felt as if he had been transported back 1,000 years to the ancient battlefields of the Qin Empire, where wars were waged across the land. He could even hear the roars of the soldiers, surely drawn toward him. Lin Nan suddenly turned to look at Su Linlin, who had also seen everything. "Do you think we can beat them?" Lin Nan asked calmly. "I don't think so," Su Linlin shook her head subconsciously. "If we can't beat them, why don't you use your skills? What are you thinking?" Chapter 97 Old Friend. Oh, Su Linlin was stunned for a moment, then realized Lin Nan wanted her to use the spirit of time. Just as the sandstorm engulfing a million-strong army was about to reach them, a flash of light flashed between Su Linlin's eyebrows, and the sandstorm instantly retreated. Then, bound by the laws of time, Ying Chen in the sky swiftly returned to his previous position. Lin Nan seized the opportunity and issued a command through the battle mech's internal communication device. As Ying Chen reached for his staff in his stomach, he launched an attack. Instantly, 20 massive beams of light shot towards Ying Chen. Startled, Ying Chen quickly dodged. But under Lin Nan's command, Ying Chen was surrounded by the beams, leaving him no chance of escape. Once struck by these dense beams, even the peak strength of a 4th-tier power would be useless. After all, the thunder weapons adapted for the mech had a power level of at least 4th-tier power. Teleport, Lin Nan was stunned. He had forgotten this guy had such a special ability. Just as 20 lasers were about to strike, Ying Chen vanished. Lin Nan had no choice but to teleport and give chase. He found his trail at the entrance of the alley below. He had already successfully retrieved his staff, gazing smugly at Lin Nan and the others. Lin Nan turned to look at Su Linlin. "Keep using your skills." Su Linlin was reluctant. The time fairy only had 3 chances to use it per day, and this was the last. "Hurry," Lin Nan urged her on. Seeing Lin Nan's determined gaze, Su Linlin nodded. A flash of light flashed between her brows. Ying Chen, holding his staff, was about to get excited, but was once again bound by the laws of time to a few minutes ago. Su Linlin was puzzled by Lin Nan's repeated actions, commanding the mechas to form up in the same formation. At the same time, he fired at Ying Chen, whose hand was already in his stomach. Su Linlin was puzzled by the need to repeat the same actions. The same behavior will definitely lead to the same result. But soon, Su Linlin discovered a difference. Because this time, only 10 laser beams were shot at him, which also blocked his way to dodge. Ying Chen used the same trick again, and directly used teleportation to move to the previous alley. The Thunder Battle Mech, which had been waiting for a long time, used its own AI calculation system to accurately aim at Ying Chen's head. The moment he dodged, there was a sound of beow of beam firing, and 10 beams attacked him. The battle mech that had fired lasers before quickly changed its gun, and while Ying Chen was stunned, another 10 beams were fired. Being shot at the body was enough to kill Ying Chen, not to mention 20 beams aimed at his head. Not surprisingly, Ying Chen, who was at the peak of the 4th level, died suddenly, and when he died, he didn't even leave a complete body. Lin Nan was still worried, and ordered the mech to fire at him repeatedly until he was smashed to pieces. Under the mech's watchful eye, Lin Nan opened the cabin and descended. The so-called undead corpse was merely a shrunken shell, no different from a zombie. While Ying Chen's body was shattered, the staff within his stomach remained intact, looking pristine. What kind of material is this? It could withstand the lasers of a thunder weapon. Lin Nan gently lifted the staff. In an instant, a howling wind and a cloud of dust erupted, sweeping across the underground palace. Faintly, He thought he could hear the roar of a vast army. Furthermore, he faintly heard a voice enter his mind, like an incantation. Uphold the late Emperor's will. All the soldiers' souls will return to the Terracotta Warriors. Unify the dynasty and continue its glory. After hearing the incantation, Lin Nan recited it aloud. Then, a clear silhouette suddenly appeared in the distant sandstorm. Then, Lin Nan saw that it was the Terracotta Warriors from before. This. Lin Nan was shocked, and Su Linlin, standing beside him, was equally stunned. Why did she say she was scared? Because she had no idea this was Lin Nan's plan. Commander Lin. Su Linlin also jumped down from the cabin and walked over to Lin Nan, standing close to him. Lin Nan could see he was a little frightened, but then he said, "It's okay. I summoned it. They won't hurt us, won't they?" Su Linlin was still a little scared. "Yet, I'm awesome," Lin Nan laughed heartily. However, just then, a flying axe was hurled at Lin Nan. Lin Nan turned around and caught it in his hand. That's when he realized it wasn't like the summoner was just obeying him. Then, more and more weapons were hurled, and thousands of soldiers were chasing them. Lin Nan was bewildered. System, what should I do? Lin Nan had no idea. If the time fairy was still usable, he could rewind time a few minutes and have Su Linlin stop him then. But the time fairy was no longer usable. He could only ask the system. "I suggest the host reclaim the staff," the system's voice said. "Will recycling work?" Lin Nan asked instinctively, but before the system could respond, he immediately retracted his staff. Even a second of delay would mean danger. Even though they had 20 mechas approaching Tier 4, they were helpless against so many living Terracotta Warriors. With a flash of light, Lin Nan was surprised to discover that the howling sandstorm and the roaring and howling of the Terracotta Warriors had ceased. It actually worked. Terrified, Su Linlin buried herself in Lin Nan's arms again. As the sandstorm gradually receded, Lin Nan was delighted to discover that the staff had reclaimed nearly 10 million kill points, bringing him one step closer to unlocking the Transcendent Arsenal's 100 million kill points. Lin Nan was overjoyed, patting Su Linlin on the forehead. "They're up. They've all run away, and they're taking advantage of me again." Seriously, Su Linlin was a little confused. Seeing Lin Nan's shameless expression, Su Linlin felt both angry and amused. Speechless, she turned away proudly, but her body involuntarily pressed closer to Lin Nan. At that moment, the two of them seemed like close friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend, but incredibly friendly. The cave where the divine gold is buried is just ahead. After walking about a kilometer inside, Su Linlin suddenly said, pointing to a cave. "There shouldn't be any danger in there." Lin Nan turned and looked at Su Linlin. The girl nodded confidently. "It must be empty. If there were, wouldn't they come to save that guy?" Su Linlin was satisfied with her reasoning. However, just as they had gone deep enough into the cave, they suddenly came across a secret entrance, leaving Lin Nan feeling somewhat baffled. Just then, Su Linlin added, "This leads to a strange place. A researcher entered before, sent in some data, and was killed." "What data?" Lin Nan asked instinctively. "It's a recording similar to a wolf's howl, and a photo. In the photo, you can see." Before she could finish her words, Lin Nan covered her mouth with his hand. Lin Nan stared in one direction with a heavy expression. "I see you. Stop hiding." "Huh?" A figure materialized from that direction. "How could you possibly see me? I'm invisible." Lin Nan was stunned. The man, dressed in casual attire, had well-defined, muscular features. Only the tail on his back betrayed his identity. A werewolf. Su Linlin, standing nearby, frowned. This was the first time she'd seen a werewolf. "Commander Lin, that photo shows a dog-like demon that looks like a human and walks upright." Hearing Su Linlin call him a dog-like demon, the man erupted in anger. "I'm the crown prince of the noble Chekel family, Chekel Van. You call me a dog? Woman, give me your head." He instantly transformed into a werewolf. His original height of nearly 2 meters was enough to tower over the others, but after transforming into a werewolf, his body swelled to 4 meters. Even so, compared to the 7 or 8 meter tall mecha, he still pales in comparison. Interesting. A mere 4th level werewolf dares to act so arrogantly. Lin Nan, a 3rd level evolver, was completely disdainful of Chekel's behavior. However, he was clearly prepared. He raised his neck, followed by a piercing wolf howl. 5 more werewolves appeared from the cave, clutching divine gold. But what shocked Lin Nan was that he actually recognized one of them. Melissa, the little werewolf from before. Checkle, what are you doing? She didn't know why Checkle was howling for help. She assumed this place was safe, free from enemies. But when she turned around, her eyes sparked. Clearly, she recognized Lin Nan as well. Instantly, the little werewolf's hormones surged. She struck a coquettish pose, gazing at Lin Nan with infatuation. Hey, isn't this my little lover? Su Linlin and Checkle were both startled. Su Linlin was surprised because she didn't expect Lin Nan to have a relationship with a little wolf woman, and it seemed that the relationship was not ordinary. Checkle's shock was pure because he was Melissa's current husband. In other words, Melissa cheated on him right in front of him. Although he suffered such a great humiliation, Checkle managed his expression very well, and he could not show any emotion. And Melissa did not avoid him at all, but Lin Nan did not feel anything for her at all. Who are you? Don't call me a little lover, I don't know you. Lin Nan's words were firm, but he was actually fooling her. After all, it was easy to remember a woman with such a perfect figure. What, you can't even remember me? You are so cruel. But I don't blame you. My name is Melissa, and I am very happy to see you again. Melissa gently put her finger on her lips, and saliva covered the entire finger. You are Melissa. Chapter 98. I'm sorry, Kin K. In a flash, Lin Nan's thoughts flashed back to a dozen days ago. He was completing a system-mandated trial called Disciple of the Gods. There, he seemed to see his future self, who entrusted him with a crucial task, to kill a woman named Melissa. In the future, she would kill Chu Mingyao and the others. This matter was so crucial that Lin Nan kept it in mind. He had also been consciously searching for the woman named Melissa who was close to him, and as luck would have it, he had found her. It was none other than this vile, scorpion-like woman. Even though it was just a trial, even though he didn't know if it was true, even though it was a bit reckless, even though many factors were convincing Lin Nan not to trust others' words, he couldn't let it happen, even if there was even the slightest possibility. Lin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. The woman named Melissa before him was doomed. That human woman next to you is very close to you, Melissa said with a playful expression. But you should warn her that no one else can touch the man I like. At his words, the slightest trace of guilt in Lin Nan's heart vanished. The words spoke with such jealousy. If he really gets involved with her, it'll be a disaster. Thinking of this, Lin Nan's murderous intent intensified. Draw your weapons. Today it's either you or me. With that, Lin Nan grabbed Su Linlin and boarded the mech. You want to kill me? Melissa couldn't believe Lin Nan would actually say such a thing to her. But as she spoke, she actually laughed. Haha, what a heartless man. It's a shame you're not from my clan, otherwise I would definitely taste your flesh and blood. Melissa was also a level 4, but they treated Lin Nan and the mechs with indifference, as if they were nothing. However, once they engaged, they realized something was amiss. The mechs' shells were incredibly tough, and their claws couldn't penetrate their defenses. Furthermore, the Thunder Battle mechs' damage was incredible, with pistols and fists for close combat and sniper rifles and rapid-fire snipers for long-range accuracy. It wasn't long before they were at a disadvantage. Madam, run first. I'll hold them off, Checkle shouted. Melissa nodded expressionlessly. However, in that moment of distraction, Checkle, who was dragging them, suddenly died. His head was pierced by dozens of laser beams, killing him instantly. Before Melissa could react, a dozen mechas surrounded her, cutting off all her escape routes. Are you really going to kill me? Why? Melissa roared in anger at Lin Nan. That's right, it was you who threatened her just now. If I hadn't been here, she might have died at your hands. Lin Nan shuddered deliberately as he spoke, as if in fear. Su Linlin silently lowered her head, her jewel-like eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Nan, a small joy welling up in her heart. Lin Nan claimed to be avenging Su Linlin, but in reality, he was doing it to prevent Chu Mingyao and the others from being endangered in the future. This move killed two birds with one stone, a true scumbag. Seeing the uncertain future, Melissa instantly grabbed a werewolf and began to devour it. The wailing continued, and Lin Nan was puzzled as to what she was doing. However, he could sense that as more flesh and blood entered Melissa's body, her aura steadily increased. Lin Nan suddenly understood that this was a method used by the werewolves to grow stronger. Perhaps due to class oppression. The werewolf simply allowed her to feast on it, a scene that was quite bloody. To prevent her from growing stronger, Lin Nan waved his hand, increasing the intensity of his attack. The method was effective, and Melissa had no chance to devour her fellow werewolf. Finally, under the precise attack of dozens of lasers, Melissa died. Only when the sound of the kill reward rang in his ears did Lin Nan confirm that she was truly dead. "You didn't have to kill her," Su Linlin said, her face slightly flushed. "I don't want you to have unnecessary blood on my hands because of me." "Hey," Lin Nan smiled slightly. "It's okay. As long as I'm here, no one can threaten you, not even the dog demon." Seeing Lin Nan's resolute expression, Su Linlin nodded slightly, feeling even happier. She couldn't help but move closer to Lin Nan, carefully nestling against his side. Feeling the warmth of the man beside her, Su Linlin felt a twinge of regret. "Here, I'm sorry. I think I've fallen for Commander Lin, too." The one she was apologizing to was Qin Ke. From Qin Ming's words, Su Linlin knew that Qin Ke also liked Lin Nan. Soon, the remaining werewolves were killed by the mecha. But Lin Nan remained vigilant. He sensed a vague aura of danger permeating the surroundings. He waited for a moment, but the owner of that aura didn't appear. Without further investigation, Lin Nan entered the caverns containing the divine gold. Long after they entered, a cave-in suddenly appeared where they had fought. A young wolf trembled and ran out of the cavern, then silently slipped into the entrance to the secret realm. A long time later, in a corner of the world, a group of werewolves, their faces covered in tears, weeping as they shared a meal on the table. If Lin Nan were there, he would be shocked to discover that they were feasting on Melissa and her companions. "Don't worry, my child. Your father will definitely avenge you," a middle-aged man said to Melissa's head. The next second, he bit down and began to chew it with a sizzling sound. "To die with Princess Melissa is an honor for our Checkle family," an old man said to Headless Corpse. However, he didn't have the right to gnaw on these corpses. Watching his child being devoured by the royal family above, he swallowed his saliva. "Father, according to the little wolf, there are only a dozen or so fourth-level ones on the other side. How about we rob and kill them?" Zumire, the prince of the werewolf royal family, suddenly said. "No, our main generals are on their way back from conquering the vampires. It would be safer to join them," Wolf Lord Shahrukh said calmly. He licked the table with a distressed look, as a drop of blood fell from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. "Then, how about I send someone to investigate the situation in the human world?" Zumire continued. "That's also not right. Now that the second blood rain has arrived, the human world has suffered heavy damage. All we have to do is wait for the main force to return and wipe them out in one fell swoop to avenge Melissa. I'm afraid if you go, you'll alert the enemy." Zumire nodded. "Father is so thoughtful," Shahrukh nodded, then glanced at Zumire with a strange look. Just a glance, but Zumire felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy, and he quickly lowered his head. It was a look like someone examining food. "Oh, what a bountiful harvest," Qin Ming exclaimed in admiration as he gazed at the mountain of divine gold before him. This was brought back by 20 mechas, weighing over 100 tons. Altogether, it's enough to build over 1,000,000 combat mechas. Meanwhile, the great hero Lin Nan was surrounded by a group of women. "Brother Nan, how could you leave us and go there alone? Do you know how worried we were?" Chu Mingyao said with a look of resentment. "That's right, Lin Nan Kun, we are really worried about you," Xiaoz also said. Lin Nan glanced at Su Enran again. She was also in a bad mood. Lin Nan shook his head helplessly. Su Linlin, who was hiding in the distance, looked at the scene in shock. She naively thought that only Qin Ke liked Lin Nan, but she didn't expect that there were so many top beauties around Lin Nan. And seeing that Lin Nan was very well behaved, these people had a special relationship with him. Su Linlin pouted secretly, and at this moment, a person suddenly appeared and yelled at her. Su Linlin was startled. "Ake, it's you, you scared me to death." Seeing that it was Qin Ke, Su Linlin breathed a sigh of relief, and laughed and scolded her, wanting to hide her. But Qin Ke dodged her. "What are you doing? Are you thinking about love?" Qin Ke noticed that Su Linlin was peeking at Lin Nan, and couldn't help but teasing. Seeing Qin Ke's nonchalant expression, Su Linlin was stunned. "With so many girls surrounding Commander Lin, aren't you jealous?" Qin Ke was also stunned by her words. "Why should I be jealous? Don't you like Commander Lin too?" Su Linlin tilted her head, puzzled, clearly shocked by her answer. "Did my dad tell you that?" Seeing Su Linlin nod cautiously, Qin Ke cast a disdainful glance at Qin Ming, who was gazing at the divine gold. "I knew it was him," but before she finished speaking, a sigh escaped to her. It turned out her earlier composure was all feigned, and she felt bad. "But what can we do about it?" K gave a wry laugh. You might not know, but these girls have all fought their way here with Lin Nan from City Z. I don't even have the right to be jealous of their feelings. Indeed, Su Linlin sighed. Neither do I. Su Linlin said this subconsciously, but as soon as she finished, she realized she had let the cat out of the bag. Looking up, she saw K looking at her with a complicated expression. It was as if there was a traitor among us. Su Linlin quickly argued, No, AK, listen to my explanation, it's not what you think. Seeing Su Linlin's nervous look, K suddenly laughed. Little fool, look how scared you are. Su Linlin looked at K with a puzzled look. AK, aren't you angry? K shook his head. The world is about to end. How can I stop you from liking someone? If you want to love unrestrainedly, for example, Su Linlin suddenly said. Based on their relationship over the years, she felt that K had something else to say. Sure enough, K said with a smirk, I want him to have me. Chapter 99 Gap. Some time passed, and Lin Nan remained at the Research Institute, tirelessly crafting thunder battle matches and their corresponding thunder weapons. Finally, after immense effort, he had built over 1,000 more. Even though it was just mechanical repetition, Lin Nan still felt a tinge of fatigue. His desire for the supernatural arsenal grew stronger and stronger. Looking at the vast army of battle matches before him, Lin Nan decided to dig up the few remaining pieces of divine gold and store them in the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor, feeling less secure than in the Research Institute. Especially since he encountered werewolves within the mausoleum, who seemed quite interested in the divine gold. If they stole the divine gold, it would be disastrous. With this in mind, Lin Nan quickly assembled over 1,000 battle matches, figuring that with their cooperation, he would surely be able to dig out the divine gold. As Lin Nan prepared to continue digging for divine gold, a grand welcoming ceremony was being held in a werewolf castle somewhere far away. Welcome the triumphant return of the Gold Cross Wolf Guards, the Silver Cross Wolf Guards, and the Bronze Cross Wolf Guards. Wolf Lord Sherrick, standing at the top of the Wolf Fort steps, gazed with delight at the kneeling Wolf Guards. These were the elite of their wolf clan, 105th tier Gold Cross Wolf Guards, 1004th tier Silver Cross Wolf Guards, and tens of thousands of 3rd tier Bronze Cross Wolf Guards. Together, they formed the backbone of the entire wolf clan. Dozens of severed heads lay before the wolf guards. This long march was to harvest the heads of these men, people, to be precise, vampires. These were the elite of a particular vampire clan. Because they had hindered their expansion, Wolf Lord Sherrick sent his elite wolf clan to slaughter them. This battle could be considered a continuation of the Holy War that had occurred 1,000 years earlier. The feud between the Blood Clan and the Wolf Clan is finally coming to an end. But before that, my lovely Melissa, your father will avenge you. At that moment, the burly werewolf leader of the Cross Wolf Guard suddenly raised his head and looked at Sherrick. Dear Wolf Lord, why don't I see the beautiful Princess Melissa? It was clear to all that Piccolo, the leader of the Cross Wolf Guard, was in love with Melissa. Everyone present knew that after the untimely death of Melissa's current husband, Checkle, Piccolo would be a strong contender to become her next husband. Oh, my dear Piccolo. Hearing Piccolo finally ask this question, Sherrick looked heartbroken. Melissa always appeared at the end of Piccolo's expedition to witness his heroic presence. Seeing Sherrick's pain, Piccolo was startled, and his heart began to beat wildly. He had a foreboding feeling. It was like being gnawed bit by bit, causing him excruciating pain. Melissa was killed by a human. My dear Piccolo, you must avenge Melissa. Sherrick's words were like a judge declaring a death sentence, but Piccolo didn't believe it. He still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if Melissa was joking? She was hiding somewhere, secretly observing him. What if Melissa was upset that he hadn't behaved well during their last affair, that it was too quick, and so she was angry and deliberately avoiding him? Or maybe Melissa wasn't feeling well. Piccolo trembled all over. This was so unlike him. On the battlefield, he only made others tremble. My lord. Don't scare me. Princess Melissa is so lovely, how could she be killed? Sherrick, as if knowing he wouldn't believe it, waved his hand, and a male werewolf appeared beside him. He held a box. When it opened, Piccolo saw a head, brainless, before him. At that moment, he was completely stunned. The head was Melissa's. Melissa was truly dead. No, Piccolo screamed. His mind replayed the two wolves' romantic past like a movie. In the rain, on the rooftop of Wolf Fort, in the cold, desolate mountains behind, behind the curtains of the werewolf professor's hall, even at Shahruk's bedside. Everywhere, their love story was recorded. Melissa can no longer be with me. Melissa, Piccolo raised his neck and wailed. At that moment, the whole city could hear the sorrow in Piccolo's wail, the reluctance to leave, and the love for me. Please don't leave. Shahruk was also moved. I left you half of Melissa's head, knowing you wouldn't believe what happened to her. Shahruk waved his hand again. The werewolf from before walked over and closed the box. Looking at the head retreating, Piccolo was stunned for a moment, then swallowed. I thought the Wolf Lord would reward Chief Piccolo with Princess Melissa's head. What are you thinking? Royal flesh and blood can only be enjoyed by royalty. Although Piccolo is a duke, he's not of royal blood, so he's not entitled to it. Piccolo turned his gaze back, then stood up and respectfully performed a heart-touching salute. My lord, I am willing to avenge Princess Melissa. Please send someone to accompany me to defeat that damned human. Just you? Are you sure you can? According to the intelligence obtained by the only surviving wolf cub, that human has 20 mechas, a mere 20. Even if he had 100, I wouldn't be afraid, Piccolo said proudly, but then changed the subject. Actually, I'm still worried about those vampires seeking revenge, so they must protect you. Piccolo glanced at the cross wolf guards below. Shahruk nodded in satisfaction. Piccolo's concerns were well-founded. Seeing his determination, Shahruk said nothing more and let him go. But before that, the wolf followed him. After sniffing the earth Lin Nan had trodden, Piccolo also recognized Lin Nan's scent. Then, with a fierce gleam on his face, he stepped into the secret realm. I have a feeling we'll have a big haul today, Lin Nan said proudly to the girls. They were now heading to the side of the Barrett divine gold. Chu Mingayao and the others insisted on following them, under the guise of sightseeing and archaeological excursions. Lin Nan had no choice. He figured the place wouldn't be dangerous, especially with 1,000 combat mechas accompanying them. This sense of security made him feel at ease. Surrounded by a swarm of mechas, the group returned to the site of the previous battle. Entering the cave, Lin Nan directed the mechas to carry the divine gold. The cave was rather dark. If it weren't for the divine gold's inherent radiance, it would have been pitch black. Each mecha could carry nearly 5 tons of divine gold. Lin Nan assumed the Barrett divine gold wasn't much, but who knew they wouldn't be able to empty nearly 5,000 tons of it. There was no other way. The space inside the research institute was limited, so they had to make do and move them back. On the way back, Lin Nan glanced at the secret entrance to the wolf world and faintly sensed a presence. Only he and Xiaoz were keeping watch outside, while Chu Mingayao and Suanren were directing the mecha's transport inside. After getting dressed, Lin Nan saw they were about to emerge and control the mecha to pick them up. But at that moment, crisis struck. A huge blood-red claw mark attacked the mecha Lin Nan was riding. Lin Nan immediately noticed something strange and quickly used his skills to instantly disappear. At the same time, the god of war possessed him, adding all his divine armor skills to the mecha. Lin Nan turned his head and looked at the man with a terrifying aura, no, the wolf. At the entrance to the secret realm, a werewolf with bloodshot eyes glared at Lin Nan with resentment. At his feet, a small wolf howled. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be here. It seems even God was helping me, letting me find you right away. Although he couldn't see clearly inside the mech, Lin Nan's presence betrayed his identity. Initially, Lin Nan was puzzled as to who it was, but upon seeing the wolf cub and Piccolo's vengeful words, Lin Nan instantly understood. After killing Melissa, Lin Nan sensed a faint presence, presumably the wolf cubs. He witnessed the scene and then tipped off the werewolf, who had arrived to avenge Melissa. But why only one? Lin Nan was puzzled. Hey, is your wolf clan empty? You're the only one here. Although the opponent was a level 5, Lin Nan remained calm. By then, Azor had already grabbed the mech's dedicated communication equipment and summoned reinforcements. Ha ha ha, Piccolo laughed maniacally. 2 level 3 guys, riding in a mech nearly as powerful as a level 4, have the audacity to mock a level 5 cross-wolf guard commander like me. You're truly too young, damn. How did you know there were 2 people in that mech? And you can even tell our strength, Lin Nan exclaimed in shock. My nose can smell everything, and I know you just did something shady in there. Xiaoz blushed slightly. Lin Nan patted her shoulder in comfort, then turned his gaze to Piccolo. If creating a human being is considered shady, then you're saying your birth is the product of your parents' shady dealings. Next time, I suggest you criticize your mother and father. You're courting death. Piccolo, enraged, charged. This was Lin Nan's deliberate act, as he repeatedly teleported, increasing the distance between him and the secret realm's entrance. Lin Nan's intention was clear, to prepare for the encirclement and slaughter. If they got too close to the secret realm entrance, Piccolo might escape. Keeping some distance also made it easier for the mechas to emerge from the cave and deploy. Piccolo watched Lin Nan, who was moving around like a headless fly, while he had a playful look on his face, as if he was playing with his prey, which was about to die. "I'll show you the difference in our realms," Piccolo said disdainfully. Lin Nan was also very disdainful of his words. "I'll show you the difference in our numbers." Chapter 100 Despair? Lin Nan spoke softly, fearing Piccolo might overhear and become defensive. Unexpectedly, this fellow not only had a remarkable sense of smell, but also a powerful hearing. "Haha, telling me about the difference in numbers? You think I don't know your teammates are still in the cave?" Piccolo laughed recklessly. Lin Nan was bewildered. "If you knew, why didn't you run? Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid?" Piccolo's eyes glared, and then he sneered. "Just two people, why would I run? You probably don't know the difference between a level 5 and a level 4, right? Just two people." Lin Nan understood. He had smelled Chumingayao and Zyos. The mechas were made of metal, odorless, so he hadn't detected anything. Thinking of this, Lin Nan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I thought he had some truly extraordinary abilities, so calm in the face of thousands of mechas? Turns out he has no idea." Lin Nan continued to teleport, not daring to stop. The difference between a 5th tier and a 4th tier mecha was stark. While the mecha could fly, and the area was vast, it wasn't the sky above, but a stone-enclosed ceiling. The mecha couldn't fly very high. So while Lin Nan appeared calm, he was actually walking on a knife's edge. A single mistake could lead to disaster. However, this situation could easily be broken, because reinforcements had arrived. Lin Nan stopped, his gaze fixed intently behind him. Piccolo was stunned. "Why aren't you running? Have you been draining your energy points with your constant use of superpowers?" "Haha, I'm going to torture you slowly, so that Melissa can die peacefully." Lin Nan ignored him. Instead, he silently controlled the mecha and pointed behind him. Piccolo thought Lin Nan was cheating, but considering the disparity in their power, even if Lin Nan was, there was nothing he could do. Immediately, Piccolo turned his head. He saw over a dozen mechas appear behind him, flying towards him. He had considered all of this. He knew Lin Nan had 20 combat mechas, so seeing them flying towards him didn't faze Piccolo, but rather comforted him. After all, it's easier to hide your opponent's hidden cards than to reveal them. "I was wondering what else it was? So it's your reinforcements arriving, but you think these dozen or so mechas can handle me?" Lin Nan shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. "You have excellent hearing and smell, but unfortunately, your eyes aren't." Piccolo froze for a moment. He didn't understand what Lin Nan meant, but his instincts told him that things weren't that simple. Lin Nan was too calm. This wasn't the reaction of someone at the end of their rope. He turned his head again, and this time he saw nearly 50 combat mechas. "Alice, I was wondering why you're so calm. So you came prepared. But let me tell you straight up, those 50 mechas aren't enough for me to kill." With that, he slashed his claws into the air behind him, leaving a massive blood-red mark. Suddenly, the battle mechas shattered. "So? This is the difference between a 4th tier and a 5th tier mech. Are you desperate?" He turned to look at Lin Nan, and was surprised to find that Lin Nan had blended into the mech swarm. However, using Lin Nan's aura, he was still able to pinpoint her location. However, something strange happened. The nearly 50 mechas practically blocked his retreat, obscuring his vision. He had no idea that a steady stream of mechas were emerging from the cave behind them. As Piccolo charged into the swarm of mechas, intent on taking Lin Nan's head, he was shocked to discover he had truly entered the thick of it all. A sea of black mechas, blacking out the sun and sky, surrounded him. Lin Nan had long been lost in the swarm, only his scent could be smelled, but his presence was invisible. For a moment, Piccolo was stunned. Weren't there only 20 mechas? Wasn't it agreed upon 20 mechas? 20 mechas. Actually, Piccolo had noticed something was amiss when the mechas swelled from a dozen to over 50, but he felt okay, everything was still under control. However, as he charged into the 50 mechas, he realized with horror that Lin Nan had been blocked from view. He had no idea where the endless stream of reinforcements was coming from. And the number kept growing, from 50 to 100, from 100 to 500, and finally from 500 to a full 1,000. As the number grew, Piccolo's heart gradually grew bleak and helpless. "What's up? Are you desperate?" Lin Nan said, using Piccolo's previous words to hit back. Piccolo, previously so arrogant, now whimpered softly like a stray dog. He wanted to run, but seeing the entrance to the secret realm just out of reach, he finally understood why Lin Nan had been running in one direction, to lure him away. Escape was impossible, and now the werewolf leader had no choice but to swallow his pride and beg Lin Nan for mercy. "Human, I was wrong. Let me go. I am the leader of the Cross Wolf Guard. You kill me." Before Piccolo could finish his words, with a thud, hundreds of lasers aimed at his head and charged towards him. For a moment, Piccolo's eyes flashed with shock, terror, helplessness, and finally, deep despair. Thousands of beams of light instantly illuminated the entire underground palace, vaporizing Piccolo's blood. Yet another headless corpse lay beneath the crypt. Don't be so pretentious when begging for mercy. Those who know you'll understand your begging, but those who don't will think you're threatening me. Remember this valuable lesson for your next life? Lin Nan muttered to Piccolo's corpse, then raised his fist to the sky and shouted, "Return." Upon hearing Lin Nan's command, the mechas returned to the catacombs, apparently to retrieve the discarded divine gold. As they watched the mechas retreat, the little wolf dog, who had once escaped destruction, emerged from the ground again. It scurried towards the entrance to the secret realm. Unbeknownst to it, a mechanical spider, concealed, was following closely behind it. When they returned to the research institute, the researchers, busy at work, were stunned. Seeing the divine gold nowhere to go, they were in a state of confusion. Before, no matter how much we used it, it was never enough. Now, there's so much that we don't know where to put it all. Elder Wang Zuzan gazed at the precious ore with a look of satisfaction. Our commander is truly amazing. Now the problem of insufficient divine gold resources will be completely solved. Indeed, now I'm worried about other resources like gold, silver, copper, and iron. It seems the era of universal mecha ownership is not far off. It's just hard on the commander. We don't have the ability to manufacture combat mechas, so he has to build them one by one. The commander said this situation will be resolved soon, watching the teams transporting divine gold continuously emerging from the secret realm. The researchers chatted. "Old Wang, what do you think of my proposal?" Lin Nan approached slowly. "I think it's very necessary. I've already arranged for people to prepare it. Given the current situation, setting up a mecha academy is absolutely necessary." Lin Nan had been mulling over the idea of a mecha academy for a long time. Ever since he first encountered a real thunder mecha, he had imagined that if nearly 10 million people in the Magic City learned to operate mechas, it would be truly terrifying. That means even those without superpowers can possess combat capabilities and defensive strength equivalent to those of a fourth-order rank. Those with superpowers can release them through their mechas, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. In a world dominated by second-order mutants, a universal mecha fleet means they can withstand even the arrival of the third evolutionary stage, and even launch a counterattack should that event occur. The reason for collaborating with the Research Institute is naturally to leverage its cutting-edge talent to accelerate the construction of the Mecha Academy. While mechas cannot be mass-produced, fortunately, external incidents are rare, and there are almost no mutants attacking the Magic City. Therefore, Lin Nan enjoys his free time, coming here whenever he has time to build mechas and the corresponding thunder weapons. Since preparations have begun, I'll be waiting for good news, Lin Nan said with a faint smile. Wang Zuzan nodded. Don't worry about that, leave it to the Research Institute. And we have good news for you. With that, Wang Zuzan ushered Lin Nan into the laboratory. Su Lin was still debugging the data. When she saw Lin Nan coming over, her face instantly turned red. You are here? Lin Nan nodded and gave her a wicked smile. Wang Zuzan naturally noticed their somewhat intimate behavior, but he didn't care. He walked to a machine and said to Lin Nan excitedly, Look, this is the result of our hard work these days. Lin Nan walked closer, his eyes darting back and forth in front of the machine. He saw the thunder weapon on the side and looked at Wang Zuzan thoughtfully. Old Wang, could this be? Old Wang nodded. This is the machine tool used to mass-produce the thunder weapon. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, it was actually successfully manufactured. It's amazing, Old Wang. It only took a few days. Seeing Lin Nan's excited expression, Wang Zuzan said with a smile, it's all because of your agreement about mechas. As a result, they kept studying it like crazy. In addition, with a prototype of the thunder weapon, we were able to complete it quickly. As he spoke, the old man paused. Obviously he was also very excited. The next step is to put the machine tools into production, and then use these machine tools to mass produce the thunder weapons. I believe that soon, we will have an endless supply of thunder weapons. Lin Nan didn't expect that his promise at that time would have such a great motivating effect. He simply walked out of the institute and gathered all the researchers together. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.